Chapter 1276. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback, but he was used to being as calm and steady as a mountain. He didn't say anything and acted like he hadn't heard anything. Song Jining had wanted to tease Hua Xiaoheng a bit more, but when she turned to look at Gu Nianji's porcelain face, she saw that it was as red as liling porcelain. She couldn't bear to see the well-behaved girl blush and be embarrassed. Patting her hand, Song Jining revealed a motherly smile and said earnestly, "Nianji, I'm finally relieved that you agreed to marry Xiaoheng. I've always been worried that my son would spend the rest of his life with the Special Forces." Gu Nianji said awkwardly, "How could that be possible? You're worrying too much. With me around, how could Hua Xiao spend the rest of his life with the Special Forces?" Gu Nianji thought to herself and secretly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm and indifferent as he stared at the giant circular crater nearby. He had no intention of intervening in the conversation between Song Jining and Gu Nianji. Song Jining was actually very busy, but because Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were engaged, she wanted to see Gu Nianji immediately. She took out a small red brocade bag from her purse. Opening the brocade bag, there was a thin necklace inside. It was about the same length and size as a VCA Van Cleef & Arpels short necklace, but it was more delicate and elegant. At first glance, the necklace was as thin as a strand of hair, but people with good eyesight could see at a glance that there were at least 3 different patterns of twisted threads carved on this hair-thin necklace. Every so often, there would be a small diamond-carved stamen blooming. The platinum necklace and diamond's brightness and luster were flawless and almost transparent. In Song Jining's snow-white palm, it was like holding the first sparkling snow in early winter. If she held it tighter, it would melt immediately. Gu Nianji had seen many beautiful pieces of jewelry with Hua Xiaoheng, but in her eyes, this simple necklace was no worse than any piece of jewelry with a history. At least she held her breath when she saw the necklace. Song Jining undid the clasp on the necklace and put it on for Gu Nianji. She was full of admiration as she said, "I knew you looked the best in this necklace. It looks better than mine when I was wearing it." Gu Nianji touched the necklace and felt its extraordinary fineness and delicacy. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng excitedly. "Really? Does it really look good on me?" Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He recognized the necklace. It was a gift from his maternal grandfather, Song Haichuan, to his mother, Song Jining, on her 18th birthday. Song Jining didn't have any particular interest in jewelry, but other than her wedding ring, her favorite piece of jewelry was this necklace. This was also the most precious thing that grandfather had left for his mother. According to her mother, this necklace was made by her maternal grandfather. As expected, Song Jining was telling Gu Nianji about the origins of the necklace. "This was made by my father, Xiaoheng's grandfather, using a machine. This was the most advanced nanotechnology back then. Look at the level of this miniature sculpture. It's impossible to make it without special equipment." Gu Nianji was shocked. "There's a nano-miniature sculpture? They'll have to take a good look. I'm too embarrassed to accept such a precious gift." Since Hua Xiao's grandfather had personally made it for Song Jining, Gu Nianji knew how precious the necklace was. She didn't really want to take it away from him. "It's okay. I've thought about giving this necklace to Xiaoheng's wife." Song Jining pressed Gu Nianji's hand and didn't let her take it off. She smiled and said, "I'm not as rich as Xiaoheng's grandmother, so I can't take out a diamond ring the size of a quail egg. This necklace is the only one I can take out. This is an exclusive production. There's no other one in the world." However, the value of this necklace could no longer be measured by money. Gu Nianji didn't refuse anymore. She nodded and said softly, "You're too kind. How could I not take out such a good thing? I like it very much. I like it very much." She nodded heavily. The hair-thin necklace fit perfectly on her fair, jade-like skin. The last rays of the setting sun shone on the necklace, which was so tiny that it was almost invisible. Song Jining turned Gu Nianji to face the direction of the setting sun. Hua Xiaoheng could clearly see that because of the refraction and angle of the light, 3-dimensional petals appeared on the necklace. They looked like 3D projections that were visible to the naked eye. 3-dimensional flowers appeared on the exquisite collarbone. They were about the size of half a fingernail. The pure white and plump petals spread freely. They were in the shape of the queen of the night, the epiphyllum. The hollow necklace refracted the 3D projection of the epiphyllum on her neck. It overlapped with the necklace itself and looked surprisingly harmonious. Hua Xiaoheng had never noticed this detail on the necklace before. No wonder his mother had cherished it for so many years. However, his grandfather actually had such romantic thoughts. It really didn't match his image. In Hua Xiaoheng's heart, his grandfather, Song Haichuan, was a scientist who was even more rigid and dedicated than his mother, Song Jining. His grandmother died early, and his grandfather devoted himself to scientific research. His mother, Song Jining, had been following his grandfather, Song Haichuan, in a laboratory since she was a baby. Growing up in such a family, it was probably inevitable that Song Jining didn't know how to get along with her son. Hua Xiaoheng had long since forgotten about his childhood, but now that he had a better understanding of his mother and the environment in which she grew up, he was completely relieved. He took out his phone with a smile and took a photo of Gunyinji. He showed it to her and said, "It's very beautiful." Gunyinji looked at the photo on her phone. Her little face seemed to be surrounded by 10 exquisite and beautiful epiphyllum the size of half a pinky nail. She was almost stunned. "Oh my God, I finally understand what it means to be a masterpiece." Gunyinji was full of praise. "No, I can't wear this necklace. I think my neck will be in danger if I wear it back." "You're exaggerating, child." Song Jining pushed her gently with a smile on her face. "Do you think you can see the beautiful scenery of 10 flowers appearing every day? The intensity of the light, the orientation, and your body temperature all have to be under certain parameters to produce such an optical scene." Gunyinji was even more surprised. It's not strange that optical intensity and orientation are conditions, but why is body temperature also a condition? Of course, because this is an optical imaging triggered by the principle of thermal control. Song Jining opened her mouth to spout a string of physics terms. She understood every word, but when put together, she didn't understand at all. Gunyinji could only smile in confusion. However, Song Jining frowned after she finished speaking and said in confusion, "That's true. The thermal control parameters of this necklace are said to be set according to my body temperature, but even if I wear it, it's not that easy to see the scene of 10 flowers appearing. You can see such a scene the first time you wear it, so this necklace should probably be worn by you." Gunyinji continued, "Underscore." Hua Xiaoheng reached out to block the back of Gunyinji's neck. The light was blocked, and the small 3D projection of the epiphyllum on Gunyinji's neck immediately disappeared. Song Jining breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "It's so beautiful." As she spoke, she hugged Gunyinji and whispered in her ear, "Ninji, I know you're not even 20 years old yet, but science shows that women enter the reproductive maturity period after the age of 18. The children born at this time are the smartest, healthiest, and most beautiful." Gunyinji closed her eyes. "Ms. Song, are you in such a hurry to have a third generation? Are you ready for a little radish to call you grandma?" However, even if Ms. Song was a grandmother, she would be the most fashionable, beautiful, and intelligent grandmother. Gunyinji's thoughts ran wild, and she suddenly felt that she had been led astray by Ms. Song. Stop. She wasn't even 20 years old. She couldn't have a child so early. Gunyinji still wanted to work hard in the workplace. Besides, she still had a lot of things to do. Her father's whereabouts, the Gu family's assets, and the various B** cheese waiting for her to deal with. Song Jining saw Gunyinji's thunderstruck expression and patted her face in amusement. "Oh, our little Ninji is shy? What's there to be shy about?" As Song Jining spoke, she turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Xiaoheng, since you're engaged, shouldn't the wedding be on the agenda? Especially having children. From now on, you have to quit smoking and drinking. You have to stop smoking and drinking for at least a year before you can start preparing to have children. By the way, when you plan to have children, you have to go for a sperm test to see how the quality of the sperm is. If the quality of the sperm isn't good." It was Hua Xiaoheng's turn to look like he had been struck by lightning. Gun Yinji saw that Hua Xiaoheng was finally losing his composure, and she laughed so hard that she almost bent over. She quickly grabbed Song Jinning's shoulder and changed the topic. "Miss Song, where are you staying today? We want to set up our tent with yours. Is that okay?" Song Jinning paused and pointed to a spot at the foot of the mountain. "It's over there. Your tent can be set up next to mine." Then she smiled and tapped Gun Yinji's nose. "Little Yinji, don't think I'm being long-winded. When I see you guys, I can't help but think that my little grandson and granddaughter must be smart and good-looking. I've already found someone to customize physics experiment equipment and furniture for children. You can learn from me in the future. Miss Song, you're thinking too much. You can only have one imagination at a time." Hua Xiaoheng finally interrupted Song Jinning's wild imagination and said calmly, "It's getting late. Let's go have dinner first, then we'll set up the tent." Gun Yinji was hungry again. She still ate 2 pieces of cake in the jeep, but it wasn't enough to satisfy her hunger. Song Jinning nodded and stopped teasing the couple. She reached out her arms to them in satisfaction. "Come, help me down. I'm old and can't walk anymore." Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them looked at each other and held Song Jinning's arms on each side as they turned around and walked back. Song Jinning walked as fast as she could, even faster than Hua Xiaoheng. Although Gun Yinji had a pair of long legs, she couldn't walk as fast as Song Jinning. She was dragged like a puppy and was almost carried away by Song Jinning in the end. Was this the old and can't walk anymore Ms. Song? She was just thinking about what it would feel like to be supported by her son and daughter-in-law. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1266, Ms. Song's Wild Imagination. The second update was around 1 p.m., and the third update was around 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Enigma Yangtze for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1277. When they returned to the resort villa, everyone was eating in a restaurant. At this time, the place was almost completely booked by the scientists and entourage of the two countries. After Vladimir arrived, he officially took over the security of the place. He was so busy that he couldn't even see his shadow. Even the middle-aged driver was busy with his work. Only Lena and Peter were loitering around the restaurant. These two were the team leader and deputy team leader of Vladimir's operation team. They were both the backbone of the team. Lena was sent to protect Gun Yinji personally. Peter was acting on Vladimir's behalf when he wasn't around. Now that the restaurant was full of scientists from both countries, he had to protect everyone's safety. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng, Song Jinning, and Gun Yinji had come over, Peter still couldn't open his eyes. He nodded at them and took out a big cigar. He went to the tree outside the restaurant to smoke. Lena looked at Gun Yinji expressionlessly and said to Gun Yinji in standard Oxford English, "Where are you staying tonight?" Gun Yinji. She didn't really want to talk to Lena at this time. Gun Yinji was still embarrassed after being teased by Song Jinning. She forced a smile at Lena and said, "You don't have to follow me anymore when we get here. I have my own place to stay at night." "But Lieutenant General Vladimir asked me to protect you closely," Lena said seriously and refused to give up. She continued to ask, "Where are you staying tonight?" Gun Yinji pursed her lips and said, "Are you serious?" "Vladimir said he asked you to protect me closely, but he was talking about the time on the road. Now that we've arrived at our destination, we don't need your protection anymore." "Thank you." Gun Yinji walked into the restaurant. It was a buffet. There was a long table against the wall with food on it. There were all kinds of bread, all kinds of cheese, all kinds of fish and smoked meat, as well as some seafood and fruits that weren't commonly seen here. Gun Yinji's stomach was rumbling with hunger. When she saw the delicious food, she immediately threw her emotions out of the window. She took the plate and went to pick out food for herself. Lena was stunned by Gun Yinji's retort. She immediately followed her in and said Vladimir's original words were, "From today onwards, you will be in charge of her security. I want you to stay close to her and ensure her safety." "I think you should know what starting from today means, right?" Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "The phrase from today onwards is an empty reference, not an actual reference, because it doesn't specify when it will end. In public relations, every activity has its own start and end time, so that it can form an enforceable contract. and Vladimir only said, starting from today, and didn't say when it would end. This means that he's just saying it verbally and won't form any contractual relationship. Similarly, there's no pressure on me or him. Vladimir had said in the car that he would protect Gunyinji by her side, but it was unclear whether he was referring to the time on the road or until Gunyinji had left Russia. Unclear instructions could not form a contract that both parties could accept. Lena's face, which seemed to be glued on by 502 glue, finally showed a trace of emotion. She looked at Gunyinji as if she had never known her before. After a while, she nodded. Okay, then I'll ask Vladimir. There is no doubt that Lena was a very serious person. She separated the crowd and walked out of the restaurant. She picked up her phone and called Vladimir. At that moment, she heard a low and melodious voice and quickly hid behind the pillar in the corridor. This melodious voice belonged to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng stood face to face with Song Jining. There was a hint of nervousness hidden in his nonchalant expression. Song Jining looked at him in amusement. What's wrong? Can't you say it in front of Ninji? Hua Xiaoheng slowly took out a cigar from his pocket and said calmly, If it's a son, he has to join the army. If it's a daughter, I don't care. She can do whatever she wants. This was a refutation of what Song Jining had just said to Gunyinji. He didn't want his son to be running around on a walker in the laboratory of the Institute of High-Energy Physics since he was young. Song Jining didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to care about this. She asked in confusion, What's wrong? Why don't you study physics with me? I can be their teacher and teach them until they graduate. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He only played with a cigar in his hand as if he was threatening her. He said vaguely, If you insist, I don't think any of these little grandchildren will appear. Are you threatening me? Song Jining was stunned for a moment and exploded. What do you mean? What do you mean none of my grandchildren will appear? Hua Xiaoheng raised the cigar and placed it in front of his lips. He looked at Song Jining quietly. Song Jining was so angry that she laughed. Don't think too much. Whether or not I have children, when I have children, and how many children I have nothing to do with you. Hua Xiaoheng. Was this what scientist Song said? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help thinking. It was full of the blind confidence of a pseudo-feminist and shameless boasting that ignored the laws of science. Hua Xiaoheng's cold expression pleased Song Jining. Angry? It's right to be angry. Song Jining patted his shoulder. I'll go talk to Ninji. She's the deciding factor in when the child will be born. Ha! This is the first time I've heard that a woman can have children by herself. Hua Xiaoheng said expressionlessly. He put his hand behind his back and stood straight. Of course a woman can only have children by herself. Can a man help a woman give birth? When it came to science, Song Jining was as sharp and direct as a different person. Hua Xiaoheng, I know you're going to say that there aren't so many men to provide sperm. A woman alone can't produce a fertilized egg. Song Jining almost gave Hua Xiaoheng a scientific explanation of reproduction. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't stand it anymore in front of his biological mother. He nodded stiffly. Take your time to think about it. I'll keep my word. He turned around and went to the dining room to look for Gunyinji. Gunyinji had just sat down with a large plate of food and a glass of milk. Hua Xiaoheng sat across from her and glanced at the plate full of food. Eat less. You're too hungry. You need some porridge to warm your stomach first. Gunyinji blinked her left eye. I can eat. I'm starving. As she drank the milk, she asked curiously, What were you whispering to Ms. Song just now? You really want to hear it? Yes, tell me. Gunyinji put down the milk and couldn't stop praising the rich and natural milk. This milk is so delicious. Is it really an organic cow? I think so. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and thought about it. He said simply, Ms. Song just said that she wanted to take the child to the laboratory and cultivate the child's interest in science from a young age. I objected and said that my son had to be sent to the military camp from a young age. My daughter can see her own interests. Gunyinji didn't expect Song Jining to think so far ahead. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she said weakly, I also object. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Major General Hua, can we have children in a few years? Gunyinji whispered to Hua Xiaoheng. But I also think it's better to have a husband while we're young. What, Xiaoheng? I heard that it's hard to recover your figure when you're older and have a child. Ninji, he said mysteriously, as if she was already pregnant. Xiaoheng rubbed his temples with a headache. That's enough. Eat. No one is forcing you to have child. But I think it's better for the child to follow Ms. Song. With Ms. Song's personality and way of doing things, she'll definitely take care of the child as her own. Gun Yinji unknowingly was once again led astray by Song Jinning. She began to look forward to the good times of having a son and a daughter. Xiaoheng calmly objected. The child can't be handed over to Ms. Song. She doesn't even have time to eat when she's busy. Gun Yinji immediately said, then let's set up the baby's room first. After saying that, she covered her mouth and thought in horror and despair. What's wrong with her? Is she possessed? Ms. Song's ability to brainwash is terrifying. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1267, Brainwashed. The third watch was around 8 p.m. Chapter 1278. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a half-smile. The baby's room? Are you sure? Gun Yinji immediately shook her head like a rattle. No. I was just saying it casually. How can it be so early? Wait 2 more years. What a joke. The wedding hadn't even been held yet. How could she have the nerve to be pregnant? Although they had already gotten their marriage certificate, the wedding hadn't been held yet. Who would know that she was already married? Lena left the resort's restaurant and took out her phone to look around. She walked toward the forest near the resort. Vladimir and his men were having a meeting here to arrange security matters. The middle-aged driver crossed his arms and had a grass root in his mouth. He leaned lazily against the door of the jeep. Seeing Lena walk over, the middle-aged driver smiled and greeted her. Major Lena, have you had dinner? Lena, Vladimir immediately stopped talking and looked up with a face full of smiles. Lena, why are you here? Lena had a poker face and asked very seriously. Lieutenant General Vladimir, I want to ask, do you want me to protect Sirius closely only on the road, or do you want me to protect her until she leaves our country? Vladimir frowned. What's wrong? Did Sirius make things difficult for you? Otherwise, why would Lena, who was as honest as a robot and carried out orders, specifically ask him this question? He knew that Sirius, this mischievous girl, wouldn't listen to him obediently. The middle-aged driver stopped at the side and was unhappy. He dragged out his voice and said, Hey, boss, you can't say that. Is Sirius an unreasonable person? We're already there, yet you still want to hang a human third wheel beside a newly engaged couple. What's the meaning of this? I wouldn't want to do it, even if it was me. Vladimir glared at him, but he admitted that what he said made sense. All right, since Sirius isn't willing, then forget it. Major Hu will probably be personally responsible for her security. Vladimir winked and said, We are arranging security for the scientists here. Major Lena, are you willing to be security for the scientists of our country or the scientists of the Huaxiao Empire? Of course it's our country, Lena said without hesitation. Are they going to be security guards for our country's scientists? Vladimir scratched the back of his head and chuckled. But you're late. Our country's scientists have just been assigned. Then I'll apply to be transferred back, Lena said indifferently. There's so many people here, I'm not missing. How could that be? Each and every one of us is important. Vladimir hurriedly comforted Lena. Besides, I thought you were happy to come here and were very willing to interact with the people here. Yes, because our Lieutenant General Vladimir is here. Of course, Lena likes to come here and is willing to interact with you, Lieutenant General Vladimir. The middle-aged driver smiled mischievously. Get lost. You are in charge of all the vehicles here. If there's a problem with one of them, I'll skin you alive. Vladimir was so angry that he put his hands on his hips and cursed. He looked even more like a pufferfish. Ha. Someone has flown into a rage out of humiliation. I'm leaving. Seeing that the situation was not good, the middle-aged driver turned around and left. But as he walked, he sang loudly. Just as the pear blossoms are blooming all over the world, a soft veil floats on the river. Katyusha stands on the steep shore, singing like the bright spring scenery. The girl sings a beautiful song. She is singing about the eagle of the grassland. She is singing about her beloved. Katyusha's love will always belong to him. A beautiful Katyusha instantly calmed Vladimir's anger. This brat. He only knows how to take advantage of loopholes. Vladimir smiled and turned to Lena. Don't listen to Ivan's nonsense. It's not like you don't know that he doesn't keep his mouth shut. Lena nodded lightly and whispered, Yes, I like coming here and interacting with the people here. After saying that, she boldly looked at Vladimir, her dark brown eyes like clear amber. Vladimir couldn't help but think of the amber with a small butterfly wrapped in it when he was playing in the birch forest when he was a child. The soft butterfly was wrapped in hard amber. After thousands of years, only the remnants of time could be seen, just like Lena's eyes at this moment. Vladimir turned his head and smiled slightly. Okay, then you go and protect the scientists of the Huaxiao Empire, especially their chief high-energy physicist, Ms. Song. Lena was very surprised. Her? But she has someone to protect her. Lena simply said, Lieutenant General Vladimir, I don't believe you can't tell that there are many security personnel in the Huaxiao Empire. Most of the entourage weren't scientific researchers, but security personnel. Vladimir nodded. I know, but on the surface, this is our responsibility. They're just accompanying scientific researchers, understand? Lena stared at him for a while, then lowered her eyes and said, Okay. Vladimir didn't know whether he should be happy for Lena's obedience or sad. He watched Lena walk away with a complicated expression, then waved to the people who had been in the meeting. Let's continue. It was certainly not common for scientists from both countries to suddenly appear in the Tunguska region of Siberia, in Russia, for an expedition. In an instant, all the intelligence agencies of the Blue Star country received the news. What were they doing? Was it really just a scientific expedition? More than 100 years after the Tunguska explosion, scientists from all countries had come here for an expedition. However, it seemed to be the Huaxiao Empire's first time here, and Russia's own scientists had almost turned this place upside down. Why do they still come? Many questions hung over the heads of the intelligence agencies of the various countries on the Blue Star country, but they didn't pay much attention to it, because this matter wasn't important enough for them to pay special attention to. After dinner, Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the dining room. A bone-piercing chill hit them in the face. It was completely dark outside, and the moon hung in the distant night sky, looking down coldly at the earth. Gunyinji shivered. Hua Xiaoheng quietly took off his coat and placed it on Gunyinji's shoulder. Go put on your coat. The coat was the same as last night. After getting into the car, he took it off and put it back in the suitcase. Gunyinji smiled and said, Okay. She followed Hua Xiaoheng to the room Vladimir had booked for them to pick up their clothes. The suitcase had already been sent over. The two of them took the key card and entered the suite. The decorations in the room exuded the exquisiteness and nobility of Russian art. The dark gold floor-to-ceiling golden velvet curtains and the golden oil painting frame depicted a beautiful young girl getting up in the morning. She was not wearing any clothes. The large beige sofa was covered with a large pashmina blanket, which could also be used as a shawl to keep out the cold. The Persian hand-woven carpet was soft and silent when they walked on it. The four-poster bed by the window was the most luxurious place. It was piled up like gold and jade, and no one dared to sleep on it. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that it was a good thing they weren't going to sleep here. She walked around the sofa group in the living room and walked to the few suitcases placed in the corner. Gunyinji bent down to open a suitcase and was suddenly stunned. Major General Hua, someone touched my things. This was the third chapter of the day. Chapter 1268, Not Missing Me. P.S. I woke up early in the morning and accidentally deleted it after writing more than half of it. Remove. It couldn't be restored. She wrote it a second time while crying. She was angry. Chapter 1279. Hua Xiaoheng pointed a finger at Gunyinji, signaling her to stop talking. When they entered the room, Hua Xiaoheng's men had already checked the room for eavesdropping devices, as usual. When Hua Xiaoheng came in himself, he had just checked it himself. There was no detection of any eavesdropping or recording devices, but Gu Nianji said that her suitcase had been touched. Hua Xiaoheng immediately thought that someone must have come to their room and tampered with it. If even Gu Nianji's suitcase had been touched, how could there not be a bug? Hua Xiaoheng straightened his back, took out his phone, and texted Gu Nianji. Mister, how do you know that the things have been touched? I remember very clearly where I put my things. The other party also put them back in place, but there was still a little deviation from where I originally put them. Gu Nianji pointed to the few Hermes scarves in her suitcase and continued to explain on her phone. I brought 7 scarves of different colors. When I folded them, I found that if I put them in a certain order, they could be put together into a pattern. When the other party took out my scarves and put them back, there was a little deviation, and the pattern formed by the 7 scarves was deformed. Mr. A, that works too. Hua Xiaoheng was a little speechless. He rubbed his phone with his fingers and replied, Did you lose anything? Gu Nianji checked it again carefully and shook her head to indicate that she didn't. Hua Xiaoheng hummed and opened an app on his phone. He turned on the flashlight function and shone it inside and out of Gu Nianji's suitcase. This app could check fingerprints, and with the flashlight function on his phone, he could show fingerprints. However, after checking for a long time, he only saw Gu Nianji's and Hua Xiaoheng's fingerprints inside and outside the suitcase. There were 2 other fingerprints on the luggage lever, which should be the fingerprints of the staff who helped them carry the suitcase. There were only Gu Nianji's fingerprints in the special suitcase. This meant that if the other party had really touched Gu Nianji's suitcase, they should have been wearing plastic gloves. It could be said to be quite professional espionage. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and turned off the flashlight function on his phone. He said to Gu Nianji nonchalantly, Did you lose anything? No. Then it's fine. Maybe you saw wrong. Hua Xiaoheng gave Gu Nianji a look as he spoke. Gu Nianji understood and smiled. Okay, maybe I was overthinking it. I've been chased around for the past 2 days, and I've gone crazy. It's okay. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. Put on your coat and go set up the tent. Gu Nianji equipped herself from head to toe. The knee-length Burberry military-style woolen coat immediately warmed him up when he put it on. Her woolen pants were tucked in her knee-high woolen boots, and the high heels made her look even taller. She then put on a scarf and the mink fur warm hat that Hua Xiaoheng had bought for her. She looked valiant and could even be considered beautiful. Hua Xiaoheng stared at her, then reached out a hand to hold the back of her neck. He pushed her against the wall and lowered his head to kiss her. From yesterday until today, his body had been clamoring for Gu Nianji, but he hadn't had the chance to touch her. Finally, he had the chance. He no longer restrained himself and kissed her intensely and fiercely. His lips pressed hard against Gu Nianji's curvy lips, causing her to hurt a little. However, the pain wasn't unbearable. Instead, it stimulated her body and made her yearn for more. Hua Xiaoheng even bit her lips with his teeth and didn't hesitate to pry open her lips. He stuck his tongue in and lovingly wrapped it around the tip of her tongue, which had nowhere to hide. He resisted and slowly grinded, bit by bit, as if he was tasting a supreme delicacy. He couldn't stop. As if that wasn't enough, he used his teeth to catch the tip of her tongue and pulled it into his lips. Gu Nianji wanted to fight back. She wanted to entangle the tip of his tongue and bite his lips like he did. But under Hua Xiaoheng's strong sucking, her strength was sucked away by him. Her entire body was limp, and she relied on his arm for support to not fall. She could only hang on to the crook of his arm. This kiss made both of them gasp for breath, almost suffocating. Gu Nianji had never thought that kissing could make people forget themselves in such a pleasant way. It could almost kill her once Hua Xiaoheng moved his lips away and pressed her into his arms. Gu Nianji listened to his heart beating faster and faster. She thought absent-mindedly that she was an idiot to want to compete with Hua Xiaoheng in terms of physical strength. Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji opened her mouth to speak and was shocked by her own voice. It was so low and husky that it was almost seductive. When had she been able to produce such a mature and sexy voice? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his face against the top of her head and grunted. He also had a thick nasal voice. It was so deep that it made her heart resonate Gun Yinji cleared her throat and tried to find her original voice. She lowered her voice and said, "Why? Aren't you worried about being seen?" Since someone had been to her room and touched her suitcase, wouldn't they have installed listening devices? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. It's fine. He had just carefully checked that there were no listening devices here. To be precise, there were no listening devices that required power. Hua Xiaoheng only thought of this possibility after Gun Yinji discovered that someone had touched her suitcase. This was because the principle used by the Special Operations Forces to detect listening devices was based on the power source. Any listening devices that required power to be controlled would emit weak electromagnetic waves. Their detection devices were actually also devices that detected abnormal electromagnetic waves. It was impossible for a camera to be without power, so it could be completely ruled out that there was a device like a pinhole camera here. However, listening devices were different. There was a type of listening device that didn't require power. This kind of device was already very rare, but in the former Soviet Union era, this kind of device could be said to be unexpectedly intelligent. Hua Xiaoheng held Gun Yinji's hand and walked around the room. Finally, his gaze fell on the exquisite oil painting hanging on the wall. The oil painting depicted a young girl who had woken up in the morning. She sat lazily in front of the bed and stretched her back against the morning light shining through the window. The young girl was not wearing clothes, and the painting was of her profile. Her mountain-like body was both tender and voluptuous, and it was especially moving. The oil painting's frame itself was a work of art. The exquisite wood carving was carved with intertwining flower branches, wrapping the entire oil painting in circles. The young girl also seemed to be sitting in the flowers. Hua Xiaoheng stared at the oil painting's frame for a while, then walked closer and carefully searched inch by inch. Gun Yinji saw that Hua Xiaoheng was staring at the oil painting and was a little jealous. She said, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you leaving?" Hua Xiaoheng raised a finger again to stop her from speaking. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng took out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. He aimed at a concave flower branch on the oil painting frame and gently dug it. A dark gold button-shaped object that was the same color as the oil painting frame fell into his palm. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. There was such a thing. What the hell was that? Hua Xiaoheng continued to use the small sharp knife to fiddle with the dark gold button until the thing inside was destroyed. Only then did he say to Gun Yinji, "This is a listening device. A listening device that doesn't require power." Gun Yinji, there were still listening devices that didn't require power these days? What kind of black technology was this? Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "This isn't a very high-tech listening device, but it's very useful because normal detection equipment can't detect it all." He pried open the button and showed Gun Yinji the structure inside. "Look, there's no need to install a battery here because there's a resonating cavity inside. Its movable front wall mimics the diaphragm of the human chest. When you speak in the room, the air vibrates, and this resonating cavity will change in size and vibrate with the change in sound waves. This vibration will be picked up by a receiver not far away. That receiver is just like a human's ear. The eardrum will restore the resonance in the sound waves and know what the person in the room is saying." And Yinji smiled with her eyes full of confusion again. Sir, he was indeed a professional. Hua Xiaoheng destroyed the resonating cavity, and the receiver not far away couldn't hear their conversation. This was also the only listening device that those people could think of that would work. After all, they were going to eavesdrop on Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji's room, and Hua Xiaoheng's attainments in this area were higher than theirs. Of course, they didn't expect that with Gun Yinji's human IQ amplifier, Hua Xiaoheng could reach a higher level than they had imagined. "Major General Hua, you're so amazing." Gun Yinji's eyes turned into little stars when she heard this. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Hua Xiaoheng on the cheek. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a half-smile. "That's amazing. Do you want an autograph?" Gun Yinji, okay. She finally understood. Hua Xiaoheng was simply too good at hiding his true feelings. Gun Yinji had no idea that asking Miss Lena for an autograph had also touched Major General Hua's bottom line. "Of course I want an autograph." Gu Nianji smiled and winked at Hua Xiaoheng, trying to make up for her lack of consideration. She gently opened her coat to reveal the turtleneck cashmere sweater she was wearing inside. She pointed to her chest. "Sign here." Hua Xiaoheng's eyes instantly darkened like the pure black night, but also like a black hole that wanted to devour and tear her apart. Looking at Gu Nianji like this, Gu Nianji felt her legs go weak, but she still held on and refused to show weakness. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his excellent self-control came into play at this time. He reached out and closed Gu Nianji's coat, then tied her belt. He said calmly, "I'll sign it tonight." That night, Gu Nianji regretted coming up with such a terrible idea. In the warm and soundproof tent, in the thick and soft sleeping bag, she was almost taken apart by Hua Xiaoheng, and he signed her from head to toe, so much so that Hua Xiaoheng only had to ask her in the future, "Do you want an autograph?" Gu Nianji would blush from head to toe, and her face would be so red that she couldn't see anyone. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1269, Do You Want an Autograph? The second update was around 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 in the evening. It was the end of the month, and it was time to start nagging for monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1280. Gu Nianji didn't sleep much that night. She wondered how Hua Xiaoheng could have so much energy. It was like a perpetual motion machine. So when Hua Xiaoheng woke her up at 4 in the morning, she was about to flip out. She hid her head in the sleeping bag and refused to come out. She kept shouting, "You let me sleep. You let me sleep. You let me sleep a little longer." Hua Xiaoheng found it funny and almost pulled her out of the sleeping bag. He said with a half smile, "Yes, I'll let you sleep with me in the future, but you have to get up today." Gu Nianji was still groggy from sleep when she heard this. She suddenly shivered. She opened her big, hazy eyes and repeated subconsciously, "You'll let me sleep with you in the future?" It sounded like something was wrong. Yes, he knew she would be awake this way. Hua Xiaoheng turned around quietly and brought her clothes. "Put them on quickly. Don't you want to go to Lake Baikal? I'll take you to Lake Baikal to watch the sunrise." Gu Nianji was instantly energized. Her hazy eyes were almost shining now. "Watch the sunrise at Lake Baikal. Are you serious? Lake Baikal was 400 to 500 kilometers away from here, right?" Gu Nianji picked up her phone from the side of the sleeping bag and looked at it. "It's 4 o'clock now. What time is the sunrise?" "About 5:30. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji wasn't moving, so he had already helped her put on her clothes. "If you dawdle any longer, you'll only be able to see the end of the sunrise." Gu Nianji quickly pushed Hua Xiaoheng away. "I'll wear it myself. You go drive. I'll be done when you drive over." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and got out of the tent. Gu Nianji quickly put on her underwear and cashmere sweater, then put on her coat, boots, and mink fur hat. As soon as she got out of the tent, she saw Hua Xiaoheng standing in front of a jeep and waving at her. Gu Nianji ran over and said in surprise, "This is Uncle Ivan's car." It was the car of the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir. They had taken this car all the way from Moscow. Hua Xiaoheng opened the front passenger door. "Get in. Ivan lent me the car." Gu Nianji looked up instinctively and saw the chauffeur, Ivan, waving at her from under a tree. He was telling her not to speak again. Gu Nianji smiled and raised her phone to show her gratitude. After he got in the car, he decisively gave the driver another big red packet of 1888. 88 yuan. Since he was borrowing someone else's car, he naturally had to pay the rental fee. After Gu Nianji sent the red envelope, she buckled her seatbelt with a clear conscience. Hua Xiaoheng started the car and said in a low voice, "Sit tight and hold on to the armrest." As soon as Gu Nianji grabbed the handrail above her head, the car shot out like an arrow from a bow. The rumbling sound of the engine was earth-shattering, stirring up a cloud of dust and startling the birds resting in the forest. They all flew up into the night sky. Gu Nianji gasped and said sheepishly, "Did I wake someone up?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile. "The scientists have already gone to the giant circular pit to start working. Those who are still sleeping in the tents are all lazy bums. It doesn't matter if they wake up." Wasn't this calling her a lazy bum? Gu Nianji pouted and muttered, "If it weren't for you, Why wouldn't I have woken up? What did I do? Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. He had one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the edge of the window. I just signed my name. Just signed your name. Gun Yinji turned her head and glared at him. You signed so many times. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but want to laugh. However, seeing that Gun Yinji was so angry, he still patted her head and coaxed her. Okay, don't be angry. I'll let you sign it back next time. Gun Yinji, she covered her face. Autograph? That's too embarrassing. Gun Yinji knew that she would never ask for an autograph again in this life. Hua Xiao's revenge was always so unexpected and unforgettable. Hearing Hua Xiaoheng's deep laughter, Gun Yinji felt weak again. She put her hand down, and before she could sneak a glance at Hua Xiaoheng, she suddenly saw the scenery outside the car window fly by so quickly that it almost left an afterimage on her retina. Hua Xiao, how fast are you driving? Gun Yinji's face turned pale. She looked at the speedometer in front of Hua Xiaoheng and was instantly speechless. The speed had already hit the rightmost position on the dashboard, and it was off the charts. That meant that he was driving at least 200 miles per hour, which was more than 300 kilometers per hour. No wonder he dared to pull her up at 4 in the morning to watch the sunrise at 5:30 in the morning. At this speed, they would reach the distance of 400 to 500 kilometers in less than an hour and a half. However, such a fast speed could only be driven by a top-notch racing car. The KGB's ordinary-looking Jeep was actually so powerful. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said slowly, "This car has been modified well. The Russian engine is indeed superb." However, compared to the small nuclear engine blueprint that Gun Yinji had brought them back then, it was still a long way off. It had been 7 years since that blueprint had been released, but no country had yet to break the news that they had successfully developed a small nuclear engine that could be used in cars or airplanes. That was because the current known nuclear power was built on the basis of a large nuclear reactor. It was impossible for cars or airplanes to come with a large nuclear reactor. Therefore, a nuclear engine that could be used in cars or airplanes was only an idea of scientists. No country had successfully developed it. However, the blueprint that Gun Yinji had brought that belonged to Gu Xiangwen used an ingenious structure to realize the application of a miniature nuclear reactor. It could also be integrated with the engine to become a real nuclear engine. Given the Huaxiao Empire's scientific research conditions, that blueprint could be said to have far exceeded their current level. For the sake of confidentiality, that blueprint had become a top secret of the country. The nuclear engine used in airplanes was still in the test flight stage and had not been put into large-scale production. Now it seemed that this blueprint not only surpassed the current level of science and technology in the Huaxiao Empire, but also surpassed the scientific research level of all the countries on the Blue Planet. Other than the United States, even Russia, which was the leader in engines, did not have such technology. It was said that the United States had this technology because of Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng was deep in thought. Before he knew it, he had driven to a place near Lake Baikal. The sky gradually brightened. From darkness to light, it seemed to be only the blink of an eye. Gun Yinji stared intently at the blue sky in the distance. At the intersection of the light blue sky and the green mountaintop, drops of red clouds slowly seeped out. It was as if someone had spilled seasoning and seeped out of the sky. Hua Xiaoheng stopped the car and pulled her out of the car. They quickly walked to a small hill. The view here was wide, and it was the best place to enjoy Lake Baikal. In front of them was a clear blue lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. Just at the border between the lake and the sky, the red clouds became more and more brilliant. Not only were there red clouds, but there was also a bright golden light, a dazzling blue, and a gentle light yellow. All kinds of colors intertwined and sprinkled on this canvas. It was like an expert painting to his heart's content. When the last red stroke was finished, a red sun broke through the sky, and the golden light immediately sprinkled all over the earth. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head, gently wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her gently. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1270, Unforgettable Revenge. The third watch was around 8 o'clock in the evening. It was the end of the month, and it was time to start nagging for monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1281. The rising sun above Lake Baikal shone on the land, casting a golden glow on the two people hugging by the lake. Gunyinji had no other thoughts at that moment. She only wanted to be intoxicated in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and never wake up. The gentle kiss was like the best time they would ever have in their lives. The sun gradually rose above their heads, and Hua Xiaoheng finally ended the long kiss. The last kiss landed on her forehead. Gunyinji buried herself in his arms and said reluctantly, "Are we going back? How long do you want to stay here?" Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. "You haven't had breakfast yet. Aren't you hungry?" Gunyinji's stomach growled twice. She couldn't deny it, even if she wanted to. "Let's go. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to another place to watch the sunrise. It's more beautiful than here." Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and led the reluctant Gunyinji back to the jeep. He looked at his watch. It was only 5:30 in the morning. It was probably the longest day of the year in this place, so the sun rose early. If it was winter, the sun would only rise after 8 o'clock in the morning. Gunyinji fell asleep the moment she returned to the car. She had been tired until early in the morning, and she was excited in the morning. She was exhausted and immediately slept to make up for it. The jeep quietly parked in the parking lot of the Tunguska resort. Hua Xiaoheng carried the sleeping Gunyinji out of the car and carried her all the way to the tent before putting her down. A certain someone whose stomach was growling with hunger just now couldn't resist the magic of sleep. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the tent and covered the tent. When he got up, he saw Vladimir leaning against a big tree not far from the tent. He looked at him with a smile and said, "Shouldn't you return my car keys to me? I didn't expect Major General Hua to be so romantic. He's good at wooing women." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and raised his hand to toss the jeep's car keys over. "It's my wife's job." How could he say that he was using romance to woo women? He made it sound like he was a playboy. Vladimir reached out and caught the car keys. He said, half jealous and half envious, "That's because Major General Hua is lucky. We don't have such good luck to meet such a good girl like Sirius." Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged driver, who had rushed over to ask for the car keys, blurted out, "Boss, you're making Lena so sad." Vladimir was stunned for a moment. When he saw Lena walking behind the driver with her head lowered, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He scolded the driver. "What are you doing here instead of working? Borrowing the bureau's car without permission. Do you think I won't beat you up?" The middle-aged driver hugged his head and hid behind Lena, shouting, "Haven't you hit enough? How could you say such things? Doesn't your conscience hurt? I think you're rebelling." "Rebellion. I'm going to return it," Vladimir said as he rolled up his sleeves and pounced on him. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said calmly, "Sirius is still sleeping. Can't you guys go fight somewhere else? If you wake her up, I won't help you stop her from getting angry." Vladimir rushed in front of Lena and avoided her gaze. He didn't dare to look at her. He only glared at the middle-aged driver who was hiding behind Lena and said fiercely, "Just you wait." Then he left without looking back. The middle-aged driver jumped out, covered his head, and asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Where are my car keys?" Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin at Vladimir's disappearing figure. "Your boss took them." "Huh, how cunning. He actually didn't tell me." The middle-aged driver turned around angrily and chased after Vladimir. The two of them walked away while bickering. Only Lena and Hua Xiaoheng were left in front of the tent. Lin Na raised her eyes to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Her face was still expressionless. She said in standard Oxford English, "Lieutenant General Vladimir asked me to protect Scientist Song." Hua Xiaoheng's attitude was very gentle. He said politely, "Thank you, Major Lena. Thank you for your trouble." Lena nodded. "It's my duty." She then turned around and left. Hua Xiaoheng walked around the tent area alone and saw that there were about 20 tents of various sizes. On the left were the scientists from the Huaxia Empire, and on the right were the Russian scientists. Of course, they also had rooms in the resort villa, but this place was relatively close to the place where the expedition was taking place. Some tests had to be done in the middle of the night, so they all set up tents and slept in the tents when they were tired. Although it was still early, the tent area was almost empty. Gun Yinji didn't wake up until 10 in the morning. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at the top of the tent in front of her for a moment. For a moment, she had the illusion that following Hua Xiaoheng to Lake Baikal to watch the sunrise in the early morning was just a dream. She hadn't actually gone anywhere. She had been sleeping here the whole time. She stretched and sat up from her sleeping bag. She looked at the scattered clothes around her and thought about the autograph last night. She suddenly covered her face with her hands. Oh my God! Drip, drip! Hua Xiaoheng opened the tent and smiled. It's time to get up, right? It's already 10 o'clock. Gun Yinji still covered her face and nodded. I'll get up right away. You go out first. Hua Xiaoheng covered the tent and put away the tablet in his hand. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stay idle during the few hours he waited for Gun Yinji to wake up. He used the tablet to deal with a lot of things. The most important thing was that In Shixiang had sent him a message saying that Zhao Yangzi had returned to work, but he didn't stay in the imperial capital. Instead, he returned to the small island in the Cape of Good Hope to continue working. Hua Xiaoheng mulled over it all morning, but in the end, he only sent a message to Zhao Yangzi. My condolences. Zhao Yangzi replied, Don't worry. He was his own soldier after all. He didn't disappoint him. Hua Xiaoheng sighed, with a complicated expression. Gun Yinji put on her clothes and tidied up the tent before pulling the curtains open and coming out. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Gun Yinji felt a little hot. I can't wear this coat anymore, Gun Yinji complained. I want to change. Let's go eat something first. If we don't eat soon, we'll starve. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and went to the resort villa's restaurant for brunch. It would take more than an hour to walk from the tent area to the resort villa, and more than half an hour if they were fast. Of course, it would only take about 10 minutes with a car. They arrived at the parking lot and saw the middle-aged driver playing games on his phone. Gun Yinji couldn't help laughing. She walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Uncle Ivan, thank you for the car. The middle-aged driver turned his head and smiled at her. He winked. Thank you for the big red packet. When he woke up in the morning and saw the big red packet of 1888. 88, it really made him feel refreshed. Of course, Vladimir had been sighing since he woke up. Hua Xiaoheng turned a blind eye to their red packet interaction. He patted the middle-aged driver's other shoulder and said, Sirius hasn't eaten yet. Take us to the restaurant. Okay. The middle-aged driver quickly put away his phone and opened the door for them to get in. As soon as they got in, Vladimir jumped out of nowhere and got into the car. He smiled and said, That's great. Take me to the giant pit. I heard that the scientists have made a new discovery. The middle-aged driver, no way. In order to stop Sirius from eating, the boss was really going all out. He was about to mock him when Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Song Jining. As soon as the call was connected, Song Jining's excited voice came from the phone. Xiaoheng, you have to come and see. You could bring Yinji too. It's a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1272, Inseparable. It was the end of the month, and it was time to start muttering for monthly votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1282. Do you want to go over immediately? Or can we wait another 10 minutes? Hua Xiaoheng raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Gun Yinji's stomach might not be very good, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't want her to go see the great scientific discovery on an empty stomach. To Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji's health was more important than watching the once-in-a-lifetime wonder. However, Song Jining obviously didn't think that much. She probably didn't know that Gun Yinji had slept until 10 o'clock, so she said eagerly and excitedly over the phone, Don't delay. The opportunity is fleeting. If you wait for 10 minutes, you might not be able to see it. That's such a pity. Song Jining was so excited, and Hua Xiaoheng was also interested to see it. He held his phone and thought for only a second before making a decision. He looked up at the driver and said, May I ask if you can help Sirius buy breakfast from the restaurant and send it to the giant circular pit? I'll take Sirius to the car over there. He pointed at the car brought by the Huaxiao Empire's researchers. Although he didn't know who those people were, he could tell that they were also going to watch the once-in-a-lifetime spectacle from the way they were talking to each other. The driver smiled and agreed. He quickly got into the Jeep and drove to the restaurant. Vladimir, who was sitting in the car, was dumbfounded. He glared at the driver and said, "I'm still in the car. Why are you driving already?" He still wanted to see the scientist's new discovery. The driver chuckled and said, "Let's go to the restaurant to buy breakfast first. You can't wait for 10 minutes? Huh, why didn't you say that to those two people just now?" Vladimir was so angry that he pounded on the car window. "Go over there. Go over there right now. What are you arguing about? If you keep arguing, I'll throw you out." The driver glanced at Vladimir from the corner of his eye. "Don't think that just because you're my boss, I won't dare to throw you out. Yes, you're the best. I'm not the first boss you've thrown out of the car." Vladimir was furious. The middle-aged driver couldn't stay in other departments because of his careless temper and offended a lot of people. However, people like him kept making small mistakes and didn't make big mistakes. Even if they want to make a big deal out of it, they couldn't catch him. In the end, they were sent back to Vladimir. "It's good that you know." The middle-aged driver winked proudly, almost angering Vladimir to the point of having a heart attack. He was about to forcefully grab the steering wheel from the middle-aged driver when he suddenly heard his cell phone ring. He took it out and saw that it was a call from the political department at the KGB headquarters. Vladimir glared at the middle-aged driver and gestured for him to keep quiet before picking up the phone. "Comrade Vasily, what can I do for you?" Vladimir's voice could be said to be very flattering. When the driver heard Vasily, he immediately thought of the head of the KGB's political department, who always looked at people with a sinister smile. He didn't dare to speak again. On the other side of the phone, Vasily said in a bureaucratic tone, "Lieutenant General Vladimir, our department has recently reviewed your application for Major Lena's promotion to Lieutenant Colonel. So is this matter." Vladimir heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled and said, "Oh yes, I did apply. How is it? When will it be approved?" "Well," Vasily dragged out his voice, "the political department has decided to continue the assessment." "Vladimir, she still needs to be assessed? Isn't it enough that we've assessed her for 7 or 8 years?" Vladimir was angry. Her achievements are obvious to all. What is there for the political department to be worried about? She's our most loyal soldier. Aren't you afraid that your soldiers will be disappointed by your refusal? On the other end of the phone, Vasily was still smiling, as if he wasn't affected by Vladimir's anger at all. He smiled and said, "Of course we've seen her results. Otherwise, we wouldn't have accepted your application and let her review it." The review of the political department at the KGB headquarters was as strict as the political review of the Huaxia Empire. They also had to check 4 generations of people and relatives within 5 generations. It could be said that the Huaxia Empire's political review procedures and system were learned from Russia. Vladimir thought of their strict and meticulous political review and temporarily calmed down. He said, "I know that you guys think highly of her, so I don't understand. What do you mean by making this call? Is there something wrong with her family background? But if there's something wrong with her family background, she won't be able to enter the KGB at all." Vasily sighed softly and said, "That's where we're in a dilemma. There's nothing wrong with her family, but when we reviewed it, we found that in the years she's been in the KGB, all her relatives have died. Vladimir, and they were all normal deaths, not abnormal deaths. Don't you think it's strange? How did all the people in her family die in just a few years?" Vasily was a very suspicious person, although it turned out that most of his suspicions were groundless and that he had wronged a lot of people. There are also a few facts that prove that his suspicions had indeed helped them find the loopholes and save a lot of operations. That was why Vasily, who had no background, was able to sit firmly in the top position of the political division. Vladimir sneered, "Comrade Vasily, I'd believe you if you said that to someone else, but don't you feel embarrassed when you say that, Alina? She only has one mother as her immediate family, and she has no other relatives. I know that her mother died of illness 3 years ago, and I even accompanied her home to attend the funeral. So when you say that all her relatives are dead, don't you think you're deliberately misleading others? Vasily laughed dryly and said slowly, "That's another problem. Her previous information always said that she only had one mother, but we later found out that her father was actually still alive and working as a bartender in a bar in Sochi." Vladimir was stunned for a moment. "Really? You know about that too? How did you find out?" "Just a year after her mother died, her father came home and found that his wife had died of illness. Only then did we know that Lena had a father." Vladimir was speechless again. "Then we checked the DNA of Lena and her father and confirmed that they were not related by blood," Vasily said and paused deliberately. Vladimir's face turned pale. And then, and then nothing. The man said that Lena wasn't his biological daughter to begin with. She was the child of her mother with someone else, and he only married her mother after Lena was born. F***CK. Isn't that a stepfather? Do you have to F***king go through so many twists and turns? Such a big gasp was torturing Vladimir to death. Vasily chuckled. "Lieutenant General Vladimir, you're paying so much attention to her. Do you have feelings for Lena? Have you fallen in love with her?" Vladimir's heart felt like it was on a roller coaster. He had almost fainted just now, and now Vasily had thrown a heavy bomb at him. He held onto the handle of the car door and felt that he might have to die here today. "Comrade Vasily, if you have something to say, just say it. If you keep me in suspense, I'll curse you not to be promoted." Vladimir was the second in command of the KGB, but he was being tormented by the people from the political department. It could be said that it was too much. Vasily coughed in embarrassment and stopped teasing Vladimir. He said, "All right, I'll make it short. I called you this time because the political department feels that since Lena has become Lieutenant General Vladimir's sweetheart, for the sake of stricter security, we've decided to raise the standards for Major Lena's review. You can interrogate her however you want," Vladimir said vaguely. He actually didn't deny his feelings for Lena. Vasily was even more relieved. He nodded and said, "Okay, I've already recorded and archived this call as one of the materials for the review. We will conduct a further assessment of Comrade Lena in the next few days. I hope you can cooperate with us." Vladimir's face scrunched up when he heard that. "Operation? What operation? Don't do anything rash. We're on a mission. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. This time, we're killing two birds with one stone. Just cooperate with the headquarters operation." After Vasily finished speaking, he put Vladimir on another more confidential phone call. From that phone call, someone told Vladimir about the method and content of the review of Lena. Vladimir listened for a long time and bargained for a few more steps. Finally, he finalized the final review content. As long as Lena could pass this final review, not only would she be successfully promoted to lieutenant colonel, but Vladimir wouldn't need to be reviewed if he wanted to marry her in the future. Of course, Vladimir wouldn't refuse such a win-win situation. After hanging up the phone, he whistled as he followed the driver to the restaurant in the resort villa. He bought two of the best breakfasts and brought them over. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng sat in the car of the Huaxiao Empire's researchers and arrived near the giant circular pit first. Yesterday, Gu Nianji had only looked down at the giant circular pit from a nearby hillside. She felt that its shape looked very much like the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea. Now that she was closer, she didn't feel that kind of similarity anymore. There was only a huge, bottomless pit in front of her. There seemed to be liquid at the bottom of the pit, because when she looked down, she could only see a dark blue mist lingering around it. There were shadows under the mist, but she couldn't see anything. However, she couldn't see it with the naked eye, but the equipment could. Song Jinning and the others worked with the Russian scientists and lowered several long ropes that were hundreds of meters long along the edge of the giant circular pit. The long ropes were tied with cameras and sensors, so they could monitor the situation all the way down. Song Jinning and the others brought their own small drone, which happened to carry 4 cameras and a sensor, and flew down from the middle of the giant circular pit. This way, all sides of the giant circular pit were taken care of. They had been observing the situation below the giant circular pit for several days. There had been no movement for the past few days. The giant pit was shrouded in clouds. There were no living animals or plants, not even microorganisms. It was dead and even quieter than a tomb. It seemed that time had stopped here since the explosion more than 100 years ago. Until this morning, there was a sudden fluctuation in the giant pit. The fluctuation was not obvious at first, but it was captured by the long rope and the sensors on the drone and transmitted back to the receiving instruments on the ground. When the scientists noticed the fluctuation, the receiving instruments on the ground were already operating crazily, almost exceeding their load. Song Jining pointed at the regular jumping curves on the big screen in front of her and said excitedly, "Nianji, do you know what this is?" Gu Nianji blinked. "This is a wave curve?" "This isn't a normal wave curve. This is almost exactly the same wave curve as the collision of two neutron stars observed by all blue planet scientists last year." Song Jining was pleasantly surprised as she pulled out another curve. "Look at this wave curve. Doesn't it almost match the curve here?" Gu Nianji, all right, she didn't pay much attention to science news. She had only heard about this matter and hadn't done any in-depth research. Of course, even if she went into in-depth research, she wouldn't be able to figure it out. "Don't you think this is a once-in-a-lifetime wonder?" Song Jining explained to her excitedly. The wave curve of the neutron star collision that everyone observed last year was observed with a large telescope. But the wave curve we got here was observed in this giant circular crater without any telescope. Gu Nianji finally understood and asked curiously, "Yes, this is indeed too strange. I remember the news said that the collision of the two neutron stars actually happened 130 million years ago, so we also observed the astronomical phenomenon from 130 million years ago from here." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1272, a once-in-a-lifetime wonder. The second update was at around 1 p.m., and the third update was at around 8 p.m. P.S. It's Monday, and I forgot about the recommendation ticket list. There's only the end of the month, and I'm already begging for monthly tickets. Moi. Chapter 1283. Song Jining nodded with a smile. "You can say that. The collision of the two neutron stars did happen 130 million years ago, but we still don't know why we can detect the same wave curve in this circular crater. A year ago, it wasn't strange that scientists from all over the blue planet had observed this cosmic wonder with high-powered telescopes. What was strange was that they could detect the same wave with a small sensor in the Tunguska crater in Siberia. This was too strange. However, Gu Nianji didn't have much professional knowledge in this area. The direction of her imagination wasn't the same as what scientists were used to. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up when she heard this. She smiled and said, "That's so interesting. Does that mean that using this principle in technical conditions, we can observe what really happened in history in the future? For example, we can see the era of the dinosaurs." Song Jining. This girl's imagination was too wild. The two of them were speaking in Mandarin, but they hadn't expected the Russian scientist next to them to also understand Mandarin. He listened for a while and couldn't help mocking Gu Nianji. "Haha, I didn't expect Ms. Song to have such an ignorant person." After saying that, he pointed at the wave graph on the instrument and said in English, "This is only the energy field fluctuations caused by the collision of neutron stars more than 100 million years ago. You actually want to see the real scene of history, as if it's on TV. You want to see the era of the dinosaurs. If you're so capable, why are you still on this land? Why don't you go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" As expected of a scientist, he didn't use any profanities when he cursed. Gu Nianji blushed and was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, she wasn't convinced by the Russian scientist's mockery. She felt that her imagination was a little wild, but it wasn't out of thin air. Gu Nianji composed herself and looked at the Russian scientist in confusion. She said, "Didn't you use this fluctuation to determine the direction of the observation and then use an astronomical telescope to see the process of neutron stars colliding more than 100 million years ago?" "Of course, why? Do you have any questions?" The Russian scientist pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and didn't hide the disdain on his face. So when the two neutron stars collided at the beginning of the universe, because they were very far away, The fluctuations in light emitted from the collision traveled a distance of 100 million years before they were captured by your telescope. Is that right? Gunyinji confirmed again with a very serious attitude. She did not understand the advanced physics knowledge, but thanks to the internet, she still had some understanding of this academic carnival of the physics and astronomy world. With her photographic memory, Gunyinji quickly recalled all the relevant reports she had read in her mind. With an unrelenting attitude, she confronted the Russian scientist who had mocked her for being whimsical. The Russian scientist nodded reluctantly. You could say that. That's right. There's nothing wrong with what I just said. Gunyinji clapped her hands together and said firmly, since you can observe the neutron star collision that happened more than 100 million years ago, why can't we observe other things that have happened in history in the future? Why can't we see the age of the dinosaurs? The waves and light emitted from that era. Perhaps one day we will be able to capture them? Logically speaking, Gunyinji's reasoning wasn't wrong. However, logically correct does not mean that the facts are correct. The Russian scientist was almost indignant. He waved his fists and sneered. I knew you'd read too many useless science fiction novels. Do you know that the reason we can observe a neutron star collision is not because it has happened in history, but because the collision has a large enough energy field? Only this kind of energy field has the ability to penetrate hundreds of millions of light years, allowing future generations to capture the waves and light emitted at that time. Historical event, the age of the dinosaurs? Tell me, which historical event, which dinosaur era could emit such an energy field that penetrated the primordial universe and came to the future generations for us to admire? Tell me which one. Was it the Stone Age primitive people fighting, or the medieval Inquisition burning Bruno to death? Or was it the two world wars? The Russian scientist was indeed very knowledgeable. He caught a loophole in Gunyinji's seemingly impeccable logic, and that was energy. Without enough energy, nothing could be immortal. This was indeed Gunyinji's weakness. She was tongue-tied and didn't know how to refute him. The Russian scientist's mocking expression became even more intense. What's wrong? Can't say anything? Ha! However, before he could finish laughing, Song Jining coughed lightly and interrupted his almost rude laughter. Although Song Jining also thought that Gunyinji was being whimsical, she was an extremely protective person. If Gunyinji was wrong, she could say it, but no one else could. Moreover, although Gunyinji's question was a little whimsical, it wasn't to the point of being outrageous. Song Jining, who was extremely strict with science, was also not a pedantic person. The field of science was boundless. The more in-depth the research, the less one dared to say something like absolutely impossible. Song Jining took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Gunyinji. She said to the Russian scientist who had mocked Gunyinji, Mr. Andre, actually, what my little friend said makes sense. In theory, using the same principles and corresponding technical methods, we should indeed be able to see what happened in the age of dinosaurs. The Russian scientist was stunned by Song Jining's words. Ms. Song, you're a scientist, a physicist. How can you say such a ridiculous thing? You know it's impossible to do. Yes, it's impossible to do, but it's impossible to do with modern technology. Song Jining smiled slightly. You can't say for sure that it won't be possible in the future. Technological progress is to make the impossible possible. Back then, we didn't have high-power astronomical telescopes. Although we knew that such fluctuations would appear, we couldn't capture them until we built high-power telescopes. Who can say that there won't be more powerful and sensitive telescopes in the future that can penetrate hundreds of millions of light years and see the age of dinosaurs? Song Jining spoke eloquently, and Lena, who was standing guard behind her, listened attentively. At that moment, Vladimir and the middle-aged driver also arrived. However, seeing the heated discussion, Vladimir was very interested. He stood on the other side of Song Jining and crossed his arms to listen with relish. The middle-aged driver called Hua Xiaoheng to the side and handed him the breakfast he had bought for Gunyinji. He also said, "It's best to heat up the food here. The bread has to be crispy to taste good." Hua Xiaoheng smiled, and took the breakfast box from the middle-aged driver. He looked up and saw his mother, Song Jining, protecting Gun Yinji the entire way and arguing with the Russian scientist. Vladimir looked like he was watching the show. Only Lena still had a poker face, as if she was completely uninterested in the debate. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up. He was about to call Gun Yinji for breakfast with a breakfast box. At that moment, an unusual smell suddenly drifted over from the front. Hua Xiaoheng's expression froze. The equipment that Song Jining, Gun Yinji, Vladimir, and the Russian scientist were surrounding suddenly emitted electric sparks. Then, a loud bang resounded through the world. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes widened, and he leaped forward. His mother, his wife, had actually encountered explosives right under his nose. How was that possible? So many people had checked all the equipment here. In the blink of an eye, Lena, who had been standing behind Song Jining and Vladimir, took a step back. She first kicked Gun Yinji, who was standing on the other side of Song Jining, away. At the same time, she hugged Song Jining and fell to the ground together. She used her body to completely cover Song Jining and became Song Jining's meat shield. Gun Yinji was kicked to the ground and just happened to dodge the electric sparks from the explosion. Vladimir watched as the electric sparks ignited in front of him, and the beard on his face was charred by the fire. He took a deep look at Lena, then hugged the Russian scientist beside him, who was already scared out of his wits, and rolled them to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng had already arrived. He tore off the wires of the equipment and used the insulated box cover next to him to roll it up. Without the power supply and air isolation, the electric sparks quickly extinguished. Lena's back was burned by the electric sparks, and a few holes were burned. Fortunately, she was wearing a thick KGB uniform, so she wasn't injured. Hua Xiaoheng ordered sternly, "Alert! There's been an accident here. No one is allowed to leave." As he helped Song Jining up from the ground, he took a look to make sure that she wasn't injured. Then, he walked towards Gun Yinji and picked her up from the ground. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1273, Sudden Attack. The third watch was around 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. It's Monday, and I've forgotten the recommendation ticket list. There's only the end of the month left, and I'm already begging for monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1284. Gun Yinji wasn't injured either. She was just a little dazed from being suddenly kicked to the ground. However, she knew that Lena was trying to save her, so she wasn't angry. She only hurriedly asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Is Miss Song hurt? Did you see it clearly?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head calmly. "No, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "I'm fine. I was just shocked. Luckily, Lena saved me." Gun Yinji struggled to get off the ground. She looked up and saw Lena get up from the ground expressionlessly. She walked to Vladimir's side and reached out to him to help him up. Vladimir looked at Lena for a while before holding her hand. He stood up from the ground and said sarcastically, "Major Lena, your reaction just now was really fast." Lena said calmly, "I didn't dare to neglect my duty. I didn't dare to not complete the mission that Lieutenant General Vladimir gave me." Vladimir remembered that he was the one who had asked Lena to protect Gun Yinji and Song Jining. He couldn't help feeling stifled. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. They were speaking Russian, so Gun Yinji couldn't understand them. However, when she saw Vladimir's constipated expression, she knew that he was making sarcastic remarks again. Gun Yinji looked around and saw the middle-aged driver standing by a small rock hill not far away with his mouth wide open in shock. Gun Yinji walked over and asked quietly, "Uncle Ivan, what are Vladimir and Miss Lena talking about?" The middle-aged driver put his finger to his mouth and shushed Gun Yinji. He then said softly, "Vladimir is unhappy that Lena didn't go to save him first." Gun Yinji felt speechless. Was Vladimir really the second in command of the KGB? Look at how petty he was, just like a woman. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and walked over to Lena and Vladimir. She looked at Lena and reached out her hand to her. She smiled gratefully and said, "Miss Lena, thank you so much for saving Miss Song just now. If it weren't for you, Miss Song would have suffered a great loss." Then her expression changed. She raised her leg and said to Lena with a sad face, "But that kick you gave me just now was really vicious. You almost broke my leg." Actually, Lena had controlled her strength very well. Gun Yinji's leg was completely fine. She had said that on purpose to make Vladimir, a petty guy, feel better. As expected, the corners of Vladimir's mouth curled up, and his expression was much more relaxed than before. Lena still had a poker face. She also reached out and shook Gun Yinji's hand, then quickly let go of it. She said coldly in English with an Oxford accent, "Even if your leg is broken, it's better than dying." Lena's fingers were very long, and her grip was steady and strong. Gun Yinji could even feel a thin layer of calluses on the pads of her fingers. This was the mark of frequent gun practice. Gun Yinji had grown up in the military, so she was very familiar with this. Yes, yes, yes. I don't even want to be disfigured by those electric sparks, let alone die. She spread out her hands and walked over to Song Jining. She looked at her from head to toe and asked, "Ms. Song, are you really okay?" Gun Yinji was actually a little upset. Her reaction wasn't as fast as Lena's. Otherwise, she would have been the one to block the electric sparks from Ms. Song. She really wished that she had been the one to protect Song Jining just now, and not Lena. Song Jining understood what she was thinking. She held her hand with a smile and said, I'm fine. What about you? You didn't bump into anything when you fell to the ground just now, did you?" While the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were greeting each other, Hua Xiaoheng had already brought professional explosion-proof personnel to the equipment that had exploded and caught fire. He stared at them and examined them. Vladimir stood at the side with an uncomfortable expression. He was also shouting at his own people to be on guard. At the same time, he frowned and questioned the person in charge here. In the end, the Huaxiao Empire's entourage carefully took out something from the equipment with tweezers, placed it in an insulated box, and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and didn't say anything. He only waved his hand. "Everyone, go back and rest today. Wait for the results of this matter. We'll continue working tomorrow." As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Vladimir. Vladimir had already regained his composure. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile and said, "Major General Hua, you were really fast just now. I thought you were going to see your fiancée first. In the end, you were looking at your mother. Ha 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 ha. There's nothing wrong with that." With that gloating look on his face, even if there was nothing wrong with an ordinary person, he would probably say that there was something wrong with them. Unfortunately, he had met Gun Yinji and Song Jining. Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow and smiled at him. "Mr. Lieutenant General Vladimir, you sound like those gossips in the market who specialize in stirring up trouble. That's too degrading." Vladimir's expression instantly darkened. Song Jining also stroked Gun Yinji's hair with a smile and said gently, "Yes, I also think Xiaoheng did something wrong. Yinji was clearly in more danger, but he came to see me first. That's not good. Let's talk about the matter on its merits. Whoever is in the most danger is the most." Gun Yinji quickly said, "You are the most dangerous here. I was pushed away by Miss Lena a long time ago. It was really dangerous just now. If you were even slightly injured, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law comforted each other as if no one else was around. Vladimir's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Hua Xiaoheng. The middle-aged driver swayed over and said to Vladimir with a smile, "Boss, don't be jealous of others. Come, I'm concerned about you. What's wrong with you? Tell me." As he spoke, he pinched Vladimir's shoulder hard. Vladimir screamed, "Are you trying to murder your boss? Do you want to die?" He chased after the middle-aged driver and kicked him a few times, wanting to take the opportunity to slip away. Hua Xiaoheng stopped him and said expressionlessly, "Mr. Vladimir, let's talk." Vladimir's face twitched twice, and he forced a smile. "I'm fine. Major General Hua doesn't have to worry about me." Before he could finish speaking, Hua Xiaoheng grabbed his other shoulder with one hand and carried him into the driver's jeep. The middle-aged driver quickly followed him and sat in the driver's seat. He asked Hua Xiaoheng attentively, Where is Major General Hua going? Vladimir. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin towards the resort villa. Let's go back. The middle-aged driver drove at lightning speed and brought them back to the resort villa. Hua Xiaoheng asked for a meeting room from the villa and carried Vladimir in. The middle-aged driver wanted to follow him in, but Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, Uncle Ivan, please help us guard the door. Sirius might send you a red packet to thank you later. The middle-aged driver understood instantly. Then I won't go in. You guys take your time to talk. I'll keep watch here. In the conference room of the resort villa, only Hua Xiaoheng and Vladimir looked at each other. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care if there was a bug in the conference room. Even if there was, it was perfect. He wanted to tell those people. He took out the device that his professional explosion-proof personnel had found from his pocket and slammed it on the long conference table in the conference room. He said sternly, Mr. Lieutenant General Vladimir, explain to me how the KGB's famous electric spark appeared in the instrument of our country's researchers. This electric spark device wasn't a real explosive device. It was just a toy-like simulator. If it was a real explosive device, the Huaxiao Empire's security personnel would have found it a long time ago. It was precisely because it was a toy-like simulator that had escaped their detection. It was extremely weak, and it was more likely to be used as a prank. The sound of the explosion and the smoke were all simulated. Only the electric spark was real, so this thing was called electric spark. Vladimir choked for a moment. His eyes flickered as he said, I'm not sure about that either. Besides, our bureau also sells this thing to the public. You can't say that we installed it just because you said we made it, right? Besides, it was just a joke. No one was hurt. Why are you so angry? Ha, it was just a joke. If it weren't for Comrade Lena's quick action, my mother and my fiancé would have been disfigured. Don't you know how powerful the things produced by the KGB are? Hua Xiaoheng slammed the table and said sternly, If the KGB doesn't give me an explanation, I won't let you off. This was today's third update, Chapter 1274. I'm not done with you. P.S. It's Monday. I forgot the recommendation ticket list. My dear friends, there's only the end of the month left. I'm already begging for monthly votes. Good night, my dear friends. Chapter 1285. The coffee cups on the conference table clanked. Vladimir quickly reached out to hold a coffee cup. His back was drenched in cold sweat, but he still maintained a smile on the surface. He took out a cigar and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Major General Hua, calm down, calm down. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I won't tolerate anyone's fault, okay? You just said it yourself. Fortunately, Comrade Lena acted quickly and saved 2 people by herself. Otherwise, I would have shot all of you KGB agents one by one. Don't think I can't do it. When I was out on a mission, you were still making notes for people in the political department of the KGB headquarters. Hua Xiaoheng calmed down a little, but his words became more and more sarcastic. This was the job Vladimir had done before he was promoted. There were many capable people in the KGB. To be able to climb to his position, it wasn't entirely due to his true ability. Vladimir didn't feel embarrassed at all, but he also thought that their people had indeed gone overboard this time. They were all soldiers on the special front lines. Not harming their families was the bottom line, and it was also a principle that everyone silently followed. Everyone had their own family, relatives, and friends. No one was born out of rock. When they were on a mission, they were doing their job, not to vent their personal anger. Major General Hua, I understand how you feel. If this had happened to me, I would have shot him right away. Vladimir was filled with righteous indignation, and he didn't forget to flatter Hua Xiaoheng. He gave him a thumbs up and praised. Only Major General Hua can remain calm and composed. You have the demeanor of a general. That's enough. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. I'll give you half a day. If you don't explain yourself clearly, we won't let this matter rest. Hua Xiaoheng left the temporary conference room of the resort. Vladimir sat alone in the conference room. The smile on his face quickly faded. He picked up his phone and called Vasily from the political department of the KGB headquarters. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. It was the voice of Vasily, the eunuch who was neither yin nor yang. Sigh, Lieutenant General Vladimir, this really isn't optimistic. Before Vladimir could say anything, Vasily had already accused him. Vladimir was furious. He had vented all the anger he had suffered at Hui Xiaoheng's hands on Vasily. He stood up abruptly and kicked the conference table in front of him to the ground. The coffee cups, coffee pots, and all kinds of desserts on the conference table were flipped over and smashed into pieces. The noise of porcelain was transmitted to the KGB headquarters in Moscow through the electromagnetic waves of the mobile phone. Vasily's expression turned ugly. Lieutenant General Vladimir, please calm down. Calm down. You King made a huge mess, and now you want me to calm down? Why didn't you calm down before coming up with this stupid idea? If you want to die, no one will stop you. But don't drag others down with you. I haven't lived enough yet. Vladimir rolled up his sleeves and cursed at his phone. I'm not married yet. She didn't have a child. If I die because of you, do you know that I won't be able to die in peace? Vasily, don't think that no one dares to punish you. The girl you King had outside, is it comfortable to hug her? Does your wife know that you bought her a house? Vladimir wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. At this moment, he had revealed all of Vasily's shameful things. Vasily was also anxious. Don't talk nonsense. When did I have a girl? You have to take responsibility for what you say. Vladimir sneered. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility for everything. Before he could finish speaking, the other side hung up the phone with a beep. After a while, Vasily called Vladimir from another phone line that wasn't monitored. After Vladimir picked up, Vasily's attitude was much better. He was forced to confess to Vladimir. Lieutenant General Vladimir, I understand your anger, but you have to know that this assessment was unanimously agreed upon by our headquarters political department. Everyone thinks. What do you think? Vladimir kicked again. This time, he kicked a high-back soft chair into the corner of the room. The heavy chair almost fell apart from his kick. He turned around and sat down on the windowsill. You guys sit in the office every day and only know how to think nonsense. Vasily was choked by Vladimir's words and rolled his eyes. However, Vladimir had something on him. If he didn't come up with something, Vladimir wouldn't let it go. Although Vasily wasn't afraid of Vladimir, if they fought to the point where both sides were injured, his deputy would be eyeing his position covetously. Vasily knew very well that he couldn't make enemies everywhere. He had already offended enough people within the KGB. He couldn't offend Vladimir, the second in command. Thinking of this, Vasily revealed some of his secrets to Vladimir to dispel his monstrous anger. Comrade Lieutenant General Vladimir, every one of our assessments is targeted and not created out of thin air. Since we chose to test Major Lena in front of the two citizens of the Huaxia Empire, of course, we are suspicious of her background. Vasily said softly as he looked around vigilantly. At this time, he was sitting on a bench on the edge of the Red Square in Moscow. There was no one around. Some tourists from the Huaxia Empire were square dancing on the Red Square and were being watched by people, so his side wasn't conspicuous. Vladimir's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. It couldn't be as he thought, right? You suspect her background? Vladimir repeated Vasily's words with a solemn expression. What background does she have that makes you suspect her? We suspect that she has something to do with the Huaxia Empire. Vasily told Vladimir everything. So our assessment this morning is killing two birds with one stone. Impossible. Vladimir suddenly stood up and said angrily, one King stone, two King birds. I think you guys are too free. Everyone looks like a spy from the Huaxia Empire. I'll be honest with you. We've already investigated this a long time ago. She has a clean background. It's because she has a clean background and she never violates the rules. She carries out missions as quickly and accurately as a robot. This kind of quality is very much like a spy from the Huaxia Empire. Vasily said resolutely, CKU. Vladimir was so angry that he laughed. Why can't she be our country's outstanding spy? You think she's a spy from the Huaxia Empire when you see a good one. How much do you look down on our country's loyal warriors? Vasily scratched his ear with a wry smile and said, "Don't you have any idea what our country's loyal warriors are like? For example, people like Ivan don't make big mistakes, but they keep making small mistakes. That's why they're the essence of our country's intelligence personnel." Vladimir found himself speechless. He was almost the same kind of person, but he was more cunning and restrained than Ivan. Now that he thought about it, Lena was really different from them, but Lena was a woman, and women were born different from men. Couldn't it be that the women in their country were better than the men? Vladimir thought about it over and over again, but he still refused to believe that Lena wasn't on the same side as them. They had worked together for so many years and gone through life and death together. They were people who could trust each other with their backs. If Lena was really a spy, they would have died at her hands long ago. Moreover, the Huaxia Empire didn't seem to have any internal intelligence on them. For example, when Hua Xiaoheng brought his fiancée to Russia this time, they had encountered dangers several times. Even when they were traveling, they were still chased after. His mother was a scientist, but she was almost caught in the crossfire. However, Lena's performance today did make Vladimir a little disappointed. After sitting quietly in the conference room for a while, Vladimir waved to the middle-aged driver who was poking his head out of the door and said, "Call Lena and ask her to come over. I have something to ask her." The middle-aged driver didn't dare to continue joking with Vladimir. He quickly took out his phone and called Lena over. Lena changed her clothes and came to the door of the conference room that the middle-aged driver had mentioned. She nodded to the middle-aged driver at the door and said expressionlessly, "Lieutenant General Vladimir, Major Lena reporting for duty. Come in." Vladimir's calm voice came from the conference room. Lena composed herself and walked in. "Close the door." Vladimir glared at the middle-aged driver at the door. The middle-aged driver's eyes darted around, and even his ears perked up. Lena closed the door and stood in front of Vladimir. She raised her hand and saluted. "Lieutenant General Vladimir, what can I do for you?" Vladimir looked up at Lena, who was standing in front of him. For the first time, he realized that she was indeed a little different from them. Her military posture was too standard. In the past, he had only been proud of this outstanding graduate from the Intelligence Academy, but now that he thought about it from a different perspective, he suddenly shuddered. However, just because Lena was better than others, he suspected that she was a spy from the Huaxiao Empire. Was this kind of suspicion really normal? Vladimir realized that he had been led astray by Vasily's twisted logic. He looked at Lena with a complicated expression and said slowly, "Major Lena, I've submitted the application for you to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel." "Thank you, Lieutenant General Vladimir." A hint of joy flashed across Lena's eyes. This hint of joy didn't escape Vladimir's eyes, and he suddenly hesitated. Did the words of Vasily, a paranoid patient, really make sense? Couldn't the KGB have soldiers as good as the Huaxiao Empire spies? Vladimir coughed heavily and made up his mind. However, the headquarters political department still needs to conduct a further assessment of you. Lena immediately became serious. "I accept all the assessments given to me by the headquarters. May I know what work I need to do?" Vladimir closed his eyes and said calmly, "The first stage of the assessment has already passed." "Huh?" For the first time, Lena's expression changed. She was smart and immediately understood. Could it be that the explosion of the equipment in the morning was an assessment? What is this assessment about? Lena's confused look made Vladimir feel even more guilty and guilty. He dug into his pocket and took out something the size of a lighter. He placed it on the conference table. Lena recognized at a glance that this was the famous electric spark switch. So the explosion in the morning wasn't a real explosion, but an electric spark. Lena frowned. Who's so bored? Scaring people with such a prank? She looked at Vladimir's calm eyes in confusion and said, "If this is the assessment, then I've already passed, right?" I saved my target immediately and left them unscathed. Vladimir still looked at her fixedly. He shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "When the electric spark was activated, as long as you chose to save me, I would have immediately pressed this switch. No one would have been harmed at all." Lena's face, which seemed to have been glued together by 502 glue, finally revealed a trace of astonishment. What? Lieutenant General Vladimir, how could you and the people from the headquarters political department be so bored? She angrily accused Vladimir, her chest heaving up and down in anger. It's not boredom. It's a test of your immediate reaction. The moment you saw the electric spark activate, your first reaction was to push Sirius away and save Scientist Song. I was standing closest to you, and you had expressed a good impression of me, but when the accident happened, you acted as if you didn't see me. This kind of approach was a huge blow to Vladimir at the time. Now it was a double blow. Lena was so angry that she clenched her fists and her lips trembled. After a while, she suppressed her emotions and said, I was on a mission. To me, the mission that Lieutenant General Vladimir gave me was more important than my life. And although I saved those two women from the Huaxia Empire, I don't have any special personal feelings for them. You saw me kick Sirius down with your own eyes, and you also saw me pounce on Scientist Song. With my abilities, I could have made them avoid danger more subtly, but I didn't do that. Because I wouldn't waste the slightest bit of effort to do anything that was beyond my authority. On the contrary, you, Lieutenant General Vladimir, I treat you as a comrade. At a time like this, shouldn't you be fighting side by side with me against the enemy? Why did you think that I would save you at the first moment? Why didn't you save me at the first moment? Lena's eyes finally turned red. She wiped away her tears and gritted her teeth. Which idiot designed this kind of test? I'll F * King fight him. She looked like a Real KGB intelligence agent again. Vladimir's eyes lit up. At this moment, the driver also pushed open the door of the conference room and gave Lena a thumbs up. He said seriously, Well said, Comrade Major Lena, I'm on your side. Boss, Lena makes a lot of sense. The people in the political department of the headquarters are all idiots, and the people who believe them are also idiots. Get lost. Vladimir flew into a rage out of humiliation. He grabbed the chair cushion and threw it at the driver. This was the first chapter of the day. 4,000 words, chapter 1275. It's wrong to have two good manners. The second chapter was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third chapter was around 8 o'clock in the evening. It was the end of the month, so he continued to mutter for monthly votes. I've been at least 3 chapters a day for 3 months in a row, moi. Chapter 1286. Since Vladimir had asked him to leave, the driver took the opportunity to slip away. He walked out of the resort villa and saw Hua Xiaoheng smoking under a big tree on the grass in front of the villa. His expression couldn't be seen clearly because of the rising smoke. The driver thought about it and walked over to greet Hua Xiaoheng. Major General Hua, are you still waiting for the results? Hua Xiaoheng. It seemed like the conversation between him and Vladimir in the conference room had been overheard by the guy standing guard at the door. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind. He threw the cigarette but in his hand into a round wooden trash can near the tree and said calmly, Yes, how is it? You have to give us an explanation for this. The driver scratched his head and was in a difficult position. But we didn't get anything out of it. It was all because of the idiots in the political department. Anyway, they did whatever they wanted to disgust us soldiers. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed, and he still looked dissatisfied as he waved his hand. Don't make excuses. My mother and my fiancé were almost killed by you. Why would I care about your reasons? But it really wasn't our boss's fault. The driver blinked and actually felt wronged for Vladimir. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the sky with a disapproving expression. You're still speaking up for your boss at a time like this. It looks like Sirius's red packet has gone down the drain. The driver immediately became righteous and waved his hand. What are you talking about? Sirius was almost killed by the explosion. It was all the fault of those idiots in the political department. What kind of test was that? They only know how to make things difficult for us. Our Major Lena wanted to be promoted this time, but they did everything they could to stop her. They even caused such a scene. Fortunately, she acted quickly and saved Sirius. Hua Xiaoheng became even angrier and snorted. They hurt my people, and they still want to be promoted? Tell them to stop dreaming. If they don't get to the bottom of this and give me an explanation, I really won't let you off. The driver glared at Hua Xiaoheng. You won't let us off? Why won't you let us off? No matter how powerful you are, you're still a major general of the Huaxia Empire. It has nothing to do with us. Why won't I let you off? Find out who's responsible, demote, punish, and put them in jail. No one can get away with it. This time, Hua Xiaoheng was determined to torment the KGB. The middle-aged driver shivered. He raised his hands and said, "Every debt has its debtor. You go look for them. It has nothing to do with me. Don't you dare badmouth me in front of Sirius." Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms, his face expressionless. "That depends on your performance, Comrade Ivan. Let's see if you're willing to stand on the side of light or continue down the path of darkness. I've already defected to the light." The middle-aged driver laughed. "I'm from the KGB. Is there anyone more honorable than me?" After saying that, he waved his hand and left. Hua Xiaoheng smiled bitterly in his heart. With such a subordinate, it was no wonder that Vladimir was upset. However, although he often disagreed with his boss in front of him, Ivan was still quite righteous behind his back where his boss couldn't see. At least he knew to speak up for Vladimir and didn't add insult to injury. Hua Xiaoheng took out another cigarette from his pocket. Just as he was about to smoke, he saw Lena coming out of the resort with red eyes. Vladimir was by her side, looking at her carefully. Even his smile was very flattering. Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened. He stood under the tree with his hands behind his back. He was handsome and steep, and his features were as exquisite as a painting. However, his expression was solemn, cold, and inviolable. In front of Vladimir, Hua Xiaoheng rarely put on airs, but this time he had no choice but to do so. The KGB had gone too far. No matter what the reason was, it showed that they didn't care about him or the Huaxia Empire at all. More importantly, their actions showed that they didn't care about the lives of the Huaxia Empire citizens at all. This was the deepest reason why Hua Xiaoheng was furious. Hua Xiaoheng had to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, the safety of the Huaxia Empire citizens overseas would not be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Lena rubbed her eyes and walked over with her head lowered. She didn't notice Hua Xiaoheng at first, but Hua Xiaoheng's aura was too strong. Although she didn't see him, she still subconsciously looked up. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her coldly and said, "Please forgive me for not being able to thank Major Lena for her actions today. Although your quick actions saved the lives of my mother and my fiancé, this dangerous situation was created by the KGB. I deeply detest this kind of heroic action of thief crying thief." Lena had a poker face and nodded expressionlessly. She also said coldly, "I was carrying out my boss's orders. I didn't mean to save your mother and your fiancé. Major General Hua, you don't have to thank me." Vladimir was delighted by Lena's words. He felt that the frustration he had felt for the past 2 days and the anger he had suffered in front of Hua Xiaoheng today had evaporated. Every strand of beard on his face seemed to be smiling. Hua Xiaoheng looked even more irritated. His cold gaze shifted to Vladimir, and he raised his chin. "Lieutenant General Vladimir, is there a conclusion to this matter? What exactly is going on?" Vladimir reached out his hand to him with a smile on his face. "Major General Hua, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Actually, it's a small test for Major Lena's promotion from our headquarters. It's fine now, huh? Hi your ass. Huh?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't shake Vladimir's hand. He still put his hands behind his back and looked down at him coldly. Vladimir was no longer interested in laughing. He pouted at Lin Na. "You go back first. You should continue to protect Ms. Song. Forget it." Hua Xiaoheng interrupted him. "Our scientists are protected by us. If we let you protect them, we won't even know how we died." Lena said expressionlessly, "I only listen to Lieutenant General Vladimir's orders. Major General Hua has no right to order me." "Lena, how can you speak to Major General Hua like that?" Vladimir pretended to be angry and hit her lightly. "Lena, all right, go back and rest first. Don't worry about anything for the time being." Vladimir patted her on the shoulder. "I'll make arrangements after I've asked the headquarters." Lena nodded and turned around to leave. After Lena had walked far away, Hua Xiaoheng said to Vladimir, "Who came up with the stupid idea of this assessment?" Why are you using the lives of our country's people as a bet for the assessment of your personnel? Have you asked me? Have you asked the millions of soldiers of the Huaxia Empire? Vladimir quickly said, no, it's just a coincidence. And you also know that the electric spark is just a toy. It doesn't have any lethality. Hua Xiaoheng flipped his wrist, and a fruit knife appeared in his hand. He pushed it forward and placed it in front of Vladimir's throat like lightning. Hua Xiaoheng said casually, this is also a toy knife, but it can still take your life. Vladimir was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Hua Xiaoheng's movements were too fast. He didn't even have time to pull out his gun, and the knife was already under his Adam's apple. Vladimir slowly raised his hand and slowly pushed Hua Xiaoheng's hand that was holding the small fruit knife away. Major General Hua, we can joke around, but don't do it. You still know that you can't make such a joke. But just now, you actually created an explosion. We're all in this line of work, so don't pretend to be ignorant. Even if the electric spark is a toy instrument, as long as we want it, it can become a real-time bomb at any moment. Don't tell me that the KGB doesn't know how to modify it. Vladimir was forced into a corner. He opened his mouth and almost said that there was a reason why they were doing this. But in front of Hua Xiaoheng, the head of the Huaxiao Empire's largest intelligence agency, he wanted him to say that Lena was a spy of the Huaxiao Empire? F***CK. Could it be that he'd been brainwashed by Vasily into an idiot? This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1276, Teach Them a Lesson. The third watch was around 8 o'clock in the evening. It was the end of the month, so he continued to nag for monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1287. Cold sweat had already appeared on Vladimir's forehead. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand and tried his best to remain calm. He nodded along with Hua Xiaoheng's words. Major General Hua is right. I'll go back and find out which idiot made the decision. You'll go back and find out? Now? Right away? Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. You don't know who made the decision? Your subordinates were being tested, so no one would only know you. Their superior? Vladimir, you're the second in command of the KGB. Aren't you a fake? These words completely infuriated Vladimir and touched his sore spot. Vasily's decision to act on his own, his guilt and uneasiness towards Lena, and his anger at Hua Xiaoheng's coercion intertwined and broke through his restraint. He suddenly raised his head, and his calmness from before disappeared. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng fiercely. I'm a fake second in command. I'll show you. What do you mean by a real second in command? Vladimir took out his phone, dialed a number, and spoke a string of Russian to the operator on the other end of the line. In his anger, he had forgotten that Hua Xiaoheng could also speak Russian. The supervisory department at the headquarters? As the second in command of the KGB, I order you to immediately investigate the head of the political division at the headquarters, Comrade Vasily. Not only does he have a questionable style of work, but he also has the possibility of colluding with the enemy in his work. Colluding with which enemy? If I knew, why would I need you to investigate? Hurry up and investigate. Yes, lock him up alone. If any of you dare to tip him off, you'll be the next ones to be investigated. Vladimir roared. The resentment in the bottom of his heart was finally vented. Vasily had always been cautious, and he had a lot of dirt on people. Ordinary people didn't dare to touch him, nor could they. However, Vladimir had provided an important clue, which was the problem of his style. It had instantly opened up a gap. There were too many people who had been bullied by Vasily. Without the protection of the higher-ups, he would be played to death by others at any time. Vladimir hung up the phone and said coldly to Hua Xiaoheng, Major General Hua, are you satisfied now? I'll get to the bottom of it and find out who's behind it. He also felt that something was wrong now. Even if they wanted to find out if Lena was a spy from the Huaxia Empire, there was no need to use Song Jining and Gu Nianji as test subjects. Everyone in the KGB knew that Gu Nianji was Hua Xiaoheng's fiancée and Song Jining was Hua Xiaoheng's biological mother. Even if it was a joke, it was too much to do such a thing in front of others. No one is going to sit back and laugh it off. It was completely normal for Hua Xiaoheng to be angry. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Vladimir calmed down and said sincerely, Major General Hua, I understand how you feel. I will personally apologize to Ms. Song and Sirius. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. His tone softened a little, but his attitude was still a little stiff. I'll wait and see. You have a good subordinate who spoke up for you. If it wasn't for Ivan's guarantee that you wouldn't do such a brainless thing, do you think I would let this go? Then he turned around and left. After Hua Xiaoheng left, Vladimir stood alone under the tree for a long time. The breeze blew gently, and the birch forest was singing. His eyes were filled with green mountains and clear waters. Vladimir's heart was both hot and cold. He didn't expect that unreliable Ivan would actually stand on his side at such a critical moment and speak up for him. And Lena. For the first time, he had the idea of starting a family. He wanted a family. There was someone by his side who would never leave him. When he was in pain, when he was lonely, when he was framed, and when he was attacked, someone would stand by his side. Could this person be Lena? Vladimir had a good impression of Lena, but it would still take time for this good impression to develop into love. Just as his thoughts were running wild, someone patted him heavily on the shoulder. Boss, what are you doing? He looked up and saw the driver Ivan's enlarged face. Vladimir's face was immediately expressionless. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing? The expression on your face just now could be said to be very disgusting. You look so touched that you deserve a beating. The middle-aged driver had always been rude when talking to him. Puffed. You're the one who deserves a beating. Vladimir kicked him and said, I just ordered the KGB's inspection department to investigate Vasily. Huh, you finally made a move. The middle-aged driver was excited. He grabbed Vladimir's shoulder and shook it desperately. Boss, I've been with you for so long, and what you did today made me the happiest. It was Vladimir's turn to be disgusted. He pushed the middle-aged driver's hand away and said angrily, Get lost. I don't know you. He then swiped open his phone and planned to apologize to Gun Yinji and ask her if she needed a doctor to examine him. However, after searching through his phone's contact list, he didn't see her phone number. He couldn't remember Gun Yinji's phone number, so he opened WeChat. When he sent a message, the system displayed, You're not a friend of the other party yet, Vladimir. Unwilling to give up, he opened WeChat again and tried to send a message. He found the dialog box from the last time the two of them chatted, entered the message, and pressed send. It was still, You're not a friend of the other party. Please add him as a friend before chatting. Vladimir was going crazy. Sirius deleted me. The middle-aged driver quickly opened his phone and looked at the discussion group of 3 people on WeChat. He said regretfully, The KGB trio has become a 2-person group. You're no longer in the discussion group. Oh no, you've offended Sirius. There won't be any red packets in the future. The middle-aged driver clicked on his exclusive red packet and was elated. Vladimir gripped his phone and glared at the middle-aged driver. Give me your phone number. Although the middle-aged driver was reluctant, he still sent Gun Yinji's number to Vladimir. Vladimir dialed and found that the other party's number was still on the line. He waited patiently for 5 minutes, but Gun Yinji's phone was still on the line. What was going on? Vladimir grabbed the middle-aged driver's phone and used it to call Gun Yinji. This time, the call went through directly. It turned out that not only had Gun Yinji deleted his friend list, but she had also blocked his phone number. His heart was boiling with anger when the call went through. Gun Yinji's sweet and soft voice came from the phone. Hello, Uncle Ivan. What's wrong? What can I do for you? Vladimir composed himself and said, Sirius, it's Vladimir. Without waiting for Gun Yinji to hang up, Vladimir quickly added, It was our fault for what happened this morning. I apologize to you. I promised to punish the person responsible. I've already sent someone to investigate him. I'll definitely give you an explanation. Since Vladimir had already said that, Gun Yinji couldn't hang up the phone anymore. She leaned against the 4-poster bed in the suite of the resort villa and said in a reserved manner, Mr. Lieutenant General Vladimir, the lives of ordinary people are like grass. I hope you can be magnanimous and stop using ordinary people like us. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't expect them to go so far. Don't blacklist me. Without your red packets, how can I live? Vladimir's face was aggrieved. and he spoke as if he had completely submitted to the red packets. When I think about how no one will ever send me a big red packet again after you blacklist me, this feeling of suffocation is simply one disaster after another. Vladimir's words could be said to be very flattering. The middle-aged driver looked at him with his mouth agape and gave his boss a thumbs up for his flexible spirit. Vladimir kicked him fiercely, then turned around and continued to coax Gunyinji. As the second in command of the KGB, he could make very few friends. Gunyinji was one of the few friends he felt he could make. She was much better than her cunning fiancé, Hua Xiaoheng. Besides, Vladimir couldn't directly add Hua Xiaoheng as a friend, so he couldn't cut off Gunyinji. He clenched his fist. He had to add her as a friend. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1277, I have to add you as a friend. It was the end of the month, so he had to continue nagging for monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1288. Vladimir tried his best to put in a good word for Gunyinji. In order to calm her down, he even told her how he had dealt with Vasily. Serious, I know you were scared today. Don't worry, I've already locked up the person who came up with the evil idea. He won't come out and cause trouble again. Gunyinji rolled her eyes. Do you know who came up with the idea? It's your man? Why would he do that? Vladimir didn't expect Gunyinji to be so sharp. She immediately guessed that it was someone from the KGB. His scalp went numb, and he was very worried that he had leaked the secret. However, since he had already said it, even if the secret was leaked, it was already leaked. If he could add Gunyinji as a friend again, then his leaking the secret would be valuable. Therefore, Vladimir said half-truthfully, that person has a problem with me. He can't stand the sight of my elite troops and wants to get rid of my people, so he set up this trap to make me fail the mission. Gunyinji replied with an, "Oh," and felt even more unhappy. She pouted and said, "So he's targeting you and your men? But why do they have to use us as an example? Ms. Song and I aren't from your country. He's doing this because he doesn't care about us. My life is worthless. I really don't deserve to be friends with the KGB. Who knows? I might be sacrificed by you for no reason one day. All right, I'm hanging up." Don't hang up. Vladimir was anxious. He really can't do this. The Huaxia Empire is our old friend. We won't let our loved ones suffer and our enemies be happy. So don't worry, I'll definitely help you vent your anger. Not only did he want Gunyinji to vent her anger, but more importantly, he wanted Hua Xiaoheng to calm down. Otherwise, Vladimir really didn't dare to imagine what kind of trouble Hua Xiaoheng would cause him. Seeing that Vladimir had already said this, Gunyinji was slightly relieved. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait and see. Is there anything else? I'm hanging up." "Don't." Vladimir stopped her again. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, "Then are you still going to block my number?" Gunyinji, he lowered his head expressionlessly and removed Vladimir's phone number from the block. He pulled it out of the list and said perfunctorily, "Okay, it's out." Vladimir quickly took out his phone and dialed Gunyinji's number. This time, the call went through immediately. Gunyinji switched to Vladimir's number and replied, "Are you relieved now? I'm not blacklisted anymore." In WeChat and QQ, Vladimir's voice became softer and softer, afraid that the middle-aged driver next to him would hear him. Gunyinji mulled it over for a while, then clicked accept. She sent a message to Vladimir. "I treat you as a friend. Don't let this happen a second time." Vladimir quickly shook his head. No, there won't be a second time. This time, it was a complete accident." Vladimir added back and realized that he had entered the KGB trio's discussion group again. He was instantly in high spirits. In a moment of happiness, he also sent Gunyinji an exclusive red packet. Although it wasn't as extravagant as hers, the red packet of 66 yuan was already painful enough for Vladimir. He couldn't afford to get a red packet without his real name verified. The middle-aged driver took his phone and heard a ding sound. He realized that Vladimir had actually sent a red packet. He quickly clicked on it and saw that it was Gunyinji's exclusive red packet. Huh! The middle-aged driver rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Because of the sudden explosion of the Huaxiao Empire's survey instrument, The work of the scientists from both countries stopped for a day. Everyone had rested and reorganized. After all the instruments were re-examined by the Russian KGB and the Huasha Special Operations Forces, they were sent back to the scientists for further use. Early the next morning, Gunyinji woke up and found that Hua Xiaoheng was no longer in the tent. She had slept early the night before, and Hua Xiaoheng had returned late. Seeing that she was fast asleep, he resisted the urge to touch her and hug her to sleep for the entire night. Before dawn, he had woken up to help Song Jining set up the instruments again. Gunyinji came out of the tent, took a deep breath, and stretched. The air in the valley was as fresh as the first snowfall in winter. It was refreshing with a biting chill. Gunyinji walked around the tent a few times. The morning dew had wet the tips of her eyebrows and hair. Her eyes were wet and crystal clear. The middle-aged driver came out from behind the tent. When he saw her come out, he greeted her happily. "Serious? You're awake? I'll take you to breakfast." Gunyinji nodded with a smile. "Did Major General Hua ask you to wait for me here? How did you know?" The middle-aged driver scratched his head. Vladimir followed Major General Hua to the giant circular pit early in the morning. Lena and Peter also went. "I didn't want to go." Gunyinji covered her mouth with a smile. She thought to herself that Ivan was really naturally cheerful and optimistic to be able to survive in the KGB. She liked to be friends with cheerful and sunny people. That way, her mood would be better and she wouldn't have to feel sorry for herself every day and receive the negative energy of others. Gunyinji got into the middle-aged driver's car and went to the resort villa with him. After returning to the resort villa, Gunyinji first went to the suite that she and Hua Xiaoheng shared to wash up, then went to the dining room for breakfast. They went early enough, but of course, they were still a little later than the scientists. The two of them had soft-boiled eggs, butter-fried bacon, 2 Russian bacon sausages, and 2 crispy pieces of whole wheat bread. Gunyinji also took 2 small tomatoes the size of quail eggs to decorate. The middle-aged driver looked at the breakfast on Gunyinji's plate, which was about the same as his own. He smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Serious, you eat a lot, but you don't get fat." Gunyinji glared at him. "Eat your food. If you keep spouting nonsense, you won't get a red packet for today." The middle-aged driver pursed his lips and asked in confusion, "How'd I spout nonsense? I didn't, right? Don't you know that the word fat is the taboo of all women? Whoever touches it will die." Gunyinji waved the knife in front of the middle-aged driver and made a throat-cutting gesture. The middle-aged driver was shocked and quickly pushed her away. "I say, can't you not be fat? I didn't say you were fat. Don't mention the word fat. I'll get angry with anyone who mentions it." Gunyinji rolled her eyes at the middle-aged driver and finished her breakfast in a few bites. She then went to buy the same 2 breakfasts and brought them out in a food box. The middle-aged driver looked at her after getting into the car and asked with a smile, "Is this for Major General Hua? Actually, he should have eaten breakfast already, right? It doesn't matter even if he has eaten breakfast." Gunyinji smiled and carefully held the food box to her chest. "This is his second breakfast. They have a lot of work, so how can they be full from breakfast?" The middle-aged driver, "Forget it. He was just asking for trouble. He had eaten a meal of dog food for nothing. He was so full." The middle-aged driver drove the car towards the huge circular crater. In the car, Gunyinji beat around the bush and asked about the explosion yesterday. Vladimir was a cunning person. She had blacklisted him, but she couldn't get any more information out of him. She could only start with the middle-aged driver. The middle-aged driver felt that it was fine to tell Gunyinji about this. The key was that they were indeed in the wrong. Besides, they had hated Vasily to death for a long time. Many people had been tricked by him and had suffered from him both openly and secretly. "Actually, what happened yesterday was indeed our fault." The middle-aged driver sighed. "With such a rat poop, our entire pot of soup was spoiled." As he spoke, he told Gunyinji about what Vasily had done in the political department of the headquarters. In the end, he said, "Our Major Lena is such a good comrade. She has made so many contributions that she's qualified to be promoted to colonel, not to mention lieutenant colonel. She's different from me. I'm just dawdling around every day while Lena is really risking her life to carry out her mission. Tell me, such a good comrade, yet he still refuses to give her a quick promotion. Who will work for him in the future? Gunyinji burst out laughing. Uncle Ivan, you still know that you're dawdling around? Of course I know. The middle-aged driver nodded with a smile. I don't have much ability. In a place like this, if I don't dawdle around, am I supposed to wait to be played to death by my own people or by the enemy? You're quite self-aware, Gunyinji joked. Actually, you don't have to belittle yourself, Uncle Ivan. You're a wise man. Maybe you're better than everyone else. Huh, it'd be great if I was better than everyone else. The middle-aged driver laughed heartily. Then wouldn't I be able to receive more red packets? Gunyinji nodded. Of course. The appearance of red packets has attracted everyone's attention. With Ivan's appearance, who can compete with him? The two of them chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the base on the other side of the giant circular crater. The sun had already risen. White clouds floated in the azure sky. The fog on the side of the giant circular crater was thicker than in other places because there was more water here. The bottom of the giant circular crater was said to be filled with water, so one could look down from above. It was exactly the same as the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea. The more water there was, the more water vapor would evaporate. Although the sun was shining brightly, the place still seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of fog. Both the people and the equipment were covered with a thin layer of gauze, giving off a translucent and hazy feeling. Hua Xiaoheng was standing next to Song Jining, listening to her discuss data with other scientists. Suddenly, he felt something and turned around to see Gunyinji walking over from the path into the base. She walked through the clouds and the fog, and the trees on the side of the path provided shade. Her figure was indistinct against the fog, as if she would fly away with the wind at any time. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and walked up to her. He naturally held her hand and looked at her hair that was wet with dew. Why didn't you wear a hat? This dew is too cold. Be careful not to get a headache. It's okay. The sun will dry in a while. Gunyinji shook her head nonchalantly and handed the food box to Hua Xiaoheng. She smiled and said, I brought this for you. It's freshly baked, hot, soft-boiled eggs, butter-fried bacon, bacon-roasted sausages, and whole wheat bread. It's exactly the same as what I had for breakfast. Hua Xiaoheng had woken up early this morning to help Song Jining sort out the equipment, so he hadn't actually had time to eat breakfast. However, he was used to having a full meal when he was hungry, so he didn't feel anything was wrong. It wasn't until he saw the breakfast Gunyinji had bought for him that he felt that his stomach was indeed rumbling with hunger. He quietly carried it over and said gently, Thank you, I just so happened to be hungry. Gunyinji quickly followed him to the folding chair next to him and sat down. She opened the food box for him to eat breakfast. While Hua Xiaoheng was eating breakfast, Gunyinji went to watch Song Jining do the test. Good morning, Miss Song. Gunyinji greeted her with a smile. Have you had breakfast? I bought 2 breakfasts from there. Song Jining shook her head. I ate a piece of bread and drank a glass of milk. I'm not hungry. She was concentrating on the instrument when Gunyinji walked over. She stuck her head out to look at the huge circular pit in front of her, wanted to see what was at the bottom of the pit. Song Jining quickly said, Nyinji, move aside. You're blocking my probe. Gunyinji replied with an "oh," and realized that she was indeed standing right in front of Song Jining's probe. She quickly moved aside. As soon as she moved, Song Jining's probe suddenly screeched. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone at the base looked over. Hua Xiaoheng threw down the food box and rushed over. He was extremely angry. He didn't know what the KGB was up to this time. But this time he was wrong. This time, it had nothing to do with the KGB at all. Song Jining looked at the probe with her eyes wide open and said loudly, The magnetic field data has changed. The wave curve is beginning to fold. Everyone start immediately. Record all the data. From now on, we can't miss a single second. She looked at the probe in front of her excitedly and began to count down. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As she counted the last number, the fog above the circular crater in front of them became thicker. The fog twisted into ropes and shuttled back and forth in front of them. It was as if a tornado had descended from the sky and twisted the fog into thick ropes. This was the first major chapter of the day. Chapter 1278, Countdown. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes for October. Major General's monthly votes have reached the highest level in history. There will be no double monthly votes this month. So let's go back to the previous monthly votes and add updates. The monthly votes of 300 plus 1 update, as well as the tips and updates from the previous 2 months, will all be paid off this month. Whether it's 2 or 3 updates today depends on the monthly votes / greater than over equal to / la 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 moi. Chapter 1289. Gunyinji looked ahead in surprise. The fog above the circular crater was getting thicker and thicker, and the water vapor seemed to be evaporating faster. His body and face were wet, as if he was submerged in water. Hua Xiaoheng flew to Gunyinji's side and pulled her back from the crater with one hand. He held Song Jinning's arm with the other to protect the 2 most important women in his life. Gunyinji and Song Jinning didn't notice Hua Xiaoheng at all. Song Jinning stared at the data on the detector in front of her. She didn't even dare to blink, for fear that she would miss an important piece of data. The undulating curve formed by the data flipped and moved on the small LCD screen, forming a 3-dimensional cube. The branches inside seemed to have a life of their own, constantly folding and colliding. When a curve at the top of the 3D cube suddenly caved in, and a curve at the bottom suddenly protruded, the middle part of the 2 curves suddenly overlapped. Just as the 2 curves intertwined and overlapped, the thick fog in front of them slowly dispersed. As the fog receded, what appeared in front of them was not a blue sky and white clouds. Instead, it was like a big screen in a movie, from gray to clear and then to dazzling. What appeared in front of them was a scene of heavy traffic. What was going on? The thick fog above the circular crater became a movie screen, reflecting a skyscraper rising from the ground. The pointed roof was very distinctive. Gunyinji could see that it was the Empire State Building in New York City, one of the landmarks of New City. Sunlight shone in between the 2 rows of skyscrapers. On the not very wide road, cars came one after another. The traffic lights kept flashing, and the pedestrians on the road hurried to and fro. It was bustling and lively. Statue of Liberty holds her torch high, looking down at the Hudson River. Everyone's eyes followed the sunlight. Like a montage in a movie, the direction suddenly changed, and 2 more tall buildings appeared in the thick fog. The Twin Towers. Gunyinji called out in a low voice, her pupils suddenly constricting. Hua Xiaoheng had been on high alert and was not confused by the sudden scene in front of him. Until Gunyinji called out, "Twin." Hua Xiaoheng looked up abruptly. It's really Twin from Newtown. Tower. Weren't the Twin Towers destroyed by terrorists more than a decade ago? How did he appear in front of everyone? Mirage. Oh my God. I actually saw a mirage here. The Russian scientists screamed and scrambled to operate the instruments to record all kinds of data. Gunyinji looked at Song Jinning in confusion. Ms. Song, is this a mirage? Why did she remember that mirages were usually produced at sea or in the desert? Could a mirage appear in an inland area like Tunguska, Siberia? Song Jinning didn't even raise her head. She looked at the instrument in front of her and calmly said, "Mirage is actually a type of optical phenomenon. When the temperature difference between the surface and the air is relatively large, the hot air will rise, and when light passes through the air layers with different densities, it will refract and project the distant scene to a nearby place. This is what the ancients called a mirage. So it's possible for a mirage to appear here, as long as there are layers of different densities?" Gunyinji looked at the fog above the circular crater thoughtfully. Maybe it's because of the fog, but they could actually refract the scene of New City on the other side of the blue planet. But how could the Twin Towers, which had already been destroyed, appear? The terrifying scene of a terrorist plane crashing into a building that had shocked the entire blue planet was still in many people's memories. Song Jining looked up at the monitor on the other side and saw the twin towers that had just appeared. Towers, twin towers, was also shocked, but she quickly reacted and said in surprise, "This isn't a mirage." The Russian scientist, who was busy recording the data and taking videos, said to Song Jining indignantly, "This is clearly a mirage. Look at the angle of the light refraction. These data meet the conditions for a mirage to appear." Song Jining turned to look at the Russian scientists. "But how do you explain the appearance of the Twin Towers? Why would these two buildings appear in a mirage? Why would these two buildings appear in a mirage when they were clearly destroyed more than a decade ago?" As a phenomenon of light refraction, a mirage always reflects timely scenes, not delayed scenes. The Russian scientists were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and asked Song Jining in unison, "Then what do you think this is?" "I think." Song Jining paused and swept her gaze across the faces of these people. Finally, her gaze returned to the silhouette of the city that had appeared in the fog in front of her. "I think that what appeared in this fog is New City from more than a decade ago, not the current New City." Everyone, Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She nodded vigorously in agreement with Song Jining's statement. "I think Miss Song is right. Look, in addition to these iconic buildings, there are also the twin towers that were destroyed more than a decade ago. Just look at the way these people are dressed and the style of the phones in their hands. Do you think it's fashionable now?" Gunyinji's explanation was exactly what Song Jining was thinking. From a purely theoretical point of view, she felt that this was not a mirage in the ordinary sense, but a physical phenomenon with a special meaning. However, Gunyinji was meticulous and observant. At a glance, she could see things that scientists like them might not have noticed, such as the way they were dressed and even the style of the phones in their hands. In the past decade or so, Song Jining had been in a daze. After she woke up, she had some understanding of the major events that had happened in the past decade or so, but she was not sensitive to these fashions. Although Gunyinji was young, she was not an internet child for nothing. Thanks to the internet, she had read a lot of information about the terrorist act of the plane crashing into the Twin Towers. She remembered very clearly what the people in those pictures were wearing at that time. At that time, the Apple phone had not yet been invented, and it was not as popular as it was now on Blue Planet. At that time, the most fashionable smartphone was still the BlackBerry. Song Jining continued, "So what we saw wasn't a timely mirage, but this huge circular crater was like a huge antenna that received the light projected from New City more than a decade ago. Then it gathered and formed an image, allowing us to see the situation more than a decade ago." As she spoke, Song Jining looked at Gunyinji again and smiled. "I remember that Nyinji asked me on the first day she came here if we could see with our own eyes the events that happened in history or the era of the dinosaurs if the conditions were right. Now this fog is showing us that it's completely possible. Every moment, light and all kinds of force fields lingered around us. They were also constantly radiating outward, even into the future." Song Jining pointed at the scene passionately and said, "Since we can see the neutron star collision more than 100 million years ago through gravitational fluctuations, we can see the situation more than a decade ago through the same gravitational fluctuations. But just like I told this young girl the other day, we can see the neutron star collision because the energy field it produces is huge enough. What kind of energy can this city produce that its scene can be recorded by light and radiated more than a decade later? Even if New City could produce such energy, it would have been destroyed by the energy long ago and would no longer exist. And now that New City hasn't disappeared, it's enough to show that it hasn't carried a huge energy field. So, tell me, how did these scenes radiate from more than a decade ago to more than a decade later, and were received by us?" Song Jining thought for a moment and said, "I think we need to study the exact reason, but I think the transmission process is the same as a television signal. The signal sent out by New City more than a decade ago was received by us more than a decade later, and then it was converted into a visible image by the television." This was the second update of the day. Monthly votes of 300 plus updates. Chapter 1279, Mirage. There was still the third update at 8 p.m. Thank you for your monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1290. The Russian scientists weren't to be trifled with. When they heard Song Jining say that the process was like sending a signal in a TV series, they couldn't help but sneer and say, the transmission of a TV signal requires a high-power signal tower. What do you think there is such a signal tower in New York City that can send the signal more than 10 years into the future? If I say you're delusional, then you're delusional. It was one thing to say that Gun Yinji was delusional, but she actually said that Song Jining was delusional as well. Gun Yinji couldn't take it anymore. She turned to look at the scientist and enunciated each word clearly. Before planes appeared, many ignorant people didn't believe that humans could fly in the sky. Before the telephone appeared, people didn't believe that one day everyone would be able to communicate freely with a small rectangular box. You're a scientist, so I thought your thinking would be a few steps ahead of ordinary people. But now it seems that you don't even have the imagination of ordinary people. The Russian scientist's face turned red from Gun Yinji's rebuke. He wanted to refute her, but he couldn't think of a practical example, so he could only turn his head and sulk. Song Jining patted Gun Yinji's hand with a smile. Don't bother with narrow-minded people. The development of science doesn't depend on individual will. Being blinded by a leaf and looking at the sky from the bottom of a well will only become an obstacle to the development of science. All right, let's ignore them and do our own thing. Gun Yinji nodded. Ms. Song has good self-restraint. I shouldn't argue with ignorant people. Calling the Russian scientist an ignorant person could be said to be very sarcastic and arrogant. However, the other party couldn't refute it because this kind of ignorance wasn't ignorance in terms of knowledge, but ignorance in terms of vision and imagination. These two were also the bottlenecks that restricted the development of science and technology. The other scientists looked at each other, then continued to work and didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng personally brought his men to stand guard, worried that something else would happen. He said to Gun Yinji, "Follow me and don't run around." Gun Yinji smiled and agreed, then obediently followed behind him. While Hua Xiaoheng was on guard, she looked around and took pictures with her phone from time to time. Sometimes she took pictures of the scenery, sometimes she took selfies, and sometimes she took selfies with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng ignored her, so she could enjoy herself. The driver, Vladimir, Lena, and Peter were in charge of guarding the Russian scientists. The middle-aged driver made a vomiting gesture as he watched Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng being inseparable like a perfect couple. He laughed and said, "I think I'll be too full of dog food for the next few days." Vladimir was very envious of Hua Xiaoheng. He quickly glanced at Lena beside him and saw that she still had a poker face and was completely indifferent. She didn't have the slightest intention of showing affection with him. He was a little disappointed, but also a little itchy. It was his good fortune to be able to gain the favor of such a mentally strong woman. Vladimir thought that Gun Yinji wasn't bad, but she was too delicate. She wasn't his cup of tea. Only a woman like Lena could live with him for the rest of his life. He looked thoughtfully at the side profile of Lena's high cheekbones and said with a smile, "Major Lena, do you want to rest for a while? The three of us are enough." He pointed to the driver and Peter. Lena shook her head. "No, I'm not sleepy." The middle-aged driver looked at them with a grin and quickly said, I'm sleepy. Can I go and rest for a while?" "Get lost." Vladimir's expression instantly changed, and he kicked the middle-aged driver away. Peter followed them with drooping, sleepy eyes, his hands clasped behind his back, oblivious to their pleasantries. Time passed, and the sun rose higher in the sky. The fog above the circular crater became thinner and thinner, and the image of New York City from more than a decade ago became fainter and fainter. The data captured on the detector also became less and less. In the end, the fog completely dissipated, the image disappeared, and the data could no longer be detected. Only then did Song Jining reluctantly say, "This time, with this data, it's worth several years of hard work." She studied magnetic fields, and the changes in the magnetic field here could be said to be the pinnacle of theoretical development. Much of the data should have only been detected in the depths of the universe. Could the Tunguska explosion really have been caused by the impact of a comet? During lunch, the scientists were chatting. Gunyinji couldn't, but on such a high-level topic. She only picked up a prawn and planned to dip it in hoisin sauce. Xiaoheng quickly picked up a few prawns and fresh Arctic shellfish for her. He placed them on the plate in front of her. Gunyinji didn't eat alone. She picked up a prawn with a fork and smiled as she put it into Xiaoheng's mouth. Xiaoheng opened his mouth to eat and fed her the Arctic shellfish. The two of them fed each other as if no one else was around. Song Jining watched with a carefree heart. She thought about how she would probably have to prepare for the wedding and the baby's room when she got back. The middle-aged driver had come over with a smile to talk to Gunyinji, but when he saw this scene, he silently took his plate and left. He returned to Vladimir, Lena, and Peter's side and sat under the tree to eat with them. Vladimir saw the situation between Xiaoheng and Gunyinji from afar and smiled. I didn't expect Major General Hua to dote on Sirius so much. TSK. How much does he like her? Peter looked at him, then placed a grilled prawn on Lena's plate. Vladimir was nervous and didn't hesitate to place his grilled prawn on Lena's plate. The middle-aged driver suddenly stood up. He had lost all hope in this world, where people were showing off their affection everywhere. Without looking back, he left the tree and found a secluded place to eat alone. After that day, the scientists' observations came to a standstill. The circular crater seemed to have run out of energy from the projection of the image of New York that day, and no magnetic field data could be detected anymore. Gunyinji and Xiaoheng held hands and walked on the hillside around the giant circular crater. She looked at the giant circular crater not far away and said with emotion, "Could it be that there really is special energy here?" Whether it was the wave curve that had appeared here at the beginning or the projection of New York from more than a decade ago that had appeared a few days ago, they all pointed to this result. But no one knew what it was. Everyone could only analyze the existing data in an attempt to find a scientific conclusion. However, this conclusion couldn't be obtained in a day or two. Song Jining returned from the giant circular crater in disappointment for several days in a row. On the last day, she stood in front of the giant circular crater and said to Gunyinji, "I'm afraid there's no research value here for the time being. I think we can go back." Gunyinji comforted Song Jining. "There's already a lot of good stuff. Go back and study it carefully. The conclusion should be waiting for us not far away." Song Jining nodded with emotion. "I hope we can come to a conclusion immediately. Actually, when I said that it was a projection of the image from more than a decade ago, it was just a bold assumption. We still need to verify it carefully. Our assumption might be right, or it might not be. The field of science is broad and profound, and anything can happen. Ms. Song, you can do it. I believe in you," Gunyinji said with a smile. She turned around and saw Lena climbing up a long rope from the bottom of the giant circular crater. "Huh? Major Lena, why are you here? What's down there? Is it fun? You're so brave to have just gone down." Gunyinji greeted her in surprise. Lena looked at her calmly and removed the long rope from her waist. She said, "Hello, I'll go down and help the scientists put away the cameras and detection equipment." Song Jining took the long rope and handed it to the staff member beside her. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Major Lena. You're welcome. I still have a few cameras here. They're from our country's scientists." Lena nodded at them and turned to leave. Vladimir and Peter were standing about 200 meters away from them with the Russian scientists. Gunyinji asked curiously, "Why are the Russian scientists' cameras on our side?" She had thought that this place was divided into districts. The Huaxia scientists were in one district, and the Russian scientists were in another. Song Jining was amused by her and said, "How can there be districts? Everyone is doing scientific research, so of course there are all kinds of angles. Our cameras are also on their side. That gentleman sent them back to me just now." Song Jining pouted at Peter. Gunyinji understood and smiled embarrassedly. "I made a fool of myself again. Miss Song is the best. She never laughs at me. If it had been the mean Russian scientist, he would have laughed at her for being ignorant again. As they spoke, a few more staff members climbed up from the bottom of the giant circular crater. They were all tied with long ropes and carried a lot of equipment and cameras in their hands. These people were all from the Huaxiao Empire's entourage. Most of them were field personnel from the Special Operations Forces. Gun Yinji saw that Hua Xiaoheng had actually gone down as well. He had mixed in with the personnel and had disguised himself, so most people wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, Gun Yinji was so familiar with him that she could sense him as long as he appeared around her, no matter what he disguised himself as. Of course, she didn't acknowledge him. Since Hua Xiaoheng had chosen to disguise himself, he definitely didn't want anyone to know that he had gone down. Gun Yinji didn't know why he had gone down, but she guessed that it was for his work. She smiled and turned to talk to Song Jining. She accompanied her to pack up the equipment and prepared to return home. That was when something strange happened. There was a loud bang, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. In fact, the entire ground beneath their feet shook. The mountain rocks rolled down with a rustling sound, almost bringing with it a mudslide. The tall birch forest began to collapse, and the water in the giant circular crater rippled. There were also bursts of flames that shot into the sky, and smoke filled the air. Gun Yinji reflexively hugged Song Jining and threw herself to the ground. She rolled towards the open space to avoid the explosion at their feet. On the other side, where the Russian scientists were, the flames of the explosion were even stronger. There was a loud bang at their feet. This time, it wasn't a fake electric spark, but a real explosion. Vladimir didn't have time to think about who could break through his and Hua Xiaoheng's guard and bury the explosives at the edge of the giant circular crater. He just instinctively turned around and used his body to protect the Russian scientist beside him. The blue circular crater appeared in front of him and kept getting bigger. At that moment, he saw his life experiences from a young age. He thought regretfully that he hadn't gotten married and hadn't had children yet. At that moment, Lena pounced over without hesitation and used her body to protect Vladimir. The bang was even louder. Lena pushed Vladimir hard, but she couldn't withstand the impact of the explosion. Her feet slipped, and she tumbled rapidly towards the bottom of the giant circular crater. Lena, Vladimir, who had been pushed away, turned around and shouted at the top of his lungs. He wanted to jump down as well, but Peter and the middle-aged driver held him tightly. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1280, The Earth Shakes. If the monthly votes reached 600, we would continue with the third update tomorrow. Thank you for your monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1291. The thick fog beside the giant circular pit had just dissipated when there was another earth-shattering explosion. Smoke filled the air above the entire base. Many of the Russian scientists were affected by the explosion and were lying on the ground, wailing. Vladimir used all his strength, but he couldn't break free from Peter and the driver's iron-like arms. "Let go of me. Why are you pulling me? Hurry up and go down to help. Our comrade fell into the huge pit, and his fate is unknown. You still have a nerve to hold my hand." Vladimir roared. The veins on his forehead were about to pop out of his skin. Peter's blue-gray eyes, which had been drooping all this time, widened. He said, "Boss, you trust me. I'll go down and help you find Major Lena." Vladimir nodded first, then quickly shook his head and said in a rough voice, "You can't go. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? No way. Lena is mine. Mine." He was still in the mood to be jealous at a time like this. Peter smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, Lena doesn't have any feelings for me. I know. So can I go down and save her? You're in charge up there." The scientists over there seemed to be injured. Only then did Vladimir turn to look at his own base. The equipment was scattered all over the ground. Almost all of them had been blown to pieces, and tiny nuts were scattered among the rocks. Everyone was lying on the ground crying. The grass was stained with blood. Some were holding their legs, some were hugging their arms, and some had blood dripping from their faces. Vladimir came back to his senses and stood up from the ground. He turned around and looked at the Huaxiao Imperial base. It was also a mess. However, The equipment on their side had been packed up early and had just been moved away from the edge of the giant circular pit, so there wasn't much damage. However, the number of people injured seemed to be about the same. A few Huaxia scientists were crying in their arms. No one knew where they were injured. Vladimir closed his eyes and thought quickly in his mind. What was going on? Could it be another test from the headquarters? It was too much like those people's handiwork. Crazy, stubborn, and unscrupulous. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. No one knew how they transported the explosives here and buried them at the edge of the circular pit. He could even determine the model of the explosive. It should be the KM-137 series that was specially used by the KGB for targeted killing. Vladimir got up from the ground with a dark face and said to Peter, "Take some people down and get Lena up." Then he said to the driver, "You wait here and provide them with the necessary assistance. Give me whatever you want. If anyone dares to refuse, kill him." Vladimir's eyes were red, completely disregarding any discipline or rules. At this time, as long as he could save Lena, he would even consider killing everyone here. The middle-aged driver saluted. "As you command, Lieutenant General Vladimir." It was rare for the driver to be so serious. Vladimir patted him on the shoulder. "I'll leave it to you." He then walked toward the Russian scientists who were supposed to be under his protection. He brought the military doctor to check on their injuries, bandage them, and guard them. After confirming that the Russian scientists were not dead or seriously injured, Vladimir didn't care anymore. He ordered one of his subordinates to watch the scientists. He returned to the edge of the giant pit and looked nervously at the rescue at the bottom of the pit with the middle-aged driver. Gun Yinji covered Song Jinning's body with her own. She was afraid that the explosives would explode on Song Jinning. When the explosion sounded, Hua Xiaoheng was packing up the equipment with a group of entourage. When he heard the loud noise, he instinctively turned around and looked at the spot where Song Jinning and Gun Yinji had been standing. He saw the two of them lying on the ground. Before he could rush over, the security personnel he had arranged had already surrounded the Huaxia Imperial scientists. They used their bodies to create a wall and shield of flesh and blood. Gun Yinji helped Song Jinning up slowly and looked at the crowd surrounding them in panic. A field agent said calmly, "Don't be afraid. We'll protect you." Gun Yinji nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you. Where's Major General Hua?" At a time like this, she still had to see Hua Xiaoheng to feel at ease. The field agent didn't answer Gun Yinji's question directly. He only said, "Our duty is to protect your safety. Don't worry. If anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to step over our corpses." Gun Yinji tried her best to suppress the excitement and nervousness in her heart and nodded. "Thank you." Hua Xiaoheng tore off the disguise on his face in the chaotic crowd and returned to his original appearance. He strode to where Gun Yinji and Song Jinning were standing and said to the field agent surrounding them, "Thank you. You've done a good job. Now go and see if there are any explosives that haven't been detonated and call the doctors over to check if the scientists are injured." The explosion just now had been too sudden, and it was shockingly powerful. It wasn't something that the toy-like electric sparks from last time could compare to. To put it bluntly, the last time was a child scare game, but this time it was a real battlefield of flesh and blood. These field agents received new orders and missions and began to investigate and explore their own base. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji and patted her on the shoulder. He didn't say anything else, then looked at Song Jinning. "Are you okay?" Song Jinning was used to all of this. When she had been doing experiments with her father, Song Haichuan, she had encountered this kind of thing more often, so she had long been used to it. She stroked her hair and shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm going to check my equipment. As long as the equipment is intact, I'm fine." She left Gun Yinji and took the two researchers to check the equipment and the data on it. Gun Yinji looked at Song Jinning's back with emotion and said in a low voice, "Ms. Song is really a scientist worthy of everyone's respect. She was a genius scientist who had truly put life and death aside and devoted herself to scientific research." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and smiled. "That's why I'm very proud of my mother." He had understood his mother since he was a teenager, So when his mother was busy with experiments and neglected his birthday, he wasn't unhappy, nor did he make a fuss. He just took the birthday cake and took the bus to Song Jinning's laboratory alone to eat a piece of cake with his mother. Growing up like this, he didn't blame anyone, nor did he develop an antisocial personality because of his unfortunate childhood. Gunyinji was deeply attracted to him because of this. She didn't remember anything before she was 12 years old, but she knew that there was a period of time in her memory that was completely dark. In the 7 years that Gunyinji had grown up, Hua Xiaoheng had been like sunlight, shining into her dark life. She had grown up in the darkness, but Hua Xiaoheng had nurtured her into the light. Gunyinji gently held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and looked at him fondly. She whispered, "I'm also very proud of Ms. Song, but I'm even more proud of you." Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "What a coincidence, I wanted to say the same thing. I'm even more proud of you." Gunyinji's heart suddenly shrank. His deep and magnetic voice had the magic of a subwoofer, drilling directly into her heart from her ears. She blushed and her heart raced, unable to control herself. However, in public, where an explosion had just occurred, she couldn't show any excessive behavior. She could only hold Hua Xiaoheng's hand tightly. Wherever Hua Xiaoheng went, she followed him like an accessory on his leg. Hua Xiaoheng was also worried about Gunyinji, so he let her follow him. The two of them walked around the Huaxia Empire's base and confirmed that all the scientists and entourage were alive. Some were injured, but no one was seriously injured or dead. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered his men to be more vigilant as he walked towards the Russian scientist's base. The situation there was much worse than theirs. First of all, there were destroyed instruments everywhere, and parts were rolling all over the ground. Gunyinji accidentally stepped on metal pieces several times and almost sprained her ankle. In the end, Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to hold her waist to prevent her from falling. The Russian scientists' injuries were also more serious than the Huaxia Empire's. Several of them had their arms hanging, and they seemed to have broken bones. However, there were no deaths or serious injuries. Hua Xiaoheng looked around but didn't see Vladimir. He found someone and asked, "Where's Lieutenant General Vladimir?" A KGB agent pointed to the edge of the giant circular pit. "Over there." Hua Xiaoheng took a look and froze. "What are they doing?" "Comrade, Major Lena fell into the pit in order to save Lieutenant General Vladimir." The KGB agent muttered, his eyes turning red. Gunyinji didn't understand Russian, so she looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and led her to Vladimir's side as he said, "Major Lena fell into that giant circular pit in order to save Vladimir." Gunyinji let out a loud "ah" and was shocked and angry. How could this be? Are they still testing her? Gunyinji knew that the last electric spark was because the KGB headquarters wanted to test Major Lena's loyalty. In the end, it backfired and almost injured Gunyinji and Song Jinning. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. When they arrived at the edge of the giant circular pit, Vladimir lay on the ground in a daze. He held his binoculars and looked into the bottomless pit. Gunyinji saw that the middle-aged driver was also helping, so she quickly walked over and said, "Uncle Ivan, did Major Lena really fall in?" The middle-aged driver nodded painfully. "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes." The explosion was right at the boss's feet. Lena pushed the boss away, slipped, and fell in. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1281, I'm Prouder of You. They were so amazing. The monthly tickets had already exceeded 600. The monthly tickets were 600 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. If there were 900 monthly tickets tomorrow, it would still be the third update. Mwah. Chapter 1292. Gunyinji was shaken to her core after listening to the driver's brief recount. In the nick of time, Lena had pushed Vladimir away, but she had fallen into the huge pit herself. She walked over and stuck her head out to look at the huge circular pit. The bottom of the pit was blue, and the surface of the water reflected the sunlight. She couldn't see the bottom, and there seemed to be mist lingering around it. Gunyinji only looked at it for a while, before looking away. She asked with lingering fear, "How deep is this place?" She then asked, "Does Major Lena know how to swim?" It was said that there was plenty of water at the bottom of the pit. If she had fallen into the water and knew how to swim, there should have been a chance of survival, right? Gunyinji was thinking about how to comfort Vladimir when she saw a few people climb up from the bottom of the pit. They were all drenched, and there was still dripping water when they got up. The last person to come up was Lieutenant Colonel Peter. Gunyinji remembered this person who always had drooping eyelids, as if he never got enough sleep. This person gave her a very sinister feeling. Gunyinji's gaze usually didn't stop on this person. She would avoid him whenever she could and wouldn't look at him at all. However, seeing that he was willing to risk his life to save Lena this time, Gunyinji's impression of him improved a lot. When Vladimir saw Peter and the others come up, he quickly walked over to them and asked excitedly and anxiously, "You're all up? Where's Lena?" Peter took the towel from his subordinate and wiped his head. He said calmly and regretfully, "I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Vladimir. This is all we found." As he spoke, Peter opened the black plastic bags in their hands. Gunyinji followed his gaze. It turned out that the plastic bags contained torn clothes, Lena's KGB uniform. When Vladimir saw it, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. He glared at Peter and opened his mouth. He wanted to speak, but his throat couldn't make a sound. It was like a nightmare while he was sleeping. He wished that it was just a nightmare. When he woke up, the nightmare wouldn't exist anymore. However, the middle-aged driver came over and interrupted Vladimir's last thought. "Huh, you only found clothes? They're all coats. Poor Major Lena. She must have rolled all the way down the pit, then fainted and fell into the water." The middle-aged driver didn't finish his words, but everyone present knew what he meant. If someone fainted fell into the water, they would definitely die. Peter patted Vladimir on the shoulder. "Boss, my condolences. We searched a lot of places down there. We searched all the places that we could walk through, and we crawled over the places that we couldn't walk through. We only saw traces of someone rolling into the water. The bottom of this huge pit leads to an underground river. If Major Lena had really fainted when she fell into the water, it would have been a disaster." Pyotr spoke fluent Russian with a slight accent, like someone from Eastern Europe who spoke Russian. Gunyinji didn't understand Russian and wasn't wearing a Bluetooth headset that could translate at the same time. She had no choice but to ask the driver for help again. The middle-aged driver related to her in English. Gunyinji gasped when she heard this. "They mean that Major Lena has sacrificed herself?" The middle-aged driver nodded. "That should be the case." He put his hands in his sleeves and sighed. Pyotr's eyelids drooped, and he stood in front of Vladimir with his head lowered. After a while, he took out another black plastic bag and said, "This was also found down there." Vladimir opened the black plastic bag with trembling hands and found a phone with a broken screen, a men's watch, and a wallet inside. These were all things that Lena had always carried with her. "Boss, my condolences." The other KGB agents who had followed Pyotr down to look for Lena also comforted Vladimir. "Lieutenant Colonel Pyotr took us down to look at many places. He even wanted to break open the cracks in the rocks to take a look, but other than these things, we didn't find Major Lena." Vladimir closed his eyes and held back the tears that were about to burst out of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care. I want to keep looking. I want to see her if she's alive, and I want to see her corpse if she's dead." Pyotr nodded. "Okay, let's keep looking." He tied the long rope that he had just untied around his waist and was about to go down again. The middle-aged driver grabbed him and turned to Vladimir. "Boss, I know you're very sad about Major Lena, but Pyotr is also your subordinate. You can't be so harsh on Pyotr for Lena's sake, can you?" Vladimir glared at the middle-aged driver and rushed over to untie the long rope from Pyotr's waist. He tied it around his waist and said, "You guys don't have to go. I'll go myself." This time, his movements were too fast. Pyotr and the middle-aged driver didn't manage to hold him back. They watched helplessly as he jumped down. Pyotr was worried, so he found another long rope and went down with a few people. The long rope was tied around his waist and swung around in the deep valley of the huge pit. It went all the way down to the bottom. Gun Yinji wanted to poke her head out to take a look, but Hua Xiaoheng pulled her back. Don't stand on the edge of the cliff. Wasn't this like a cliff? Gun Yinji was even more worried. Hua Xiaoheng put his arm around her shoulder and stood next to the middle-aged driver. After a moment of silence, he said, "Our experiment here is over. We have to go first. Let us know if you guys find Lena." Gun Yinji made a call gesture to the middle-aged driver and said, "Uncle Ivan can also send me a WeChat message or QQ. I'll keep them on me." The middle-aged driver nodded. "You guys go first. The boss isn't done with his madness. I don't think he'll let it go so easily." Gun Yinji looked at the middle-aged driver disapprovingly and whispered, "Don't say that. Vladimir is so pitiful this time." The middle-aged driver laughed bitterly. "I know, but we have to accept reality, don't we? Fortunately, they haven't started yet. They just have a good impression of each other, so they should forget about each other soon." Gun Yinji shook her head and said solemnly, "No, I won't forget Lena. I won't forget Vladimir, and I won't forget Uncle Ivan." Gun Yinji walked over and gently hugged the middle-aged driver. The middle-aged driver patted her on the back and kissed her face like an elder treating a junior. "I won't be seeing you off. Have a safe trip." Gun Yinji nodded heavily. "You take care, too." She followed Hua Xiaoheng back to the Huaxia Empire base and watched as everyone packed their things. Not long after, they paid the bill from the resort villa and drove out of the Tunguska region of Siberia in a rented car. They sped all the way to the nearest and largest airport, Irkutsk International Airport. A special plane from a Huaxiao Empire was already waiting for them there. Hua Xiaoheng had to coordinate with someone to get out of seclusion, so Gun Yinji followed Song Jining and the other scientists onto the plane. The captain and all the flight attendants stood at the cabin door to welcome them, and even gave Song Jining a bouquet of flowers. "Welcome back, Miss Song." Song Jining was very surprised. She had come to Siberia by train and had never experienced such a high standard of treatment. Gun Yinji guessed that Hua Xiaoheng had arranged it. She smiled and held Song Jining's arm. "We've benefited from Ms. Song." The captain was also very respectful to Gun Yinji. He stepped aside and invited Gun Yinji and Song Jining to board the plane first. After everyone was settled, Hua Xiaoheng quickly returned to the plane. He went to the cockpit to discuss the route with the captain and the deputy. After contacting the domestic airport, he ordered them to take off immediately. The flight from Irkutsk Airport to the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital International Airport wasn't long. It only took 3 hours. Because they were on a private plane, they had the green light the entire way. Other planes gave way to their private plane, so it only took them an hour and a half to get to the imperial capital International Airport. When the plane landed at Terminal T3 of the Imperial Capital International Airport, Gun Yinji couldn't believe her eyes. This was too fast. However, Hua Xiaoheng and the Special Operations Forces moved very quickly. As soon as the private plane landed at Terminal T3, several buses drove directly to the tarmac. Gun Yinji was even more surprised. She looked at Song Jining. "Ms. Song, is that your car?" Song Jining glanced at it and smiled. "How could we afford such a car?" "Those are all military vehicles." "Oh, that's Major General Hua's car." Gun Yinji looked into the cabin and didn't see Hua Xiaoheng. She asked the person next to her and found out that Hua Xiaoheng had already gone down. Gun Yinji moved closer to the window and finally saw Hua Xiaoheng's tall and straight figure. He stood in front of a bus and spoke to the bus driver. He then waved his hand, and boxes half the height of a person were carried down from the plane and directly onto the bus. Gun Yinji understood. "So they're transporting the equipment for you, Miss Song?" Song Jining also looked at it and nodded with a smile. "These are the boxes we're talking about. These equipment are priceless now. The data inside is unique, and there's no other. Therefore, they needed a military vehicle to escort them to ensure absolute safety. The Russian scientists' equipment had been destroyed in the explosion just now, so she didn't know if they had any backups." Gun Yinji's thoughts ran wild. When she saw Hua Xiaoheng walking towards their private plane with his long legs, she quickly retracted her head from the window and smiled at Song Jining. Five clapped her hands and said emotionally, "We're finally home." This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket was 600 plus updates. Chapter 1282, Never Forget. It was the third update at 8 p.m. If there were 900 monthly tickets tomorrow, it would still be the third update. Moi. Chapter 1293. Song Jinning adjusted Gunyinji's clothes with a smile and said, "Go back and rest well. You've lost weight these past few days." "Have I?" Gunyinji touched her face and was a little embarrassed. "You need a rest when you go back. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard to do what I like." Song Jinning stood up with a smile and planned to get off the plane. Hua Xiaoheng returned to the plane and walked over to Gunyinji and Song Jinning. He said calmly, "We're here. We can get off now." Song Jinning picked up her backpack and waved at him with a smile. "I'll be going first. You and Ninji can discuss the wedding. Let me know if you need anything. Although I'm not a rich man, I still have money for my son's wedding." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and was obviously much more relaxed. "Aren't you going to help us pick a good day?" Song Jinning winked at Gunyinji. "I'm not good at picking a day. You guys decide. Anyway, I'll just wait to hold my little grandson and granddaughter." Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoheng didn't reply. He stepped aside and watched Song Jinning get off first. He then reached out to Gunyinji. Gunyinji held his hand, put on her sunglasses, and got off the plane with him. Although they took a private plane back this time, it seemed to be a secret the entire time. There was no welcome ceremony at the airport, and no one came to pick them up. The two of them got into the car that the Special Operations Forces had sent to pick them up. They quietly left the T3 terminal of the Imperial Capital International Airport and headed to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. When Gunyinji got into the car, the person sitting in the front row turned around and said with a smile, "Ninji, your engagement is earth-shattering. You're good. I've really underestimated you." It was actually Yin Shixiao. Gunyinji instantly felt exceptionally close. The sense of alienation she had felt when the plane had arrived at the station immediately disappeared. She smiled and reached out her hand. She said playfully, "Brother Xiong, I'm getting engaged. You should be the one giving me an engagement present. Where's my present? I'll give you a slap." Yin Shixiang slapped Gunyinji's soft, fair palm. "Is that enough?" "Enough. Oomph. How stingy. I'm going to tell Chi-Chi that her fiancé is such a stingy person," Gunyinji purposely said angrily. Yin Shixiang chuckled and said proudly, "Why don't you tell her? Chi-Chi will definitely tell you that I'm living a frugal life." It seemed that the relationship between the two of them was very good. Lovers finally found a way to be together. At the thought of Vladimir and Lena, Gunyinji couldn't help but sigh. She nodded and didn't continue to ask. She only said, "Then when do you plan to hold the wedding?" Ma Chi-Chi and Yin Shixiang's engagement was before theirs, so their wedding should also be before theirs. She didn't want to overtake them. Yin Shixiang pouted at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Hua Xiao, has my marriage application been approved?" If they didn't agree to his marriage application, how could he get married? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his forehead and replied tiredly, "Yes, soon." Gunyinji, Yin Shixiang was in a good mood when he saw that there was finally hope. He winked at Gunyinji and said, "See, when I hold my wedding isn't up to me or Chi-Chi. It's up to Major General Hua." Smooth talker. Gunyinji snorted and stopped teasing Yin Shixiang. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang began to discuss work matters. Gunyinji picked up her phone and sent He Jichu a text message. "Nianzi is here. Professor He, I'm back. Are you feeling better?" He Jichu had an acute illness at home a while ago, and Gunyinji had asked Chunlai to take him to the hospital. He Jichu had been recuperating at Chunlai's place for the past few days. After Gunyinji confirmed that his life was not in danger, she didn't disturb him. He Jichu had already returned to his villa in the imperial capital. He used to live in the professor's suite provided by the school in the imperial capital. After deciding to live in the imperial capital for a long time, he bought a detached villa near the West Hills of the imperial capital. It occupied a large area, and there was a 500-meter path from the main door to the main house. There were no other houses around, so it was very quiet. He sat alone in front of the computer working. When he heard the sound of a message coming in on his phone, he took it to see that it was Gun Yinji. He quickly dialed the number. Yinji, you've arrived in the imperial capital? He Jichu's cold voice sounded from the phone, but Gun Yinji thought it was exceptionally pleasant. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I just got off the plane. Are you feeling better? Are you still in the hospital? He Jichu smiled and leaned back in the ergonomic computer chair. He said leisurely, much better. I won't die. Gun Yinji smiled and quickly said, don't say that. Health is the most important thing. You can't just treat the symptoms, but also the root cause. Otherwise, what if it flares up again in the future? It won't happen again. He Jichu smiled half-heartedly because there was nothing in this world that could continue to provoke him. His heart was as calm as still water. He could practically cosplay a monk in a kasaya. That's good. You've just recovered from a serious illness, so you need to take good care of yourself. I brought you a little gift. When are you free? I want to visit you? Yes, I'm free anytime. Hijichu smiled. Hearing Gun Yinji's sweet and soft voice, Hijichu suddenly felt that the scenery outside the window suddenly looked better. His study faced the forest on the hill in the backyard. He had always thought that the lush greenery was too messy. Now, however, he felt relaxed and happy. Even his eyes felt much better. Gun Yinji's curvy lips curved into a very happy smile. She curled up in the back seat of the car and muttered, that won't do. I'll visit you again when you're feeling better and I'm not busy with work. Speaking of work, He Jichu reminded Gun Yinji, are you considered an official member of the Senate? Gun Yinji replied, Her wild thoughts were suddenly pulled back to reality. She scratched her head. Yes, I guess so. Actually, the official process hadn't been completed yet. She should still be in the probation period. He Jichu reminded her calmly, if you officially join the Senate, I'll help you quit your job at the American law firm. Gun Yinji definitely couldn't serve in the Senate and also work abroad. Okay, I should indeed quit, Gun Yinji said without hesitation, although she still felt a little reluctant. She actually didn't have that high of an ambition. She was very satisfied to be a successful lawyer. However, Speaker Long valued her so much, so she couldn't not appreciate his kindness. Moreover, she also wanted to be able to help Hua Xiaoheng, so she accepted the position in the Senate. Since they were talking about the work of the law firm, Gun Yinji couldn't help but think of suing Luo Jialan. She had just returned to China, so she still had a lot to do, but for Luo Jialan, it should be the most important thing. This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 1283, Preparing to Sue. If there were 900 monthly votes tomorrow, it would still be the third watch. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1294. When she was in Russia, Song Jining had entrusted Gun Yinji with full authority to be her lawyer and file a lawsuit against Luo Jialan. As for what charges Song Jining and Luo Jialan could use to sue, there was a lot of room for maneuver. This would depend on the skills of the lawyer. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes and gripped her phone. She wanted to discuss this issue with He Jichu. However, she was in the bulletproof car of the Special Operations Forces, so it wasn't convenient for her to discuss legal issues with He Jichu. Professor He, you should rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Gun Yinji planned to go back and organize her thoughts, then discuss a plan with He Jichu the next day. He Jichu heard something different in Gun Yinji's tone. He Jichu's shimmering, sultry eyes flashed as he looked at his watch. I'm free all day today. Where are you? Do you want me to hold a welcoming dinner for you? Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. You've really recovered? You can work now. As soon as He Jichu heard Gun Yinji's excited tone, he concluded that Gun Yinji had something to talk to him about. He Jichu smiled faintly and said, You can ask Chen Lai if I've recovered from my illness. After a pause, He Jichu continued, I'm not at school right now. I'm at the West Mountain Villa. I just bought a house. You haven't been here yet. How about this? Since you're back in China, I've just gotten my hands on a new house. I'll open a house. Warming, let's invite our friends to gather for a party. Gun Yinji laughed and said, Okay. When? He Jichu laughed. So anxious? By the way, Smith's lawsuit against the Angel and the World Foundation in Japan is about to come out. It should be tomorrow. We'll have them come to us. Dinner in house. Warming, let's have a party together. Gun Yinji was overjoyed. She raised her fist and waved it in the air. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. Really? The results will be out tomorrow? That's great. My luck has been good recently. So good that I can't believe it myself. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang both looked up at her. Gun Yinji quickly stopped smiling and coughed. Yes, there are two good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yin Shixiang sneered. Isn't it just an engagement and marriage? What other good news do you have? Gun Yinji, all right, there are 4 happy events. Which one do you want to hear first? Gun Yinji couldn't help but smile. Her inky black eyes sparkled, and her joy was almost overflowing. Yin Shixiang was stunned. Is there something else besides your engagement and marriage? Then we'll have to listen carefully, right, Hua Xiao? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and nodded. Okay, go ahead. Gun Yinji couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She said happily, First, Professor, he bought a new villa and invited me to a house party. Warming party? Ow, was this a happy occasion? Yinji, you must be kidding me. Yin Shixiang cursed silently and quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. But his expression didn't change. He was calm and unperturbed as he said, What about the second item? Gun Yinji smiled and said, The lawsuit I entrusted to an American law firm in Japan will be officially concluded tomorrow. It took more than 3 months. It wasn't easy. Oh, you're going to win the lawsuit. Yin Shixiang finally felt that it was interesting and asked excitedly, Our little Yinji is going to become a little rich woman. There's no such thing as a little rich woman. All the money has been squandered by Gu Yanran and that foundation. Gun Yinji shrugged. I'm more concerned about whether my father's things can be returned intact. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said, This is indeed a joyous occasion. When do you plan to take over your property? I don't have time recently, so I can only entrust someone else to do it for me. Gun Yinji spread her hands regretfully and said, My lawyer should help me count it and be in charge of supervising the execution of the court's decision. This kind of transnational property lawsuit was actually very difficult to fight. Many years ago, there was once a person from the Huaxia Empire who owned a large amount of real estate in Tokyo, Japan. However, that was during the war years. After that person returned home, the real estate was illegally occupied by the locals. After the war, the person's widow went to Japan to fight a transnational lawsuit to get back her husband's inheritance. In the end, the Japanese Supreme Court ignored the facts and awarded the property to the locals who illegally occupied it. Basically, it was very difficult for foreigners to win when they fought for property with their own people. This time, Gun Yinji had used a team of lawyers from the largest American law firm as her lawyer at Ijichu's suggestion. That way, the Japanese court wouldn't dare to act rashly. No matter what, the Japanese son was most willing to listen to the American father. Even if Gun Yinji went to fight this lawsuit herself, it wouldn't be as effective as Smith and the others. This had nothing to do with one's own quality and talent. It only had to do with the national conditions of the country involved. Some countries would respect the spirit of legal contracts and be able to ensure that no matter which country's nationality, they would be treated equally by the law. But some countries wouldn't do that, such as Japan. Anyway, for the Japanese, if they did something wrong and judged the wrong case, it was just a matter of bowing and apologizing. If one bow didn't work, then 2 bows. As for pursuing responsibility after the fact, that didn't exist. If you wanted them to commit seppuku, unless you helped them do it, it wouldn't happen. Gun Yinji returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces in an extremely excited mood. The first thing she did when she got back was to take a good shower in the bathroom. Then, she applied a facial mask on herself before turning on her laptop and starting to draft legal documents related to Luo Jialan. Although Song Jining had given her full authority, Gun Yinji only knew a little about what had happened back then when she had been in a lawsuit with Baijini. That was far from enough to convince the public prosecution office to officially prosecute Luo Jialan. She also needed to collect information and evidence. However, she wasn't worried about that. Hua Xiaoheng had the intention to clear his mother's name, so he should have left a lot of evidence in his hands. Gun Yinji could just look for him directly. After staying in her room for an hour, Gun Yinji washed off her facial mask, changed into her usual hoodie, and came downstairs. In Shixiang was sitting on the big sofa in the living room on the first floor. His laptop was on the coffee table in front of him, and he was typing quickly. Gun Yinji looked around, but didn't see Hua Xiaoheng. She asked casually, "Brother Xiong, where's Major General Hua?" In Shixiang said without looking up, "Major General Hua went to a meeting." "What's the matter?" "He's going to a meeting as soon as he gets back. Doesn't he rest?" Gun Yinji's heart ached a little. She sat on the sofa opposite In Shixiang and rested her chin on her hands. She asked curiously, "Aren't you going with him?" "I'll stay here and listen to Major General Hua's wife's orders." In Shixiang closed his laptop with a snap and winked at Gun Yinji with a smile. Gun Yinji's cheeks flushed, and she glared at In Shixiang. "Go. Does Chi-Chi know what you're saying, Brother Xiong?" "Tisk. Why would Chi-Chi blame me if I told the truth?" In Shixiang stretched his long legs and hugged his neck with his hands. He leaned against the sofa and said with emotion, "You and Major General Hua, Chi-Chi, and I have all been together for a long time. Only little Zhe." Gun Yinji thought of Zhao Liangze and Bai Shuang, and the happiness in her heart gradually faded. "Where's Brother Zhe? Where is he?" Gun Yinji stood up. "I brought him a gift too. He went back to work," In Shixiang said lightly. "I don't think he'll be back anytime soon." If he came back, he would be reminded of the past. Gun Yinji understood what In Shixiang meant and sighed slightly. "I hope Brother Zhe can get over it as soon as possible." In Shixiang sneered and pointed his finger at Gun Yinji. "You only know how to talk from the sidelines. If it were you, would you be able to get over it?" "No," Gun Yinji said without hesitation. In Shixiang was stunned. After a while, In Shixiang scratched his head and said with a sheepish smile, "I was just joking. You're smarter than Bai Shuang, and you don't have a father like Bai Shuang. You definitely won't be like Bai Shuang." Gun Yinji pursed her lips. She thought that it wasn't that she was different from Bai Shuang, but that Hua Xiaoheng was different from Zhao Liangze. If she had the same status as Bai Shuang and Hua Xiaoheng wanted to be with her, no one would be able to stop him. As for Zhao Liangze, by the time he realized his own feelings, it was already too late. This was probably what it meant by character is destiny. Everyone could only walk the path set by their own character. Gun Yinji's eyes flashed, and she changed the topic. "I have something to ask Major General Hua. I don't know when he'll be free. Can you ask him for me?" Gun Yinji knew that she couldn't contact Hua Xiaoheng when he was in a meeting. Only In Shixiang could. In Shixiang nodded. "I'll call you when I'm free. Are you in a hurry?" "Not particularly." Gun Yinji thought about it. "It's fine as long as I have a chance to see Major General Hua tomorrow. That should be no problem. You guys have gained too much from your trip to Siberia." Major General Hua has no choice but to hold a meeting immediately to summarize and report. Otherwise, if you miss the opportunity, you'll be punished by military law. In Shixiang said, half-truthfully, his fingers tapping back and forth on the armrest of the sofa, as if he was playing the piano. "I know, I didn't mean anything by it." Gun Yinji quickly said, "I can also ask Ms. Song if Major General Hua is too busy." In Shixiang thought that Gun Yinji was going to discuss the wedding with Hua Xiaoheng and Song Jining. So he quickly advised her, "Not only do you have to explain this to Ms. Song, but you also have to have a good talk with General Hua and Grandfather Hua. They're all Major General Hua's elders, so they'll all be living under the same roof in the future. They'll see each other all the time. Do you understand what I mean?" Gun Yinji actually didn't understand, because she hadn't considered the wedding at all. To her, announcing the engagement was already a big step. As for entering the marriage hall, she had to at least deal with Luo Jialan first. Otherwise, this woman could still appear around them as a relative to disgust her. She couldn't stand it. She wasn't getting married to be bullied, and she didn't want to compromise. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1284, For Blessings. The monthly ticket was 900 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. It looked like the frequency of the three updates had to be maintained. Everyone, especially the relatives who voted for the monthly ticket, they kissed each and every one of them. Asterisk 3 asterisk star. Chapter 1295. Gu Ninji spread her hands and giggled. I don't need to understand. I'm marrying Major General Hua. If he can't handle his family, why would he marry me? Brother Xiong, would you let your family mistreat Chi-Chi? How is that possible? My parents love her like she's their own daughter. As their son, I'm behind. In Xiang said without hesitation and chuckled. He only found a girlfriend when he was almost 30, then got engaged and prepared to get married. His parents were so grateful to Ma Chi-Chi. How could they put on airs and make things difficult for her? It's the same logic. Gu Ninji tilted her head and looked at In Xiang. Ms. Song also loves me like her own daughter. Although Ms. Song wasn't a loving mother in the usual sense, Gu Ninji wasn't an obedient daughter in the usual sense either. Both of them had their own career pursuits, so they were very compatible. But General Hua and Grandfather Hua are prejudiced against you. In Xiang was very realistic when it came to other people's matters. You can't expect Major General Hua to always be at home to help you settle your family relations, right? Gu Ninji thought about it and smiled. I don't think I have any family relations to settle. Grandfather Hua is getting old. I plan to ask the Xie family to find something for him to do so he doesn't have to make things difficult for Major General Hua every day. General Hua doesn't need to be mentioned. If he makes things difficult for me, I think General Ji won't let him off. The Xie family was Grandfather Hua's in-laws. The Xie family didn't know that Grandfather Hua had wronged his wife before, but now that they knew, it would be unreasonable for them not to support their own people. In Xiang raised an eyebrow and gave her a thumbs up. Good. You know how to use others to your advantage. As expected of our genius girl. Actually, it's my time that's precious. Do you know how much those famous lawyers charge for an hour? If you want to fight with me, think about your own wallet first. Gu Ninji smiled proudly and tossed her black hair behind her back. She went back to her room. She didn't go downstairs much and had been nervously researching information in her room to prepare a complaint. When she went downstairs for dinner that night, she found that In Xiang wasn't there either. Of course, Xiang wasn't back either. It was boring to eat alone, so she hurriedly made a bowl of pork rib soup and ate it before going upstairs to continue working. When she went to bed in the middle of the night, Hua Xiaoheng still hadn't returned. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng was in the small conference room of the Army Supreme Council, reporting to a few higher-ups. During his trip to Russia, he had obtained a lot of first-hand information. General Ji silently listened to him and asked with a frown, did Director Song make any new discoveries in Tunguska? Another big shot from the General Assembly Department was also very concerned. This military experiment has been going on for almost 20 years. We hope that Director Song can produce results. I heard that the United States has made a major breakthrough. We can't fall too far behind. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the information in his hand and said, according to Director Song's report, she made a major breakthrough in the Sea of Japan at the supernatural workmanship of nature. This time, she had gained a lot from her trip to Tunguska in Siberia. After she finishes analyzing all the data, we should be able to enter the field test phase. As soon as he said that, all the big shots in the room were overjoyed and overjoyed. It should be known that these people were usually as calm as a mountain in front of their families. It was very rare for them to show their emotions without reservation like this. General Ji said emotionally, it's been 20 years. In a few months, it'll be 20 years. I hope that Director Song can surpass her master this time and successfully complete the field test. If they really succeeded, not only would they be able to leave the United States in the dust, but they would also be able to lead the entire blue planet. They would be unrivaled in the entire world. Of course, the big shots in the military were the most excited about this. If Speaker Long had seen this scene, he would definitely have scolded these old military leaders for being militaristic and wasting money and manpower. However, He was just saying it. His obsession with national security was even deeper than some of the big shots in the military. It was just that the way he expressed it was different. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Hua Xiaoheng finished sorting out all the information and making the report. The big shots of the military were still in high spirits. When they walked out of the conference room, they were all in high spirits as if they were 10 years younger. General Ji was the last to come out. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Is the Russian president really going to be a witness to your wedding?" "Yes, President Putin really wants to attend our wedding." However, Hua Xiaoheng hesitated. "We don't plan to hold a wedding in the near future." He hadn't discussed this with Gun Yinji yet, but he could tell that Gun Yinji didn't really want to hold a wedding right away. Because of Zhao Yangzi, even Yin Shixiang planned to wait a year before getting married. Hua Xiaoheng also planned to wait a year and a half before holding a wedding. General Ji was very satisfied with the time and said, "President Putin is coming to us, so we need plenty of time to prepare. I think a year and a half is a good time. Let's do it this way. In a year and a half, Nianji will be almost 21 years old." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. "Yes, soon." After returning from the military compound to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng went to the office building and worked there all night. Gun Yinji didn't wait for Hua Xiaoheng to return. When she woke up the next morning, she looked at her phone. It was exactly 7 in the morning. Her biological clock had actually adjusted back quickly. Since Hua Xiaoheng was so busy, Gun Yinji didn't plan to continue idling there. She called He Ji-chu and found out that he was at home today. After asking for the address, Gun Yinji asked for a car key from Hua Xiaoheng's orderly and drove out in a military jeep. Gun Yinji was now engaged to Hua Xiaoheng, so she could use Hua Xiaoheng's car. Moreover, as a woman, she felt more secure driving a military car. She could feel it when she was on the highway. Almost all the cars avoided her like the plague. Gun Yinji curled her lips. She didn't race, but drove at the speed limit. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when she arrived at He Ji-chu's West Mountain Villa. Gun Yinji got out of the car and looked at the greenery and birds chirping in the empty mountains. She felt relaxed and happy. She pushed her sunglasses up on her head, got out of the car, and carefully looked at the villa in front of her. The house was very unique. It had a gray roof and a polonium main building. She could see a wooden ribbed lamp hanging under the eaves in front of the door. There was also a thin golden wire birdcage. There were 2 wrought tan reclining chairs on the cloister under the birdcage. It was so leisurely that it almost blended in with the mountains. The courtyard was very large and spacious. From the courtyard entrance to the main villa, there was a wooden cloister. There were 2 roads beside the cloister. One was a driveway, and the other was a small path made of sheep intestines and stones. The main villa was at the end of the intersection of the 2 paths and the cloister. It was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, all roads leading to the same destination. Gun Yinji was amazed by the big house. He was really too rich. Not only was he rich, but he also had good taste. However, He Ji-chu couldn't be living alone in such a big house, could he? Gun Yinji thought about it as she rang the doorbell. He Ji-chu, who had a graceful figure, rode a bicycle with yellow frames and black wheels. He soon appeared at the luxurious and imposing cherry-wood entrance of the villa. He was wearing an ivory white Egyptian cotton shirt with a small collar, and a gray cashmere vest with a polo logo on the outside. He was wearing gray fine wool trousers with straight seams. There was a sense of seriousness in his leisurely manner. His gold-rimmed glasses made him look even more refined and sophisticated. When he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, He Ji-chu put one foot on the ground and reached out to press the automatic button by the door. The courtyard door slowly opened. He could have opened the courtyard door remotely from the main house, but he had to ride a bicycle over. Gun Yinji smiled as she looked at the bicycle he was riding and whistled. "TSK, TSK, Professor He, you're breaking the rules by showing off your wealth. A Lamborghini bicycle. The money of a bicycle is enough to buy a mid-range car, right?" This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket was 900 plus updates. Chapter 1285, Time is Precious. It was the third update at 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi, everyone. Chapter 1296. Hijichu smiled and ignored Gunyinji's teasing. He pointed to the other side of the driveway and asked her to drive the car in. Gunyinji nodded and returned to the car. She started the car and drove into the courtyard of Hijichu's West Mountain Villa. Gunyinji parked the car at the end of the driveway and got out of the car to enter Hijichu's newly bought villa. The first floor hall also had cherrywood floors, and the center of the hall was covered with a colorful Persian carpet that contrasted sharply with the snow-white sofas. The hall was very deep, and the spiral staircase wound up to the second and third floors. There was also a floor below that could be walked. Out's basement. Gunyinji took a rough look and clicked her tongue. Professor why does your villa look so familiar? It seems to be on par with your big American-style country house in Boston. They were both top-notch locations, and the villas of the same size were almost the same expensive unit price. Hijichu poured Gunyinji a glass of milk and handed it to her. He looked at her carefully. You've lost weight. Didn't Xiaoheng feed you enough in Russia? Gunyinji took the milk with a smile. Of course I'm full. Isn't it good to lose weight? Professor I'll take that as a compliment. Hijichu. Gunyinji looked at Hijichu again and said sincerely, Professor you're the one who's really lost weight. What exactly caused the relapse this time? Will it continue to relapse? Hijichu shook his head and said firmly, No, it was an accident this time. Okay, I hope you'll get good treatment if you're sick. You can't hide your illness for fear of treatment. Gunyinji looked at Hijichu deeply and handed him the gift she had bought. Professor this is a small gift I bought for you in Russia. I know you don't lack anything, and I can't afford anything too expensive. I think this set of dolls is very cute, so I bought it for you. Gunyinji smiled and opened the gift box. Inside the box was a very famous gift in Russia, a Russian nesting doll. Gunyinji picked up the pink, round-faced, big-eyed wooden doll in traditional Russian clothing and compared it to her own face. Her name is Matryoshka. Isn't she cute? Other than the shape of his face, the doll's facial features were quite similar to Gunyinji's. It was just that the shape of the full moon was similar to the doll that Gunyinji had been holding since she was a child. It was also similar to Wenshui's face. Hijichu's rippling, almond-shaped eyes flickered as he silently watched Gunyinji take out a smaller nesting doll from the belly of the first one. She took out new nesting dolls from the previous nesting doll's belly one after another. Finally, a total of 15 nesting dolls of all sizes were placed on a coffee table in front of Hijichu. The largest was the size of Hijichu's palm, and the smallest was only the size of a pinky finger. The workmanship was exquisite, the color delicate, and the expression interesting. It was very cute. Hijichu was no stranger to this. He used to have many at home, and they were even more exquisite and luxurious. However, this was a gift from Gunyinji, so the meaning was different. Hijichu picked up the largest nesting doll and looked at it. He said coldly, If this doll's face was a little smaller and narrower, it would look a little like you. Do I look like that? I don't think so. Gunyinji blinked, but the doll looked familiar to her, so she bought it. Could there really be a psychological reason? Gunyinji didn't have time to think about it. Hijichu had already put the nesting dolls back one by one. He said calmly, If you don't think so, then you don't look like me. Maybe I saw wrong. Gunyinji laughed and didn't argue with Hijichu. She finished her milk and got back to business. Professor I'm relieved to see that you've recovered. Gunyinji took out the draft of the indictment she had written last night. You're so busy, I shouldn't have disturbed you. But I hope to discuss this matter with you to broaden my thinking. Hijichu knew that Gunyinji wouldn't come to him for no reason. He accepted the folder from Gunyinji without any surprise and opened it to take a look. After reading it quickly, Hijichu muttered, You want to be Song Jinning's lawyer and sue Luo Jialan for attempted murder? Gunyinji nodded heavily and said seriously, Yes, I must sue her for attempted murder. But based on your statement, wouldn't it be easier to sue her for mental abuse or domestic violence? Hijichu said calmly. He was looking at Gunyinji's indictment from a purely legal perspective. Gun Yinji was a little excited. Yes, I want to sue her for attempted murder. How could just suing her for abuse be enough? It had to be attempted murder. Why? Hijichu looked up and looked at Gun Yinji calmly. Convince me first. There's no murder in our country's criminal law. There's only intentional murder, which is divided into completed and attempted murder. Miss Song didn't die, so it can only be attempted murder. I think this is the maximum legal punishment for Luo Jialan's actions. It's many times more serious than domestic violence and mental abuse. Gun Yinji was filled with righteous indignation, and her little face was tense. Hijichu smiled and said casually, "What's the use of telling me this? You don't have a single word to prove why you want to sue Luo Jialan for attempted murder. You've been saying that this is the only way to punish Luo Jialan to the maximum. This will make the police and prosecutors think that you're trying to vent your personal anger on attempted murder. If you can't even convince me, how can you convince the prosecutors to file a public prosecution against Luo Jialan? If it's mental abuse or domestic violence, you don't need to file a public prosecution through the police and prosecutors. You can file a private prosecution in court and sue Luo Jialan. But if you want to sue the police for attempted murder, you have to convince the police to file a case. At the same time, you have to obtain enough evidence to convince them that it's indeed attempted murder. Only then can you file a public prosecution against Luo Jialan in court. Because according to Huaxiao law, a case like attempted murder can only be prosecuted by the prosecutors. You can't go to court to file a lawsuit yourself. Gun Yinji understood all of what Hijichu had said. This was also why she had first thought of Hijichu and wanted to discuss the case with him. Gun Yinji let out a sigh and leaned back on the sofa. She let out a long sigh and said, "I know, so I want to discuss it with you to see if I can prove that Luo Jialan did indeed attempt to commit murder. That won't be easy." Hijichu handed her folder back. "Do you still remember what the professor taught you in criminal law class? If you want to prove intentional murder, what evidence and arguments do you need?" Gun Yinji counted with her fingers. "First, we need to determine that she had a subjective motive for intentional murder. Second, we need to prove that she had the objective conditions to commit intentional murder. Third, we need to prove that she had committed intentional murder, and that she knew that the direct result of this action would be the death of the plaintiff. Each of these would not be easy to prove for what Luo Jialan had done to Song Jining in the past." Hijichu nodded and said expressionlessly, "First, we need to prove that she had a subjective motive for intentional murder of Song Jining. How do you think we can prove it?" Gun Yinji was speechless. "Also, why are you suing Luo Jialan? It's a thankless task. Tell me, do you have any reason to sue her?" Hijichu could tell at a glance that Gun Yinji must have a reason, so he asked. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1286. Moi, everyone. The next third watch will be 1,200 monthly votes. Good luck, everyone. Chapter 1297. Was there a reason to sue Luo Jialan for intentional homicide? Of course there was. But how could she tell Hijichu this reason? He was her master's tutor in law, a person who was very serious about his profession. If he knew her deeper reason, would he despise her? Would he be very disappointed in her? Gun Yinji didn't dare to speak. Hijichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes were devoid of any emotion. He calmly watched the change in Gun Yinji's expression, and his heart sunk. It seemed that this girl didn't want to tell him the truth. Hijichu actually didn't have any special requirements for Gun Yinji. She could not love him or even respect him, but she couldn't lie to him. That was his bottom line. Hijichu hated being lied to the most. However, Gun Yinji kept her mouth shut like a small clamshell. Her eyes flickered, and she wished she could sew her mouth shut with a needle. Hijichu lowered his eyes, crossed his legs, and picked up his teacup. He lifted the lid of the teacup and took a sip of the Longjing tea that was as expensive as gold. The sweet fragrance of the tea flowed between his lips and teeth, and Hijichu's mood completely calmed down. Hijichu was actually very familiar with Gun Yinji's personality. She had never changed since she was young. This little girl was born to be soft, but not soft. He could only go along with her. He couldn't goad her, and of course, he couldn't scold her until she was black and blue. That would only arouse her rebellious mentality and make her completely uncooperative. Hijichu's eyes darted around, and he had an idea in his mind. He put down the ice jade porcelain teacup that was painted with ink landscapes and found a breakthrough point. He asked leisurely, "By the way, isn't her name Hua Jialan? Why is it Luo Jialan now?" Gun Yinji composed herself. She could tell him the reason. Because her mother's surname is Luo, and she's not the biological daughter of the Hua family's uncle. So she moved out of the Hua family's household registration and changed her surname. Hijichu immediately grasped the key point. Since she changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration, legally speaking, she has nothing to do with the Hua family. Even if you marry Hua Xiaoheng in the future and become the young madam of the Hua family, Luo Jialan won't affect you in any way. Why do you still want to sue her? The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She hadn't expected that Hijichu would be able to uncover the truth of the matter with just one sentence from her. Gun Yinji was a little flustered and quickly said, "She only changed her surname. Although she moved out of the Hua family's household registration, she didn't move away. She still stayed with the Hua family and took care of grandfather Hua." Hijichu looked at her intently. "You're saying that she changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration on the surface, right?" Gun Yinji, it was over. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. Was it too late to shut up now? Gun Yinji's large eyes blinked, and her long eyelashes fluttered like 2 rows of small fans. In Hijichu's eyes, this was clearly a guilty conscience. Hijichu averted his gaze and looked out the window at the beautiful, lush scenery of the West Mountains in early summer. He calmly continued his reasoning. Why did Luo Jialan change her surname and household registration, but still continue to live in the Hua family? If she's not doing it for the sake of it, then she has other motives. Gun Yinji's pupils constricted in an instant, and the light in her eyes gathered into an astonishingly bright spot. Hijichu happened to turn his head, and his gaze swept across Gun Yinji's face. He didn't miss the change in her expression. After some thought, Hijichu felt that he might have understood. Then she must have other motives. She changed her surname and moved out of the household registration to obtain greater benefits. Hijichu wouldn't think that Luo Jialan had suddenly found her conscience and was too embarrassed to continue being a member of the Hua family. So what benefit was better than the fact that her surname was Hua and she was the only daughter of the Hua family's eldest uncle? All the smoke bombs and smoke screens were no longer effective. Hijichu looked at Gun Yinji quietly and understood why she had to sue Luo Jialan for the felony of intentional homicide instead of domestic violence or mental abuse. Because Luo Jialan had touched Gun Yinji's sore spot, and everyone around Gun Yinji probably knew that it was Hua Xiaoheng. Hijichu's voice became even colder. Did she want to marry Hua Xiaoheng? So she changed her surname and moved out of the Hua family's household registration to advance by retreating, right? Gun Yinji clenched her fists and became excited. Yes, you're right. Luo Jialan changed her surname and moved out of the household registration just to use grandfather Hua's position as an elder to forcefully marry Major General Hua. As she said this, the grievance in her heart also rose. Gun Yinji's eyes were red, and she held back her tears as she turned her head away. I've worked so hard, done so many things, and achieved so many results. But in Grandfather Hua and General Hua's hearts, I'm still not as good as Luo Jialan, who has lived with them for many years. They would rather Luo Jialan marry Major General Hua than accept me. Why do they still look down on me? This kind of inferiority, hidden in the depths of her heart, seemed to only be able to vent it in front of Hijichu without any scruples. In front of Hua Xiaoheng, in front of Song Jining, in front of Yin Shixiang, and even in front of Ma Chi-Chi, Gun Yinji had a "I don't care at all" look on her face. Although she knew very well that this kind of inferiority was actually unreasonable, she was only 19 years old. It was the age where she was very sensitive to the opinions of outsiders, but she pretended not to care. It was inevitable that her emotions would go back and forth. Hijichu looked at her fixedly. After a while, he got up and walked to the sofa opposite him. He sat down beside Gunyinji. He hesitated with one hand, but in the end, he placed it on Gunyinji's shoulder. With the other hand, he took a tissue from the coffee table and wiped Gunyinji's tears. Hijichu didn't try to persuade her. He just sat beside her and waited for her to cry enough before saying coldly, "Then do you still want to marry Hua Xiaoheng? If you don't, I can propose to you right away." Gunyinji. She raised her head and looked at Hijichu in shock. She shouted in a low voice, "Professor He, now is not the time to make such a joke." If he said something similar again, Gunyinji was sure she would immediately run away. Hijichu curled the corners of his lips and smiled faintly. "Are you feeling better? What's that saying again? The man you choose, you will marry him even if you cry. That's how you are right now." Gunyinji finally laughed. There were still tears in her eyes, but her smile was already rippling through the tears. "Professor He, you also read this kind of joke on the internet?" Gunyinji wiped away her tears with a tissue. She still felt uncomfortable. "Professor He, can I use your bathroom to wash my face?" Hijichu nodded and said nonchalantly, "There are 2 bathrooms on the first floor, and each guest room and master bedroom has a bathroom on the second floor. There's a bathroom in the game room on the 3rd floor. Which one do you want to use?" Gunyinji was speechless. This person was addicted to showing off his wealth. Gunyinji stood up expressionlessly. "I'll go to the nearest bathroom." She went to the bathroom on the 1st floor near the living room. She pushed the door open and went in. The place was decorated very elegantly. On the white marble washstand was a long neck and thin waist peacock blue vase with an orchid stuck diagonally in it. There were small mahogany brackets propped up on the wall. On them were facial cleansers, toothbrushes, toothpaste, face cream, and hand cream. Gunyinji immediately noticed that the facial cleanser, toothbrush, toothpaste, face cream, and hand cream were all brands she was used to using. The unfamiliarity she had felt earlier instantly disappeared. This place made her feel warm and comfortable, like she had returned to her own home. Gunyinji calmed down and carefully washed her face. She put on a simple layer of face cream before coming out. She was still young, so her fair cheeks were full of collagen and didn't need any makeup. They were naturally beautiful. Hijichu was still sitting in the same position as before. He hadn't even moved his posture. He supported his head with one hand and rested the other on the back of the sofa. He waved at Gunyinji. "Come and sit." Gunyinji sat down on the other end of the sofa. "It's not a big deal. It's worth crying over." Hijichu scolded her lightly. "If you want to cry in the future, come here and cry. If you cry in front of outsiders and embarrass me, I'll break your legs." Although his words were harsh, his tone was doting and intimate. It was as natural and sincere as a big brother to a little sister. Gunyinji liked this feeling of being like family very much. She quietly sat closer to Hijichu and muttered, "Professor He, I won't do it again. I won't cry again. Do you believe it yourself?" Hijichu sneered and pointed at the box of tissues on the coffee table that Gunyinji had used halfway. "I don't believe it myself." Gunyinji smiled through her tears and tilted her head. "But why doesn't Professor He believe it? A leopard can't change its spots. You've been a crybaby since you were young. How could I not know you?" Hijichu said casually, then shut his mouth. Gunyinji quickly moved another step and sat next to Hijichu. She quietly tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Professor He, you know about my childhood, right? Can you tell me about it?" Hijichu looked away uncomfortably and firmly pushed Gunyinji's hand away. He calmly changed the topic. "I've forgotten all about it. Let's talk about Luo Jialan's case. I don't object to you charging her with intentional homicide, but do you have any concrete evidence?" Intentional homicide was a criminal felony. It required a detailed chain of evidence, sufficient subjective conditions, and rigorous logical support. All 3 were indispensable. The chain of evidence included witnesses and physical evidence. This was also the most important condition for a successful case to be filed for intentional homicide. Gunyinji forcibly pulled her thoughts back from her lost childhood and focused her attention on Luo Jialan's case. She was no longer smiling mischievously, nor was she sentimental. Her entire aura had suddenly changed. She was sharp, magnanimous, calm, and intelligent. She was like a famous sword that was being sharpened. The 3 feet of frost concealed its sharpness. She was just waiting for the moment when the sharp sword was unsheathed and illuminated the sky. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1287, Gunyinji's Reverse Scale. Today was tentatively scheduled for 2 updates. The second update would be at 8 o'clock in the evening. If the monthly ticket for the evening reached 1,200, the third update would be sent after the second update. P.S. Thank you to Shirma for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1298. Gunyinji carefully recalled the first time she came to the Hor residence in the military compound at the end of the year before last. At that time, Luo Jialan was still called Hua Jialan. She was the good daughter of the Hua family and a good housekeeper. Song Jining had been insane for more than a decade, and the Hua family's grandmother had passed away. Hua Guanchen hadn't found another wife, and grandfather who was head nurse, Zhang Feng, had an ambiguous identity. Therefore, she was the only woman in charge of the Hua family. Song Jining was completely taken care of by her 2 housekeepers, Annie Xing and Andy Yu. Gunyinji frowned slightly and said, after Ms. Song's condition was exposed, Luo Jialan wailed, pointed at Ms. Song, and shouted at me. She said, I won't let you take her. You're not allowed to take that slut away. Do you know that my mother committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills because of her? What right did she have to pretend to be crazy after doing all those shameless things? Wasn't she crazy? Did he lose his memory? I'll make her crazy for a lifetime. Amnesia for a lifetime. Apologize to my mother. Can these words be used as her subjective motive for intentional murder? Gunyinji continued. At that time, there were also 2 housekeepers who took care of Ms. Song, Annie Xing and Annie Yu. These 2 must know more about the truth. He Jichu's expression didn't change as he pointed out professionally. Just based on the sentence alone, it's intentional injury at most, not intentional homicide. Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. The difference between intentional injury and intentional homicide is still in the defendant's subjective consciousness. If she knew that her actions would cause the other party to lose his life, she would have killed him on purpose. If she knew that her actions would only cause the other party a certain amount of harm, that would be intentional harm. We just need to prove that her actions will kill Ms. Song and not just hurt her. Well, that's a good starting point, but how can you prove that the direct result of her actions was Ms. Song's death? After all, Ms. Song did not die. She had been ill for more than 10 years and was cured. He Jichu's words are always so logical and to the point. Gunyinji was greatly inspired to discuss the case with a senior professional like He Jichu. Following this train of thought, she continued, the direct result of Luo Jialan's actions will cause Ms. Song's death, but whether Ms. Song is really dead or not is different. Just because Ms. Song is not dead, we can't completely rule out her motive and possibility of intentional homicide. He Jichu smiled and nodded. That's interesting. Continue. I will collect information to prove that Luo Jialan's care for Ms. Song all these years was not to help her recover, but to kill her with a soft knife. Her real purpose was to kill her. Gunyinji still remembered the cramped and low bedroom on the top floor of the Hua Manor. Song Jining had lived in that kind of oppressive environment for more than a decade. For a woman whose brain had suffered serious physical trauma and stimulation, and whose mind had completely collapsed, this environment was definitely one disaster after another. It was impossible for it to be really for her psychological treatment. Ijichu took out his phone and made a few notes on the memo. He asked, okay, even if the motive is established, what about the physical evidence and witnesses? I'll ask Major General Hua for the physical evidence. The most important witnesses are Annie Xing and Andy Yu. They've been taking care of Ms. Song for many years. Yes, Annie Xing and Auntie Yu are the key. If we use them well, they'll be very important witnesses. However, If we don't use them well and there's a lack of physical evidence, your accusation won't be established. He Ji-Chu checked the gaps in Gun Yinji's thoughts and quickly came up with a complete plan for her. If they followed this procedure, there would at least be no problem with the police and prosecutors. They could successfully file a case and file a public prosecution. You have to be careful. The prosecutor in this kind of case is the prosecution. You have to follow the legal procedures very strictly and not let Hua Xiaoheng interfere. Once he makes a move, I believe that Luo Jialan's lawyer won't let this go. He'll attack you for abusing your power for personal gain and using your power to bully others. Hua Xiaoheng was in a high position of power, and the victim was his biological mother. If he said something, the prosecutors wouldn't ignore it. It was even possible that they would immediately file a case for prosecution. But in the modern internet society, where the wind blows without wind, such an approach was too stupid. If the other party seized on their weakness and used it to incite the negative emotions of netizens to cause trouble, they would become unreasonable even if they were in the right. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng had to stay out of the matter. Other than providing Gun Yinji with the evidence in his hands, he couldn't interfere in anything else. Gun Yinji thought about it carefully and smiled. She said, "We won't do anything against the law, but I won't pretend that Major General Hua has nothing to do with this just to avoid suspicion. After all, she was his mother. If he really stayed out of the matter, those people would also attack him for being inhumane. If they want to start a cyber war against me, the cyber children will teach them a lesson." He Ji-Chu looked at Gun Yinji's sly and fearless expression, and his emotions were very complicated. He wanted to see Gun Yinji in high spirits and moving forward bravely, but she was like this because of another man. He Ji-Chu felt very upset. The two of them discussed for the whole morning. He Ji-Chu looked at his watch and said, "Are you hungry? I'll go cook." Gun Yinji was surprised. "Professor, he knows how to cook. Didn't he always order takeout and drink red wine?" He Ji-Chu, "It's just cooking. How hard can it be?" He had secretly read a lot of tutorials online and had wanted to try it for a long time. He Ji-Chu's expression was a little ugly. He stood up from the sofa. "Wait here." He strode to the kitchen on the first floor. How could Gun Yinji just wait here? She had to admire He Ji-Chu's cooking. Gun Yinji smiled and stood up to follow He Ji-Chu to the kitchen. She walked backward beside He Ji-Chu and carefully observed his expression. She asked with a smile, "What does Professor he want to cook?" "Egg fried rice." He Ji-Chu didn't even look at Gun Yinji and said, "Don't follow me. How am I going to cook if you come in?" His shimmering almond-shaped eyes glared at Gun Yinji and stopped her outside the kitchen. Gun Yinji saw that He Ji-Chu insisted on not letting her enter the kitchen, so she thought about it and didn't insist. She stopped at the kitchen door and turned around. "Then I won't go in. Good luck, Professor He Ji-Chu." Gun Yinji returned to the living room and sat down. She took out her phone to look at the workflow He Ji-Chu had prepared for her. She had to admit that He Ji-Chu's plan was very rigorous and complemented her own plan very well. She was so focused on her work in the living room that she forgot the time. When her stomach began to growl, Gun Yinji turned to look at her watch. It was amazing. It had been almost an hour and a half since He Ji-Chu had entered the kitchen. What kind of egg fried rice took an hour and a half to cook? Was it a luxurious Manchu Han imperial feast with egg fried rice? Gun Yinji couldn't suppress her curiosity. She put it away and tiptoed to the kitchen door to peep. Just then, the ear-piercing alarm of the smoke detector rang throughout the entire villa. Beep, beep, beep. It was as if police cars and ambulances with sirens on the streets had all rushed to the villa. Gun Yinji felt like her ears were about to go deaf. She panicked and quickly ran to the kitchen. Before she reached the door, she was shocked by the thick smoke coming from the kitchen. Professor He? Gun Yinji rushed into the thick smoke and saw He Ji-Chu holding a spatula and wearing a gray apron. He stood in front of the induction cooker in a hurry. Gun Yinji dragged him away and hurriedly glanced into the pot. What were those black blobs? What happened to the egg fried rice? This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1288, The Crisis Caused by a Meal of Egg Fried Rice. Dear friends, it will be midnight tomorrow. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1299. Before Gunyinji could ask for more details, the automatic sprinkler system connected to the smoke alarm sprang to life. Splash! Water sprayed out like a waterfall from the sprinklers installed on the roof, drenching Gunyinji and Hijichu like drowned rats. The kitchen, which had been exquisite and beautiful just a moment ago, instantly became the scene of a raining fire. The automatic sprinkler system quickly dispersed the thick smoke in the kitchen. The water gradually subsided, and Hijichu protected Gunyinji as they rushed out of the kitchen. The two of them looked at each other at the kitchen door, then burst out laughing in unison. Hijichu's smile was still very restrained, but the corners of his lips curled up, and his cold expression softened slightly. Gunyinji, on the other hand, laughed without restraint. She clutched her stomach and couldn't even stand properly. Hijichu couldn't take it anymore when she laughed like that. He grabbed her arm and scolded her in a low voice. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and go wash and change your clothes. Take a look at yourself." Hijichu finished speaking and looked away uncomfortably. Gunyinji's laughter stopped abruptly. She looked down and saw that the light pink silk blend cardigan she was wearing today was already soaked and stuck to her body. Outlining the curves of her breasts, she quickly covered her chest with her hands and ran to the bathroom with her head down. Hijichu rubbed his forehead and called out to her, "Go to the guest room opposite the master bedroom on the second floor. It's prepared for you. There are clothes for you to change into." Gunyinji stopped in her tracks. She couldn't just wear it like that. So she turned and ran up the spiral staircase to the second floor. The long hallway on the second floor was quiet and serene. There was a window at the end of the hallway, and a lamp hung in the hexagonal window. The paper lampshade in the shape of a full moon hung in the air, giving off a sense of isolation. Gunyinji glanced at the lampshade and casually opened the door opposite the master bedroom. The room was very large, and also a small suite. There was a small living room and living room outside, and a small entryway on the right. A paper door blocked the other end of the entryway. Gunyinji opened the paper door and found the bedroom inside. Thank goodness this wasn't the little pink princess room. The decoration of the room was simple but elegant. It was mainly beige with light yellow accents. On the bed, there was a blanket with a yellow duck embroidered on it. The blanket didn't look big, but Gunyinji found it unexpectedly familiar. But she didn't have time to think and rushed into the bathroom in the bedroom. The toiletries inside were also brands she was used to using, including the snow-white towel on the cabinet. It was also made of Egyptian cotton flannel, which was very soft and absorbent. She undressed, turned on the water, and took a quick shower. Wrapped in a towel, she came out and carefully examined the bedroom again. The tall four-poster bed was neatly laid out with beige striped sheets. There was a big soft pillow on the bed and two light yellow pillows embroidered with little yellow ducks. Gunyinji walked over like she was possessed and touched the little yellow duck embroidered on the pillow. This little yellow duck wasn't much different from the little yellow ducks sold in the market, but its eyes were especially big, which made it look especially lively. She picked up the blanket with the little yellow duck embroidered on it and looked at it. The blanket was soft to the touch and should have been woven from the finest fine cashmere. It was very difficult to embroider on this kind of blanket, and the cashmere flying silk of the blanket would be damaged if one wasn't careful. But this little yellow duck was very skillfully embroidered. The stitches were dense, and it was obvious that it had many years of embroidery skills. But it was a waste to use such excellent embroidery skills to embroider a simple and unassuming little yellow duck that didn't have any special features. Gunyinji cursed silently, but she couldn't help hugging the blanket and rubbing it on her face. It was like the blanket that a child would hug when they were young. Gunyinji reluctantly put down the blanket and walked into the bedroom's closet to pick out clothes to wear. She could tell that Hijichu had really put a lot of thought into decorating the room here. The four walls were filled with log wardrobes and shoe racks with clothes and shoes for spring, summer, and autumn. There was also a long wardrobe in the middle of the closet that was half the height of a person. Opening the drawers of the wardrobe, she saw underwear, scarves, belts, and other private clothes and accessories. There was also a drawer with a lock that Gunyinji didn't touch. Blushing, she took out a set of underwear and went to the summer wardrobe to pick out the simplest set of black t-shirts and light blue skinny jeans. Her legs were long, and the jeans only reached a little above her ankles. So she picked out a pair of Isabelle Marant shoes. That was the brand she was used to. Hua Xiaoheng bought her casual shoes from this brand most of the time. When she finished packing and came down the stairs, she found that He Ji-chu had already changed and was standing at the bottom of the stairs. This was the brand she was used to. Hua Xiaoheng bought her casual shoes from this brand most of the time. There were people coming and going in the room. Gunyinji raised a brow. When she came earlier, she didn't see anyone else here. Hearing someone coming downstairs, He Ji-chu turned around to look. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly, but he quickly frowned and said dryly, "Is it suitable?" "It's okay." Gunyinji walked down. "It's just that the pants are a little short." He Ji-chu was speechless. "Don't you wear this size?" He Ji-chu remembered the size of Gunyinji's clothes. "I used to, but now I've grown taller." Gunyinji stretched out her long legs and kicked in the air. He Ji-chu was speechless. "What are you so proud of?" He Ji-chu looked away and crossed his arms. He said coldly, "What's the use of growing taller? Go cook if you can." Gunyinji was speechless. This was an unspeakable weight in their lives. He Ji-chu didn't know how to cook, and, coincidentally, neither did Gunyinji. Their talents didn't seem to light up the skill of cooking. Gunyinji laughed. "Professor He, we're both incompetent cooks. Why do we have to hurt each other? Come, it's my treat. What does Professor He want to eat? As long as it's not the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, I can afford it." The Manchuhan Imperial Feast only costs 40,000 to 50,000 renminbi. "You can't afford it?" He Ji-chu glanced at her. "Leave your watch there. You can eat dozens of meals." Gunyinji covered her watch and shook her head. "That won't do. This is my priceless treasure. Even if I don't have food to eat, I won't pawn it." "Are you stupid? You don't even have food to eat. What's a watch?" He Ji-chu rubbed her head. "You didn't blow-dry your hair? It's getting hot. It'll dry in a while. I've already rubbed it until it's half dry." Gunyinji pointed at the people coming and going between the kitchen and the living room. "Are you here to clean up the kitchen?" "Yes, the kitchen needs to be renovated," He Ji-chu said without changing his expression. That was the scene of his failure. He needed to destroy the evidence and not let others see it. Gunyinji instantly understood He Ji-chu's intentions. She laughed to herself and twirled the car keys in her hand. "Professor He, take my car. Let's go down the mountain to eat, okay?" If she hadn't come today, she would bet 10 renminbi that He Ji-chu would have gone to bed after drinking red wine. He Ji-chu walked a few steps forward. "Then you'll drive me back?" "Of course. I'll pay for everything." "Professor He, you can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor today." Gunyinji giggled as she walked to the door. They went to the garage to get the car. Gunyinji and He Ji-chu drove down the mountain to eat. They didn't go far. The West Mountain Villa District's facilities were very complete. The people who lived here were either rich or respectable. There were restaurants, shopping, fitness, and other entertainment facilities. He Ji-chu pointed the way and said, "Let's go to that Lahutu restaurant. It's a Cantonese restaurant. The seafood is very authentic." Gunyinji, who was hungry, felt like she was about to drool when she heard this. "Then we must try it later. Why didn't you tell us earlier that there is such a good place? Do they deliver food? Otherwise, we could order takeout." Gunyinji deliberately glanced at He Ji-chu and sighed. He Ji-chu looked ahead expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Eat your food. Stop talking so much." Gunyinji. She smiled as she drove the car into the parking lot and went to the entrance of the Lahuta restaurant with He Ji-chu. There was a pair of red couplets with black characters on the door. "There are great scholars who talk and laugh, and there are no commoners who come and go." Gunyinji. This restaurant was really arrogant. He Ji-chu's expression was indifferent as he showed his membership card to the uniform guard. Only then did Gu Nianji know that this place adopted a membership system. Only members could come in and eat. Hijichu's membership card was the highest-end platinum card. As soon as he showed his membership card, the restaurant manager immediately came over to personally serve him in Gu Nianji. Same old place, Hijichu said indifferently. 2 people. Serve the dishes as soon as possible. The manager's eyes flashed, but he didn't dare to refuse. He smiled and said, "Come with me. There are a little more people today, so please order first." "Actually, Mr. He, why did you come here personally? Just give us a call, and we'll send it up for you." Hijichu nodded, and his expression relaxed slightly. "Next time, give us the menu and tell the kitchen to hurry up." He could tell that Gu Nianji was already very hungry. As soon as she entered the restaurant, her eyes almost glowed when she saw the delicious dishes on the diners' tables. The restaurant manager called the waiter over to help them order and rushed out to make a phone call. He said to the person on the other end of the phone, "I'm sorry, Miss Kai. There are no private rooms left today. Would you like to eat in the lobby? I'll leave you the best place in the lobby. It's by the window. I'll get someone to separate it with a screen. It's better than a private room. It's bright, and you can also see the scenery outside the window." The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be a little impatient. After discussing with someone for a while, she complained, "Didn't you say there were private rooms? I have something to discuss with my friend and have already walked to your restaurant's entrance. You said there were no private rooms left. Are you messing with me?" "Miss Kai, I'm not messing with you. I also said that there was only one private room left. That was reserved for our platinum customers. No matter when, as long as he needs it, we have to give it to him. I thought he wouldn't come today, but unfortunately, he just brought someone here for dinner and entered the private room, so I'll have to trouble you." The restaurant manager said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Who didn't have a high status and wealth when they came to eat here? Didn't they see what was written on their door? "There are great scholars who talk and laugh, and there are no commoners who come and go. In fact, it should be. There are great merchants who talk and laugh, and there are no commoners who come and go." This is today's first update. Chapter 1289. There are great merchants who talk and laugh. Today we'll continue with the third update. At 1 p.m., the monthly ticket will be 1,200 plus updates, and the third update will be at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Lavender Vendor Mimi for becoming the 26th chief of Hello Major General. Moi. Thank you to Momo Moshi for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1300. Kai Xingnan was in a dilemma at the entrance of Lahuta restaurant. Her expression was very ugly. Luo Jialan, who was dressed in Chanel's new summer fashion, quickly said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the private room?" The restaurant manager said that the owner of the private room is here, so we can only eat in the lobby. Kai Shengnan pursed her lips and put away her phone. "Why don't we eat somewhere else?" Luo Jialan and Kai Shengnan were both members here, but Kai Shengnan's villa was on Xiatangshan in the north, while Luo Jialan's villa was here. The place was not bad. In terms of land price, the villas in the West Mountain were priceless. That was because the houses here could not be bought with money. They were considered super first-rate. On the other hand, Little Tangshan was a medium-sized villa group. It could only be considered as a second-tier villa in the capital. However, Kai Shengnan was different. She had returned from the United States, and the house in the imperial capital had been temporarily purchased by her father, Kai Samin. Because of the tight schedule, her aunt, Kai Songyin, couldn't find a house to buy in the West Mountain Villa. Moreover, they didn't want to attract attention at that time, so they bought the Xiatangshan Villa, which was more crowded. However, she was still willing to come to Lahutu restaurant to eat and talk. If she didn't live here, it would have been difficult for her to get a membership card. However, at that time, her aunt, Kai Songyin, was the prime minister's wife, and her uncle, Tan Dongbang, was the prime minister. Therefore, she used Kai Songyin's connections to get her own membership card at Lahuta restaurant. Of course, it was only the most ordinary level of membership card, not the highest level of platinum membership card. This meant that there might not be a private room for them to eat here. Luo Jialan didn't want to run around. This place was relatively close to her villa and could be reached by walking. She really did not want to drive out again. It's okay. Why don't we stay in the lobby? Actually, the design of the lobby here is also very unique. Luo Jialan walked in first. The restaurant manager asked two foremen to invite them to two seats by the window. What do you think of this seat? Kai Shengnan took a closer look and asked the two foremen, which private room did we originally reserve? The two foremen pointed to a small private room not far away and said, right there. I'm sorry, but the owner of that place is here. We can't just make arrangements. It's nothing, I'm just asking. I haven't been to this private room before, Kai Shengnan said with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on the door of the private room. Two foremen brought over a screen and placed it next to the small table. Behind them was a huge basin of water dripping guanine. The water was gurgling, and the music was faintly discernible. It was actually very comfortable, and it also guaranteed enough privacy. Luo Jialan and Kai Shengnan laughed together. Here it is. The two nodded to the head waiter. Give us the menu. While the two of them were ordering, Kai Shengnan's phone rang. She took it and looked at it. It was actually a call from her father, Kai Sumin. At this time, it was midnight in the United States. Why would he call at this time? Kai Shengnan quickly answered the phone. Daddy, you're still up so late? Kai Sumin's voice was very hoarse, but he was very energetic. Shengnan, have you seen the Japanese news? No, why? Is there anything worth seeing? Kai Shengnan looked at the menu while chatting with her father. You don't pay any attention to the case of the Angel in the World Foundation? Kai Sumin's face darkened. Shengnan, although you've returned to the country, you can't abandon your profession. You have to always maintain a strong desire for knowledge in your profession. Got it, Daddy. Why are you so serious? You should go to bed early. I'll go watch the news. As Kai Shengnan spoke, she searched for the case of the Angel in the World Foundation on the internet and clicked on it. It turned out that today was supposed to be the day the verdict was pronounced. However, the news that the highest judge in charge of the case had suddenly died at home was all over the news that the highest judge in charge of the case had suddenly died at home. He Jichu and Gu Ninji sat in the private room of the Lahuta restaurant and chatted. The dishes they ordered were delivered very quickly. 2 steamed lobsters, a plate of steamed grouper, 2 cups of royal bird's nest, salt and pepper shrimp, and steamed ribs with black bean sauce. For the vegetarian dishes, they ordered a stewed bamboo shoots with apricot mushrooms and fresh celery with scallops. Gu Ninji ate the steamed lobster first. The lobster meat was fresh, sweet, delicious, and juicy. It was no worse than the lobster they had eaten in Cape Town, South Africa. Ijichu smiled faintly as he watched her eat happily. He scooped a small bowl of royal bird's nest from the stew pot and placed it in front of her. Gu Ninji didn't even look up as she thanked him. She focused on torturing the lobster. Ijichu had just taken a few bites of the steamed grouper when he felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and saw that it was actually a call from Smith. Smith was his subordinate at the American law firm, and he was also a member of the main law firm representing Gu Ninji in the lawsuit in Japan. A call at this time should mean that the results of the case were out. Ijichu curled his lips, his fingers moving slightly as he unlocked his phone. As soon as the call connected, Smith's mournful voice came through. Mr. He, something happened. Ijichu stood up and said calmly to Gu Ninji, I have something to do. I'll go out and take a call. Gu Ninji nodded. Professor He, please go ahead. Ijichu quickly walked out of the private room with his phone in hand. Kai Shengnan and Luo Jialan had just finished ordering. Luo Jialan was sitting with her back to Ijichu's private room, while Kai Shengnan was sitting diagonally across from the private room. Ijichu pushed the door open and walked out of the private room. Kai Shengnan saw him at a glance. Wasn't that Ijichu? Kai Shengnan's expression turned cold. Could this private room belong to Ijichu? That couldn't be. In this arrogant restaurant, the people who could reserve a private room were definitely not ordinary people. Not only did they have money, but they also had power. Even her uncle and aunt, who were the former prime minister, couldn't help her father buy a villa in the West Hills. What did Ijichu have to do? Hijichu must have come to eat with a friend. This private room must have been reserved by his friend. She wondered what kind of friends a person like Hijichu would have. Kai Shangnan was eager to win. When Hijichu walked through the corridor and walked towards the entrance of the restaurant, Kai Shangnan quietly stood up. Under the cover of the huge, dripping guanyin beside her, Kai Shangnan quietly stood up and quickly walked towards the private room Hijichu had come out of. When she reached the door of the private room, she saw that it wasn't locked. It was just ajar. Kai Shengnan looked in through the crack in the door and saw the silhouette of a young woman with a ponytail. She was wearing a black t-shirt and light blue skinny jeans. Her two slender, straight legs were crossed. She saw the shoes on her feet. It was Isabelle Marant. A pair of simple white flat-heeled shoes was worth at least $3,000. Kai Shingnan's eyes were burning with desire. Her gaze moved up the woman's shoes inch by inch. At that moment, the woman inside suddenly turned her head. Kai Shangnan clearly saw her face. It was actually Gun Yinji. This was the second update of the day. The monthly ticket was 1,200 plus updates. Chapter 1290, Looking Down on People. At 8 p.m., the third update. Moi, everyone. Chapter 1301. At that moment, Kai Shingnan's face was as dark as her mood, and there was even a moment of ferocity. It was anger, unwillingness, and jealousy that came from having the fruits of her years of hard work taken away. However, her expression quickly calmed down. Although her emotions were still fluctuating, there was nothing unusual on the surface. It seemed that this reserved private room should be Hua Xiaolong's. Kai Shengnan made this judgment immediately. That was more like it. Hijichu was indeed powerful in the United States. He was well respected in both the political and military circles, but in Huaxia, as far as Kai Shengnan knew, his hands didn't extend to the political and military circles. The platinum membership card of the Luhutu restaurant couldn't be obtained without a certain level of political status and rank. Therefore, Kai Shengnan thought that Gun Yinji had used Hua Xiaoheng's name to ask for the private room. She was good at abusing her power for personal gain. Kai Shengnan thought about it and couldn't help taking out her phone to secretly take a picture of the private room. At that moment, a hand reached out and took the phone from Kai Shingnan's hand. "Miss, we don't allow photos here. Violators will be fined 100,000 yuan," a man in a security uniform said politely, but his actions were very fast. Kai Shengnan was stunned for a moment, and her face turned red. She immediately whispered, "Thank you for the reminder. I didn't know. I just admired the decoration and furnishings of this private room, and I didn't take any pictures. Can you return my phone to me?" The security guard was very cautious and said, "The photos have to be checked. Show me the photos taken in the past hour to make sure there are no photos of us here." Kai Shengnan took the phone and opened the photo album with a sullen face to show the security guard. She said, "Look, I haven't taken any photos in the past hour." The security guard confirmed that the most recent photo was taken 3 days ago before nodding to her. "Thank you for your cooperation." He bowed to her, turned around, and left. Kai Shengnan stared at the security guard's back and cursed him for being a busybody. She was about to turn around and leave when the door of the private room in front of her was pulled open. Gun Yinji stood quietly at the door and looked at her with a faint smile. "Isn't this Miss Kai? What are you doing in front of our private room? Taking pictures? Haha, why are you secretly taking pictures of me?" "Miss Gu, I haven't congratulated you on your engagement with Major General Hua. The entire world is watching the grand engagement ceremony. You're really lucky." As soon as Kai Shengnan saw Gun Yinji, she immediately suppressed the impatience in her heart and wished her well with a smile. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Kai Shengnan felt that Gun Yinji would definitely not make things difficult for her since she had lowered herself so much. Unfortunately, she was wrong. To Gun Yinji, the only thing that mattered was whether she wanted to make things difficult for you, not whether she could make things difficult for you. Gun Yinji smiled and looked Kai Shengnan up and down. It had to be said that Kai Shingnan's figure was indeed not bad. She was wearing a smoky gray Issey Miyake business suit that accentuated her curves. She was a little burly, but compared to Americans, she could be said to be slim. She was at least a third wider than Gunyenji, so she looked very impressive blocking the door. "Is this how you congratulate me?" Gunyenji looked up at the camera on the top of her private room's door, secretly filming me from the crack of the door. I've never seen or heard of such a congratulatory mode. Only then did Kai Shangnan realize that there was a camera at the door of the private room. No wonder the security guard had arrived so quickly. It turned out that everything here was being monitored. Kai Shingnan's face alternated between red and white. She had never seen Gunyenji rebuke her like this before. She had thought that Gunyenji wouldn't be so disrespectful in public. In the end, she had overestimated Gunyenji's upbringing and underestimated how shameless she could be. "Miss Gu, forgive and forget. If you're so aggressive, you'll only tarnish Major General Ho's reputation." Kai Shangnan seemed to have found the moral high ground, and the indignation in her heart completely calmed down. "Besides, you're already going to marry Major General Hua. You won't take it too hard and let others know how you're using Major General Hua's power to do whatever you want outside, right?" Kai Shangnan knew that the more powerful a person was, the more they cared about their reputation and were very strict with their family. They wouldn't be like the families of those superficial, low-level bureaucrats who couldn't wait to engrave the words, "My father is Li Gang," on their foreheads. "Miss Kai, you're also a well-known figure in the legal world, and you're also a partner of the second-largest law firm in the United States. I really didn't expect you to say something like that." Gunyenji shook her head, the disdain on her face evident. Kai Shangnan sneered. "Miss Gu, I'm really sorry. I've always said different things to different people. To people like you, I can only say things that you understand. As for the legal jargon, do you really understand it? You graduated from B University with a master's degree in law at the age of 19. Don't think I don't know how you got your degree." Kai Shangnan had always thought that she was a genius enough, but compared to Gunyenji's resume, she was still nothing. She had originally disdained to compare herself to Gunyenji, but Gunyenji was actually engaged to Hua Xiaoying. This made her feel unbalanced no matter what. "I don't understand Miss Kai's legal jargon." Gunyenji emphasized the words Miss Kai. "I only understand legal jargon that everyone agrees with." She was mocking Kai Shangnan for self-created laws. What's the use of having a glib tongue? Kai Shangnan looked at Gunyenji with almost pity in her eyes. "Since we've met here today, I'll remind you in advance. You're already Major General Hua's fiancé. If I were you, I would definitely stop while I'm ahead. Don't be so ruthless towards others. After all, she's already left the Hua family and is no longer a part of the Hua family. She won't affect you anymore. Why must you make things difficult for her?" Gunyenji crossed her arms, and her expression turned cold. "Miss Kai, who are you speaking for? I don't understand. The matter between me and the Hua family is our family matter. It's not up to an outsider like you to interfere. Who gave you the authority? Who gave you the guts? Ignorance or rudeness?" Gunyenji's words completely aroused Kai Shingnan's anger and competitiveness. She had been hesitant to be Luo Jialan's legal representative and was still evaluating it. However, when she saw that Gunyenji didn't care about friendship at all and didn't know how to compromise or back down, she immediately concluded that Gunyenji wasn't suitable for Hua Xiaoheng and the others. She didn't know her place after getting engaged. How confident was she in herself? Not to mention just getting engaged, they could even get a divorce after getting married. Kai Shangnan almost laughed out loud at the thought of this. "Miss Gu, I really underestimated you in the past. You're so glib with your words. You're like a quarreling auntie in the market. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Kai Shangnan reached out to stroke her curly hair. "What a pity. The courtroom isn't the market. Your skills are destined to be useless." Kai Shangnan knew that Gunyenji still had some skills, but if she didn't take the opportunity to attack Gunyenji's arrogance and completely infuriate her, when would she? There were cameras here. Kai Shangnan made up her mind to get the surveillance video from here after Gunyenji and the others left. This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 1291, Overrated and Underestimated. P.S. Sorry everyone, daylight saving time has just ended here, so it's an hour later than before. I forgot to set the alarm clock, so I woke up late. I'll be on time tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.